Hello and welcome back to my channel What If Deca 2.0. Join us as we delve into the realms of fanfiction and fantasy, bringing you the best stories and discussions. Today we're kicking off part 19 of our series, What If Deca Became the Villain Emperor? If you enjoy this video, please give it a like and subscribe for more content in the future. The author of this story is DekuVerse from Archive of Our Own. All the relevant links are in the description. Feel free to say hello to the author on their profile. Now let's dive into the fanfic. Earlier that day in the League's base, Deku sighed as he finally finished his paperwork for today. It was as tiresome as ever and as weird. Dad requested some money for repairs because one of the students set the lake on fire. You know, he wasn't asking for details, just send the money. Red requested a new set of weapons for a new cell. Sure thing, sweetie, he will send the money, what's wrong with that? Shield Maiden somehow exploded her lab again and is asking for money to rebuild, or few Momo clones from Twice, he will go with the latter. Vampire is asking for permission to send some spies into the Hokkaido for them to expand their network, approved. Compress sent his report about his newest heist, robbing one of the biggest bank owners in Japan. The profit was legendary, which a good percentage of it went to the League after the charities, of course, to improve their income. Honestly, that part of the paperwork is always the best. How did his life lead him to this? He was few years ago someone who basically had no future in the eyes of the world, and now he was the biggest villain in the country, with so many powerful villains ready to unleash hell on earth if he did so much as snap his fingers, with basically the entirety of Japan's dark underworld excluding the idiots that doesn't deserve to exist under his control, with his name enough to send shivers down the spines of the world leaders. His life was a mess, that much was obvious. He went from a quirkless nobody to a quirkless villain to probably the most powerful quirk or quirk's bearer in the world. He defeated the top 10 heroes without breaking a sweat. His power was something feared and worshipped by every hero and villain out there. He was to villains and society's rejects what All Might was to the heroes and masses. He was something of a god, a light for them, a pillar for them to lean on and strive towards. He was a living legend, a deity they worshipped. In fact, even some heroes did like him for his unprejudiced, if not sometimes too brutal, judgment on bad heroes and irredeemable villains. He didn't only hate bad heroes but selfish villains, who did villainy and hurt people just for fun. This type he despised the most, and took the most pleasure in murdering, like Muscular and Moonfish. Oh, he enjoyed killing those too. He walked through the base to the living room, but something was wrong. The corridors were dark, like the lights were turned off for some reason, and it was awfully quiet today. Nobody came to bother him. Context distract him a bit for the past few hours, and it was worrisome. He reached the living room, and it was dark too, and there was no movement around either. The base was a ghost town. Night vision, shock nullification, hyper regeneration, reflex booster, overhaul. Deku stepped into the room ready for however would attack, but then the lights turned on, blinding him as he was using night vision right now. Surprise! Exclaimed everyone's in joy, startling him greatly. Deku looked around him in surprise as everyone clapped for him. He looked around him confused as everyone looked happy. Thanks, said Deku looking around the room confused. That caused everyone to pause. Tamura decided to speak first. You have no idea what today is, do you? Said Tamura with a deadpan expression. Deku looked at him sheepishly, which caused everyone in the room to face fault. Are you kidding me? Asked Dabi with a sweat drop, looking at Deku strangely. Deku could only around the room for 2 more seconds at the decorations and treats before Himiko jumped at him with a squeal of joy. Happy birthday, Deku-kun, exclaimed Himiko. Deku blinked at her, then looked around for a second, then asked, It's my birthday? I honestly don't know the date. I've been busy with work lately, said Deku sheepishly while rubbing the back of his head. Who in the world forgets their birthday? Wondered Shinso as he was, like everyone else, wearing a birthday party cap on his head. Most of my childhood it was only me and my mom and those, so I started caring much less with every year, honestly. Before Dad I used to pretend that my birthday didn't exist, admitted Deku with a shrug. Everyone stayed silent for exactly 3 seconds before Himiko hugged him again. Then we need to change that. Come on everyone, let's party, exclaimed Himiko, to which everyone cheered. The party was fun, as in actually very fun. Happy atmosphere, lots of laughter. A cake shaped after Mizuki's head by Kurogiri. He enjoyed cutting that apart with a really large knife and magna. It was delicious, and he imagined himself beheading the real guy himself. Then there was the presents. A new video game from Tamura, a black coat from Tuya, a very nice blade from Uncle Stain, a new mask from Melissa, a high-tech camera to take pics of his kids from Atsuhiro, a tea set from Danjuro, a gun from Razor in case of emergency, a gas bomb from Mustard, a sleeping mask with cat eyes from Hypnosis. Well, a lot of presents. Most of them were reasonably normal, well, somewhat Himiko gave him a picture of her with her hair down smiling at the camera with a double V sign wearing nothing. That he turned to marble before anyone could try to peek at it and see what's in it. He was so happy for having a copy of Ice Glacier from his mom or his face would have been burning red. F this Himiko F. He wasn't ready for this thing's damn it. Is she worried about getting knocked up? That she would probably be overjoyed. It was Melissa's turn next and he dreaded what she was going to give him, but thankfully it was a coffee machine with small pills, instantaneous and very energy-inducing. Red offered him a drawing that she made with the computer in her free time, a very high-quality image of slightly older version of Deku standing on the backs of Thunderbolt and Endeavor with both on all fours, with Redestro in a butler suit standing next to him, with a selection of drinks on a platter. Never in his life was he more confused than when she showed him the picture, but he did like it, they both enjoyed it, and he'll frame the image in his office for sure. Next he had a party with his family apparently, which of course his dad and moms wouldn't miss the opportunity to throw him a birthday party. Surprise? His family exclaimed in the same time. He wasn't startled this time because he knew it was coming. The second birthday party was much more subdued than the League's party. His kids were obviously around, with his daughters being as cute as always but even more chatty than usual. Arie had a lot to talk about concerning her time in U.A. She absolutely loved it and it seemed that she already befriended everyone within the school a 2-5 radius from it despite everyone recognizing her as his daughter. Izuku wasn't even surprised. Arie's charm was a spell that no one including the fearsome All for One could dream to resist. Honestly neither Izuku nor Raijin stood in her face to tell to not be a hero not only because of love and support, but because they honestly couldn't say no to her. She was too cute and innocent to be denied something. In fact Izuku is 90% sure his dad would throw retirement off the window and kill everyone in the national diet if they denied her the chance to be a heroine. Izuku would surely join in. Mahoro was her type of cute. Speaking about what she was up to recently, apparently she was scouting for villainous kids to make as her minions and she gave them a very cute 20 minutes monologue on how she was doing her investigations. She also narrated to them on her findings on One for All. Izuku and Raijin were so proud damn it, and how she literally made a fun of Nedzu and Naitai's investigation skills while telling Mirio about her theories while giving him an urgent court counseling session. Izuku was very shocked by the whole body breaking apart thing but didn't voice it. Karma was sadistic and cruel how all might? But then after she was done with that part she went back to narrating on her goals for minions, which was adorable. In the background his two sons were playing video games with Tamura and Dabi, and killing it, almost literally if Tamura's face of defeat was anything to go by, which gave the father and youngest son and two symbols of evil a good laugh. His moms were asking about how his relationships were going. He explained to them quickly because honestly he couldn't lie to them, they were as happy as they were proud. His dad gave him some advices because of course he would gain in a couple months that much experience with women, but honestly his moms were saints and very patient. And probably because dad wasn't using one of them as a breeding machine for a weapon or just running to another country the first chance he gets, but that was his opinion. Then came the presents. Izuku was honestly surprised that Tuya and Tamura gave 2 more presents, a new tie from Toya with a book about relationships and romantic date ideas, which was surprisingly a good seller. When did his brothers get so normal? Then again was probably his mom's influence on them, much like his dad. Speaking of him, his dad practically gave him a series of old comics from 2021 and Izuku loved them so much. His moms gave him a pajama they made together with the words, "Number 1 at everything" on them. He will wear it as many times as he can. His daughters give him a paint they made together of him, sitting on a throne and cackling manically over a destroyed National Diet building, him stomping his foot on Mizuki. He was 99% sure it was Mahoro's idea. Kota gave him coffee mug that said "Number 1 Dad" while Katsuma gave him a new pen. One easy to use and expensive too, best gifts he could ask for honestly. They eat the cake together, chatting happily. A cake on the shape of Madam President's face. He and his dad were more than happy to cut it together with very long katanas. His moms would have scolded them but decided to let them have it today. The party was pretty great actually. The rest of his girlfriends promised to get him something for his birthday after the summer camp. He didn't mind, they were honestly the best gift he could ask for and anything else was just an extra. Later at 4 o'clock at the summer camp. "Oh, you're finally here," grinned Pixie Bob, standing in front of the entrance to the huge fortress with Mandalay, Shoyuta, Vlad and Night Eye behind her. "That took some time," hummed Mandalay as the battered students slowly began to come out of the forest, exhausted both physically and mentally. Once they made it to the entrance, the classes collapsed onto the ground. "What do you mean 3 hours?" shouted Ida, having just enough energy to yell out that statement. "That's the time it would have taken us." "Sorry," apologized Mandalay, not really sorry as she smirked. While various students let out curses and complaints, Pixie Bob chuckled. But honestly, I thought it would take far longer even with all the students from the heroic department. You guys didn't have a hard time beating my earth beasts as I thought you would. Especially you lot. Pixie Bob pointed to various students, including Shoto, Tenya, Ijiru, Tetsutetsu, Nito, Juzo, Imasuji, Demoto, Gara and some others. She ignored the females that had done just as well, as she was only interested in the boys. Were you able to act without hesitation because of your experience? Grinned Pixie Bob as she licked her lips, somehow looking a lot like Midnight. I'm looking forward to where you'll be in 3 years. I call dibs. Especially the other student. The other students turned to see where Pixie Bob was rushing towards to see Katsuki coming out of the large gate with his hands in his pockets. Katsuki quickly shot an explosion at Pixie Bob. She dodged, but it was enough of a distraction as he used his quirk to fly towards Vlad King, using him as a huge meat shield much to the amusement of everyone else. Pixie Bob whined in protest as she charged at him again, but was thankfully intercepted by Shoyuta, causing Katsuki to sigh in relief. Mandalay. Was she always like that? Asked Shoyuta in a tired voice as he held Pixie Bob's head in a vice grip, preventing her from continuing forward. Though that didn't prevent her from vainly reaching out for Katsuki. She's a little desperate since she's the suitable age for, you know, sighed Mandalay helplessly. Bakugo. How did you get there so fast? And without any struggle? Shouted Denki, slightly recovering from his dumb state. I slept through the initiation, been too tired from last night, scoffed Katsuki, causing quite a few students to face plant into the floor. Haha, the new dash, began Monoma, ready to taunt Katsuki, only to receive a cold glare from Vlad, warning him to be quiet. Nito shut up immediately without hesitation. Whatever. Get here. Whined Pixie Bob, still trying to reach out for Katsuki, but unfortunately Shoyuta wasn't letting her. Suddenly Pixie Bob felt a shiver go down her spine as the feeling of death washed over her. Turning to the side where the feeling was originating from, Pixie Bob saw Yui and Mira looking at her with murder in their eyes, their hair floating in the air menacingly with their eyes filled with death, fire and blood. Pixie Bob gulped loudly as she glanced at the two girls' murderous expressions like they were openly challenging her to touch Katsuki. Meanwhile, everyone else was wise enough to step aside from the two murderous girls with terrified faces and fearful eyes. Nope, not worth it. There are still other good-looking ones here, thought Pixie Bob as she stopped struggling against Katsuki. Enough, ordered Shoyuta, causing all conversations to cease. Bakugo has already taken all your luggage to your respective rooms, so thank him for that. Use this time to unpack and clean yourself up a little. Then head to the Hero Course Building's cafeteria for dinner. After that, you'll all take a bath in the hot springs outside that was provided by the Wild Pussycats, so make sure to thank them properly and then head to sleep, added Vlad helpfully. The schedule is already posted in your rooms, so remember to set your alarms to the correct times for tomorrow's training, finished Mirai. Yes, sirs, saluted the students, quickly rushing into the building to at least wipe off the dirt and grime on their faces. It's been quite the experience in the Beast's Forest. So delicious, exclaimed Tetsutetsu and Ijiru as they stuffed themselves with rice. All around the cafeteria, the students from all the 3 years were in agreement as they eagerly ate, having missed lunch. After all the students had reached the fortress by now. Besides the rice, there were all sorts of meat, vegetables, and fish in front of them. On an island counter were even more food in bowls as well as a large container full of miso soup. Pixie Bob's sweat dropped upon hearing some weird comments due to their hunger but decided to ignore it, as well as warning them that today would be the only day they would be cooking their dinner. Then as she finished saying that, she left the students but not before winking to some boys. Meanwhile, Katsuki went and walked to a table where Mirio was sitting with his two best friends to talk. He was quickly followed by Shoto and Ochako, the former because he sucked in social interaction without both his friends, while the latter in curiosity about the famous Big Three. Yo, Toonface. How's going with you? Asked Katsuki as he put down his tray on the table and took a seat. Ochako and Shoto took a seat on his left and right quickly, facing Tamaki and Nijire on gender. Oh, king of the first years. It's really nice to see you here, grinned Mirio, saluting his junior that came to chat. Katsuki meanwhile twitched in irritation at the new nickname as he looked at Mirio skeptically. King of... what? Said Katsuki confused. Ochako was the one to answer as she produced a notebook from nowhere and started flipping through the pages quickly until she landed on his page. Katsuki Bakugo, Quirk Explosion, the strongest of the first years and member of the first year's monster trio, a leader by nature and very popular, despite his violent nature sometimes and rich vocabulary. He helped a lot of people in the first years and helped establish Class 1C and get some promising students from the other side of the law, as well as being worshipped by Power Loader and the support course students for being the only one capable of taming down Mei Hatsum before she creates a disaster, acting as her supervisor most of the time, while keeping her busy with making stuff on demand from everyone in the hero course. Happens and mostly a mine of untapped gold as the business course states, having them as already vigorous sponsors for the future, mostly from his popularity and power, already has a fan base in the internet from his performance in 2 festivals this year as well as fighting karma in Hosa City. All this points to him being a sort of leader for the first years or something resembling a king, and the funny thing about is his ignorance to how much power he wields on the school despite having used said power on Nedza before. Everyone else in the table stared at Ochako with wide eyes, mostly Katsuki himself, although Mirio looked as gaping. He said it form of practical joke not meaning it literally, but then again when you say all that out loud it kinda makes sense. Uraraka? Do you have this much detailed analysis on everyone in the school? Asked Shoto curiously, so many conspiracy theories waiting to be discovered by him, and he only needs to see the connection in Uraraka's notes. Yes. I love gathering information, I'm a very curious person, plus this info would be super useful when I go pro. And most importantly I already could help you guys like Katsuki-kun benefited from them before, said Ochako while beaming. Yeah, it definitely helped me establish supporters, shrugged Katsuki. You mean your kingdom king of the first years? Grinned Mirio like a cat. If I'm the king of the first years then you are the lord of the third years. Lister, I can destroy a city with a punch, phase through walls and as popular as a mini-mite, deadpan Katsuki. Nijire snickered into her hands, Tamaki smiled and looked away while Mirio blushed. I am not a mini-mite, said Mirio with a blush. An island? You guys literally threw a double Detroit smash together the power and attitude and looks, and when I saw you with Melissa Shield. It confirms my theory, stated Shoto. Katsuki laughed, Ochako followed, and then so did Nijire and Tamaki the traitors. It's just a coincidence, damn it, deadpan Mirio. And you in turning with literally All Might's old sidekick? Who acts like a dotting uncle around you while All Might is practically acting like your dad? Asked Nijire with a smile. Mirio looked like he was betrayed by someone he loved, which he was, funny enough. Busted toon face, I might be the king of the first years, but you're the U.A's golden boy, smirked Katsuki. Call me that again and I'll punch you to the stratosphere, deadpan Mirio. Everyone in the table laughed at his answer. Definitely a mini-mite, confirmed Tamaki quietly. Mirio looked at him like he was stabbed in the heart by his brother, JK he was. After finishing eating, all hero classes proceeded to head directly into the hot springs, with the first years starting, and the hot springs had been separated by gender. After taking a quick shower to clean their bodies, they all sunk into the hot water with a collected groan of relief. Well, frankly, food and stuff aren't really that important, declared Mineta as he stood in front of the wooden barrier separating the two genders, looking up while rubbing his hands. That's not what I'm here for. I know that much at least. What I'm here for is beyond that wall. While the other boys looked at Mineta in confusion, his fellow pervert began to understand what he was getting to. See, there they are, whispered Mineta with a reverent tone, hearing collected sighs of relief. Nowadays, for them not to stagger bathing times for men and women is an accident. An accident waiting to happen. Mineta got close to the wall and grinned. It would be a tragic event if the bath wall fell off. Mineta, restrain yourself. What you're doing is demeaning for both yourself and the girls. It is shameful behavior, shouted Tenya, his arms chopping in the air as he figured out Mineta's plan. Come on, you can't call yourself a man if you don't try it once. It's tradition, exclaimed Cozy Eye, joining Mineta's side. Denki wisely decided to stay in the water. Kaibara, could you drill a hole through this wall? Or maybe Kamakiri, you can cut one out. Both boys who were mentioned huffed and looked away, though not without blushing. Hey Bakugo? Could you blow a small hole through the wall? Asked Mineta looking at Katsuki. Everyone else looked at him like he was crazy to even ask. And then I said you aren't even worth being called a villain and walked off, grinned Katsuki, who was speaking on his phone that he brought with him for some reason. Mizo, being the only one with excellent hearing along with Jirota, heard a female voice from the phone, albeit barely, that sounded familiar yet unknown to them. Katsuki then chuckled, then looked at Mineta and Cozy Eye with a glare. I'm on the phone, idiots. Climb that wall and I'll make you regret it, said Katsuki threateningly before huffing and going back to speaking on the phone. Everyone stared at him blankly, not believing what they were seeing. Is this another dimension they were sent to by mistake? After a minute, Mineta decided that this was none of his business and turned to the wall again. Tradition or not, walls are meant to be scaled. Plus ultra, shouted Mineta as he began to scale up the wall with his purple spheres, using them as footholds and grip holds, his face looking unhinged. "Ah, wait for me," shouted Cozy Eye as he began to produce several air walls for him to climb up on, grinning while doing so. As the two started climbing up, until something hit the back of their heads, knocking them out and causing them to start falling back, the two perverts hit the ground with a loud thud. Everyone blinked before they turned to Katsuki, whose left hand was in throwing motion. What happened is that he threw a pair of stones at the back of the idiots' heads, knocking them out. "Nice shot, Bakugo. Didn't know you were good at throwing," commented Fumikage, looking impressed. "I was a champ of baseball in elementary and middle school. My throws without my quirk are one of a legend," said Katsuki, puffing his chest in pride, before going back to the phone. "I'm sorry, you were saying?" Everyone stared at him in shock as he started speaking again. Who the hell was he talking to? Meanwhile, on the other side, "He knocked them both out?" asked Ibra, and sighed in relief when Setsuna nodded her head. "Apparently he is a baseball champ in both elementary and middle school from what I'm hearing," commented Kyoko with a raised brow. "And his throws are ones of legends. Which should be true with how he knocked the two idiots out. Are you kidding me? Strong, smart, hot, a good cook apparently, and can knock out perverts? I'm sold, I'm so sold," giggled Mira while rubbing her hands. I'm afraid I called dibs before you even met him, Arashi-san, so I politely ask you to step aside," said Yui, her words not matching her murderous expression. "Or what? You'll kick my ass? I can fight you anytime and anywhere, and he's not yours just because you want him," said Mira haughtily. Girls? Could we be more civil about this? You know you could just ask him out and let him decide, right?" asked Mika timidly, trying to defuse a fight soon to happen as the two girls glared at each other. "Well, that's unless he already has a girlfriend," said Setsuna with a raised brow. "Excuse me?" asked both girls, deciding to focus on Setsuna instead, their expressions perfectly matched in surprise. "Yeah, he is literally speaking on the phone right now while in the hot water and seems pretty cheerful too, and I'm 90% sure he is speaking to a girl, unless he has a cousin he loves like a little sister. This one is hell of a good friend or a girlfriend," shrugged Kyoka. The two girls stared at her in shock, deciding to see who this new rival is, because apparently not just MRI is in the game now. "Hey ladies, want me to go take a look for us? We got quite the hot hunks on the other side," grinned Setsuna while she unattached her head. "Oh, let me join," grinned Mina back, rubbing her hands. "I wonder how jacked they are. You two will get beaten up by Bakugo and it'll be hilarious, and none of us will feel sorry for you when that happens," deadpanned Ochako with the other girls nodding. "Don't climb. I don't need to be kicked out of here after a long day of hell workout. If you want to F1 over there, just ask them." "The pigs wouldn't say no, the horny bastards," barked Saya, sitting on her own with small floating tray of snacks. "Instead of peeking like weaklings, go do the actual thing, you pussies." All the girls blushed at Saya's bluntness, even Tsuyu, who was blunt herself. The way she described, while technically true, was just too much for them to handle, especially Deku's girlfriends, who had half a mind to tell her that their mutual boyfriend is different, but decided against it. "Then why don't you do it ribbit yourself, Saya-chan?" asked Tsuyu with her finger to her chin. "Because I don't want a froggy, I'm into more experienced guys, amateurs are a waste of time, and wouldn't know how to F correctly, I'll end up needing to do most of the work," replied Saya while shoving some cupcakes into her mouth. "You have no shame, do you?" asked Momo with a sweat drop, looking at Saya, not embarrassed in ye slightest by her words. "You're telling me that there isn't a guy in your life that you can't stop thinking of screwing?" asked Saya, to which Momo hid her face in the water, said face was horribly red. "Wait, really? I need to tie dash," grinned Mina, but was hit with a stone to the cheek. "Ow, the dash." Mina was knocked out by the second stone to the forehead, courtesy of Saya, who huffed and went back to eating. "Romance freak," grumbled Saya before stuffing her mouth with some more treats, while Momo on the side sighed in relief. The other girls decided to not piss if Saya, but held some respect for her leaving them to handle their business, and stopping nonsense short always. As the students went to their bedrooms, Katsuki couldn't help but wander around the forest for a bit to think. So he exited the dorms and found All Might asking for some alone time in the forest. The old man was nice enough to give him a pass but told him to not take too long, and Katsuki nodded at that. So he went to the gate, and after he showed them the note written by All Might, they let him out but told him to not take too long in the forest, and stay in the hero-patrolled areas. Katsuki thinks that the security was bullshit overboard but wouldn't voice it, because he honestly didn't give a shit about what the rat does as long as it's not downright criminal or villainous. As he walked a little, he felt something was wrong, but he didn't know what the F it was though. His instincts were honed and perfectly sharpened, so he would have felt it if there was danger around him, but there wasn't, it just felt wrong. And he didn't like it. He sighed as he looked up to the night sky and sit down next to a tree, leaning on it while watching the stars. His life was not something he was very proud of. He still remembers how he and Izuku used to be best friends as kids, and how they were almost like brothers. They were inseparable, but when his quirk came in and Izuku's didn't, Katsuki became a nasto him, and even if he was just making excuses, he blames everyone from kindergarten to junior high for not showing the wrong of his ways. But that doesn't matter now, does it? Izuku was karma now. He chose his path, and Katsuki, even though he doesn't deserve, is going to be a hero, and will in the end have to arrest the nerd if he ever could. It was wrong. Everything was wrong. The nerd should be the one here. Katsuki should be the villain. He sure as hell acted like one. He even had minions for F's sake. But that doesn't matter, does it? It was the past and he couldn't change it. All he could do was move forward and try to follow All Might's footsteps, help people for the sake of it, and try to amend to his past. He doesn't know if he could make up to his past, but he sure as hell wants to. "Ah, you're here," said Mirio as he came to dip beside Katsuki, who raised an eyebrow at him. "How the hell did you find me?" asked Katsuki, confused. Asked Ragdoll. "Her quirk is definitely something special and super cool too. She pointed me here," smiled Mirio. "What are you thinking about?" "Just the past. How if I was a decent human being karma wouldn't have existed, how I basically turned my little brother to a monster, how I should be the one in his place and he should be the hero, you know? The usual shit," shrugged Katsuki. Mirio frowned slightly at that. "I know what you mean by past." All Might explained it in details, and honestly, it took me a while to fully see the correct picture. "And you are a victim, and much as your own victim." Katsuki was about to yell something, but Mirio kept talking. "But you already know that you are smart and already know that, but you feel like it's all your fault, which it really isn't. Yes, you were an ass, but he still passed through. He turned to villainy when nobody gave him a choice, when the government ruined his future over. It was then that he broke, because he literally had no other choice than be a villain. So yes, you made mistakes, but you are at least a good person to see them and try to be better. So my advice is simple: try to forgive yourself. It will do wonders to your guilt and regret. Get rid of them. But make them manageable and healthy." There was a long pause after that, as the two stared at the night sky in silence, but after what felt like an eternity, Katsuki spoke up. "Do you think I deserve to be a hero?" asked Katsuki, looking for an answer. Considering all you did this semester." "YUP," finished Mirio by slapping Katsuki's back. The two after that broke into a small chat, mostly joking about how crazy this camp is, and how it was a military camp instead of a high school one. "You got a spy, my king. Rockstar. Holy shit, Nedzu is batshit insane. Invisi Beach, that's putting it lightly. Goddess. And here I thought future father-in-law was crazy with how he armed the A.U Academy. Goddess, at least it's only the school. That principal is practically insane. The boss, what? Mad scientist, what? Vampire queen. Is this a repeat what we already know day for our spies? Gecko man maybe? Burn Beach, what did the rat do this time? XD. Game Master. HX training camp with death robots? A fight to death rings? OP quests against super OP characters? World's A stage. This is a training camp at Game Master. Do not exaggerate. Silver Death. The rat is nuts, like batshit crazy with horseshit irrational and bullshit spiteful. Wouldn't be surprised with whatever he did for this camp. You got a spy. This is less a school training camp and more a military exercise. Rockstar. Military exercise would sound lax compared to this. Invisi Beach. Today was hell and we only started, damn it. The boss. Details? Insomniac. Yeah, what did Nedza do this time, lol? Mad scientist. Something too big for his small size. World's A stage. XD. Gecko man. LMAO. World's A stage. Live riffle. Ha. Silver Death. For all. F school. I don't want to hear about UA. Vampire queen, but it might inspire new theories for you, laughing face. F school. You have a point, I'll stay. Game Master, whatever you two, what did that white-furred ball of sadism do this time? Burn Beach, something that should make the training camp look like hell, lol. Rockstar. Training camp my SS, it's more like a sadistic show for that rat. You got a spy. Every single hero class is here, training in separate areas of a really large forest. Goddess. Nedzu subcontracted like 20 different heroes with training licenses with connections to the UA to deal with the chaos. Invisi Beach. Cementos Power Loader and the support students build his Sariesa FUCKINGFORTRESS, which seems to include everything from Fallout shelters and murder robot base to Nedzu's command center and center of the communication network. You got a spy. It even has an ARTILLERY battery and AA missile launchers if the gossip from the support classes is correct. and I'm at a point where I wouldn't be surprised if it was powered by a nuclear reactor with an explosive self-destruction option tied to Ned's heartbeat in case someone killed him while inside the fortress because he is this level of spiteful prick. The boss, what are the UA's budget numbers? The boss, and who is financing it? The boss, I need to know so damn much. Goddess, I know right. You'd oughta spy, holy shit my lord WTF. In Vizzy Beach, I know they are probably going to reuse the fortress the next year, and that most of the stuff inside was a form of month-long large-scale training exercise for the support classes and that the school will probably sell most of what they did after the training camp ends but… Rockstar, seriously WTF. You'd oughta spy, that rat is insane. Burn Beach, that's saying it lightly holy shit. The boss, what else? Goddess, you have 20 additional part-time teachers and no less than 30 additional heroes, mostly lower-ranked and tied to the UA patrolling the area. You'd oughta spy, and something like 100 support guys manning the fortress doing stuff like maintenance and communication. In Vizzy Beach. Oh, and I think like 20 Gen EDS from various years that are looking to go into medicine and have live exercise of running a first aid with Recovery Girl. Mad Scientist. I'm 99% sure that Rat is just compensating for his small size. You'd oughta spy, lol. Insomniac, sounds like it. The boss, it makes low-key sense since this country is so messed up, and it's a good idea to look like a goddamn hedgehog to villains willing to punch you but… Mad Scientist, did someone ever try to explain to him what moderation means? Rockstar, he probably thinks it's some form of British cuisine from what Night Eye said. Vampire Queen, XD. The boss. Okay, any notable faces among the heroes? You said that mostly lower ranked. In Vizzy Beach, I saw All Might with some Endeavor sidekicks, Wild Pussycats, I think it's their joint to begin with, some Ida-10 sidekicks, Gran Torino, he just isn't going to give up and retire, doesn't he? You'd oughta spy, Owen Boulder. Insomniac, rank 15 hero? From the Hero Commission? Silver Death, WTF? Goddess, did you actually think that the Commission would be alright with Nedzu amassing enough firepower in a single place to storm the National Diet without any form of oversight? Insomniac, fair, I think he is one of the more decent of the Commission heroes so it's nice that's him. You'd oughta spy. That's all we have to report, we did some very hard training in the forest today. In Vizzy Beach. Yikes, we fought earth beasts made by Pixie Bob and Holy Deku's Torture Dungeon DX. The boss, do not worship my things like a goddammit. Rockstar, hell no, now back on track, we fought from 9 AM to 4 FFS and then were given food and sent to the hot springs. Day 2 of training camp, 5:20 AM. Quite a few students yawned as all of 1A, 1B and 1C followed their teachers to an opening while Shoyuta and Vlad were arguing about something with Night Eye looking bothered by the two. Isn't this a bit early? Asked Vlad, pointing over to quite a few students whose head kept nodding down. They'll have to get used to it. In our field, we don't get to choose our hours sometimes, shot back Shoyuta, continuing to walk forward without care. Plus quite a few are already awake. Vlad couldn't disagree with that statement, and so chose to remain quiet. Night I just sighed at the two arguing when the students were already woken up. Good morning everyone, greeted Shota, turning around to finally greet them. Today we will begin training camp to increase your strength in earnest. The goal of this training camp is to increase everyone's strength, and with that to allow everyone to obtain their provisional licenses. It is to prepare you all to face hostilities that are becoming real by the minute. Shoyuta took out a softball and tossed it over to Katsuki, who immediately recognized it from the quirk apprehension test. Your previous record, from right when you started UA, was 804.2 meters. Let's see how much you improved since that day, challenged Shoyuta. As Katsuki walked forward, students were making bets just how far Katsuki would throw at this time. As soon as Katsuki was done winding up his arm, he began to raise his arm back, a spark traveling through his arm into his palm. Go to hell. The softball went flying into the horizon, going quite a bit of distance before reaching its apex and falling down. And as it did, the explosion created a shockwave and blew some wind that pushed everyone back slightly. As that happened, Shoyuta realized that made a huge miscalculation by bringing Katsuki to emphasize his pint instead of someone else. Shoyuta held up his phone to reveal Katsuki's new score of .2356. Wow. That's insane Bakugo. You went almost 3 times as your previous try, exclaimed Mina in amazement. What the hell? How is that possible? Yelled Nito in shock. So manly, yelled Ijiru, Tetsutetsu and Imasuji in the same time. The students all got riled up at that, cheering and whistling as Katsuki held up his fist in triumph as homage to All Might. Enough! barked Shoyuta as he activated his quirk, effectively silencing everyone with his intimidating glare. Now what? He should probably pick someone else for this demonstration because Katsuki was a bad idea. His quirk evolved on its own, giving him far more power. He shouldn't pick Ochako or Shoto either because they grew in power too. Shoyuta shook his head and sighed. He took out another softball and tossed it over to Izuku, who perked up slightly at this, grinning widely. Your previous record, from right when you started U.A, was 302.07 meters. Let's see how much you improved since that day, challenged Shoyuta. Izuku grinned widely at that as he flexed his arms. He then hardened his right arm to the fullest and raised his arm back. With a battle cry, Izuku threw the softball forward with all his might. After the ball landed, Izuku had scored 403 meters this time, causing him to cheer loudly with everyone else following his example. Shoyuta looked at them like he was hallucinating. Let's have you all try the softball throw and see your results, said Vlad, refusing to give up on showing them that they were still lacking in power. Night-Eye meanwhile, seemed to already realize it's a waste of time, but chose to not speak if only to see the two's faces. They throw the ball with their quirks as instructed, and also enjoy doing so, even going as far as making bets on who's getting a higher score or how better they do, which irritated Shoyuta and Vlad to no end, but they couldn't scold them because they actually doing their best. Absolutely everyone got at least a 20% increase from the results during their first quirk apprehension test. Some of those who had quirks more useful in the act of ball throw got up to 60% to 70% better. The teachers watched the display in silence, an awkward one as the kids treated it like a game. They looked like they were just betrayed by them somehow. Bakugo, started Shoyuta calmly, looking at the explosive menace with a bored expression, but inside he was pissed off. And of course this is Bakugo's doing. Explain this to me, this huge difference in powers. I won't be angry. Enlighten me over why all of you had your quirks somehow improve much faster than expected, with incredible increase in power output and control as well as creativity. Katsuki knew he was walking into a trap, but he decided to cooperate. He wasn't scared of the hobo. Worst case scenario, he is expelled and goes vigilante. Knuckleduster sounds like his mood type of guy, tough, badass, doesn't take shit from anyone and kicks us every day, and doesn't listen to the police. Yep, his type of life. We've been having quirk training sessions ever since the end of internships, shrugged Bakugo. Ever since then, after his kidnapping where he requested Izuku's notebooks, who was happy to provide, they spent their free days pushing their quirks to the limit. That was more than 2 months ago now. Rather extreme quirk training sessions, commented Shoto with a hum. Some of the people in the crowd shivered slightly as they remembered what they went through to get here and give the new results. Bad memories, very bad memories. Although the results were totally worth it in their opinion, if they were given the chance to go back they wouldn't take it, especially the previous Gen Ed students, but now heroes, the results let them at least catch up slightly. Whose idea was that? Asked Vlad, looking rather betrayed but slightly proud. Night-Eye is standing there menacingly. He is very good at standing there menacingly. After 5 seconds of awkward silence, Katsuki raised his hand, trying not to smirk. Who planned those training sessions? This time it's Uraraka that raises her hand, with Yaoyorozu following soon after. The two look at Shoyuta sheepishly and he sighed. It's been 3 months since you all started high school, began Shoyuta, still planning to give them a lecture. Through various experiences, the first-year students all have definitely improved. But that improvement has mainly been on a mental and technical level, with some increase in stamina. But the quirks themselves usually do not improve that much, lectured Shoyuta. So that's why we were planning on training your quirks today, but unfortunately you went on your own to do that, took over Vlad. Quirks are like muscle fibers. When overused, they break and become thicker and stronger. We'll be pushing you all to your limits and we'll break through it. Do your best to live through this hell. That's what we were planning to say, but you already did that before, so we will just add on that, finished Mirai, looking at everyone sternly. Not to question your abilities, but can you really help all 59 students with just the 3 of you? Asked Itsuka, looking apologetic. That's why they're here, grunted Shoyuta. That's right. The 4 of us are one, exclaimed a voice from behind them. The classes quickly turned around as one to follow the source of the voice. Lock on with these sparkling gazes, began Mandalay, winking at her audience. Ragdoll came spinning into view. We've come to lend a paw and help. Coming out of nowhere, declared the only male member of the Pussycats with a deep voice, Tiger. Surprisingly cute and cat-like, grinned Pixie Bob at everyone. Wild, wild Pussycats, called out the 4-hero team, finishing their catchphrase with complete poses. My quirk is search. I can know all the info about up to 100 people by just looking at them. I can find their location and weaknesses too, explained Ragdoll. With my earth flow, I can make the perfect places for each student to train, added Pixie Bob. And with my telepath, I can give advice to multiple people at once, commented Mandalay. And my job is assault through punching and kicking, concluded Tiger. There's a lot wrong about that statement, gulped a few students. Come on now. It's plus ultra, isn't it? Grinned Tiger as he moved his index finger back and forth in front of them. Think fast, fast, brat, shouted a voice gruffly. Katsuki's instincts screamed danger as he kicked his shoes off and exploded his feet, shooting high into the air, and right as he did so a yellow blur passed by where Katsuki was standing. The yellow blur changed its directions and went up at Katsuki. Katsuki blocked a kick to his face by crossing his arms right as Gran Torino reached him. Katsuki tried to grab the old man's leg only to get a punch to the face and be pushed back. Gran Torino rocketed up before shooting down at Katsuki, kicking him in the guts and slamming him on the ground, cracking the floor beneath the two of them. Missed me, kid? Asked Gran Torino mockingly, grinning widely at Katsuki while everyone else stared fearfully at the lightning-fast old man, because that fight happened in only a split second, and the old man beat their star student in a split second. F you. You old shit, growled Katsuki as Gran Torino got off of him. I'm also here to help, my quirk is air jet. I can travel through the air quickly. To kick the slacking asses into gear, haha. Man didn't get to beat someone up badly since All Might was still a student. The brat still shivers in fright whenever I'm mentioned. Grinned Torino looking at the intimidated students sadistically. I'd cough wheeze testify cough to that panting All Might's legs quiver, said Katsuki as he got up. Everyone gulped in fright while looking at Gran Torino. Yes, now he feels young again. He is supposed to be scary and now he is very, very scary. Unfortunately Katsuki was too brave or dumb to be intimidated. Gran Torino could kick his ass for years and the brat wouldn't fear him. Ugh, stupid brat. But the others will do. They were already terrified and he hasn't attacked them yet. Call him a sadist, but he enjoyed making kids fear him. He was addicted to that, honestly. He means that. He is here to help you with your reflexes, sighed Mirai, looking a bit stiff at seeing Gran Torino again, in a place where he could attack him any second. Bad memories, very bad. The majority of the day was basically hell on earth for the students. They were being pushed further than they thought possible. Katsuki spent his whole day cursing as he let out the biggest blasts he could before plunging his hands into boiling water to expand his sweat glands. It didn't help that he now knew he could do the same with his feet, and so now his foot was in hot water too. The blasts he left out from his foot were pitiful compared to his hands, but it was worth training in order to expand his arsenal. While Ibro would have lectured Katsuki about his language, she was too busy trying to make sure she wasn't cursing herself as she had to manipulate her vines to do multiple tasks, all while periodically cutting her vines off and regrowing them. She had a water bottle next to her to rehydrate herself, as separating her hair from her scalp and regrowing it dehydrated her. Some classmates mixed it up, such as Ijiru tanking hits from Ojiro before switching to Kamakiri so as to learn to take on both blunt and bladed damage. Same thing with Tetsu taking hits from both Demoto and Imasuji in the same time, and then the two were doing very heavy lifting to improve their strength. As Shoyuta walked around to look, he noticed Mira and Saya as well as Tsuyu and few others scaling the cliff that Pixie Bob had made and approved of it. Climbing would increase their overall body strength while teaching them balance. And everyone else were pushing their quirks to the maximum, trying to break their limits, go above and beyond. Day 2 of training camp, 4 p.m. The students of the first years finally finished their grueling training for the day, having stopped only for 30 minutes to get lunch in before continuing their training. Apparently the second years will be done at 5 while theirs at 7 for some reason, but they were too tired to feel pity for their seniors. As they made their way to the open cafeteria area, they saw raw ingredients stack up on a table, confusing them greatly. Now, remember what I said yesterday? Today's the only day we'll be doing stuff for you, grinned Pixie Bob as she presented the raw ingredients. At least make your own food, smirked Ragdoll, waving her left paw up and down. We've chosen something rather easy to make. Curry? The crowd of almost dead students grunted in reply, causing Ragdoll to laugh. You all look exhausted, laughed Ragdoll, with tears almost coming out her eyes. But that doesn't mean you can make any old sloppy cat food. Tenya perked up, realizing that this was another form of training pro-heroes, before eagerly trying to lead the other students in making curry. As students slowly began to assign themselves roles, when Katsuki scoffed and went to the ingredients. If we have to eat our own food, I wanted to eat something edible, barked Katsuki, so F off and sit your asses and let me handle it. What makes you think you can just waltz up and do all the work? Sneered Tagaru as Katsuki came and literally threw him and the other boys out of the cutting area, those in the cooking area widely left on their own. I'm built for cutting. If anything dash. Katsuki didn't reply with words but rather with action. Grabbing a carrot and a knife, he diced the carrot into perfect portions in just a few seconds. Pushing another carrot forward, Katsuki challenged Toguru to match his portion and pace, if not to F off. Toguru could only stare lifelessly at the carrot, knowing he couldn't match the speed and precision of Katsuki, which was humiliating considering that Katsuki's quirk was the complete opposite of precision while Toguru had a blade quirk and wasn't that good. Though it did make him think that perhaps he should focus on such things instead of just raising the sharpness and durability of his blades. In the end, they all decided to sit on the tables and let Katsuki cook for them. They heard him brag that he was good, so let them see what he got. Everyone watched in fascination as Katsuki cut the ingredients with lightning speed like an actual chef, from vegetables to meat, and then went to the cooking, easily multitasking on the different parts of the dish like the rice and curry without any form of distress. Despite his own exhaustion, he looked more than capable of cooking quickly. In a record time of 30 minutes, a large batch of curry was quickly made by Katsuki. The students quickly sat down, giving a word of thanks or in Ibara's case, a prayer before taking the first bite. A small pause of silence passed through them all before. "This is delicious Baku bro," cried Izuku, prompting everyone to start scarfing down the food. "Holy shit, this is heaven," cried Yosetsu, stuffing his mouth with curry. My Bakugo. You weren't kidding when you said you are a great chef. I never ate something so delicious, admitted Itsuko with big smile. Shroomtastic. Super shroomtastic, exclaimed Kinoko with a beaming smile. Yeah, whatever, considering what I usually cook at home, this is just omelets, scoffed Katsuki, that caused everyone to turn to him robotically as he ate without a care in the world. Considering all the crap the old hag got me to learn because of her damn cravings. Pixie Bob and Ragdoll, taking in the cat nature of curiosity, decided to try a plates of curry for themselves, to see what the fuss was about. They examined its contents first, almost like food critics a bit. Potatoes that had been cut into perfect sizes despite having been cooked, which caused the potatoes to shrink. Carrots in bite-sized pieces, meat not massacred by the very angry and literally explosive blonde. Taking all that in, the two took a bite and found themselves in a world of flavors, a heavenly world of yummy curry. He can cook, grinned Pixie Bob, looking over to Katsuki with hearts in her eyes. I call dibs. Ragdoll managed to pull Pixie Bob, stopping her from tackling Katsuki, who would for sure blow her through the window. He made the grate very clear before grinning herself. Too bad. I'm calling dibs on the BLO'd kitten first. What? But I called it first, hissed Pixie Bob. You called dibs on several of them. I only call for one. Obviously I should get priority as you have backups, snickered Ragdoll, rolling her eyes. This is amazing Bakugo. I can't believe you actually know how to make curry. It's very hard, grinned Mina, looking at Katsuki in awe, and he scoffed at that. Yeah, whatever, considering what I usually cook at home. This is just omelet, scoffed Katsuki, that caused everyone to turn to him robotically, including the two pussycats, while he ate without a care in the world. Considering all the crap the old hag got me to learn because of her damn cravings. Oh really now, hot hands? What else can you make? Asked Setsuna teasingly. I know how to make American dishes, Italian, Russian, Mexican, Indiana, and for some reason the old hag had me learn few Spanish dishes because of course she did. If I retired early for whatever reason, I might as well open a restaurant as backup, shrugged Katsuki. So manly, mumbled Tetsutetsu, he personally didn't know how to make a freaking omelet and this guy could. Cook from other countries. Hot, whispered Yui, looking taken off guard right now. Double dibs, yelled Pixie Bob as she idiotically jumped at Katsuki despite his warnings. The second-year student groaned as they finished their training. They went to the hero course building feeling utterly exhausted. They were about to push the door open and enter the building only to hear a shout. Die? Yelled a furious voice. Seconds later Pixie Bob came flying through the cafeteria's window, shrieking like an actual cat would. The students looked at each other before deciding it wasn't their problem to deal with whatever this was. What no one in the forest knew was that tomorrow will be the end of an era. On day 3 of the training, the students were looking quite haggard and exhausted. The teachers were truly pushing them to their limits, and this was only their 3rd day of the first week, even though some took it more enthusiastically. Come on, shouted Izuku as he hardened himself once more to tank the next set of hits. Don't hold back. Imasuji responded by firing a punch at full strength with no holds back. Izuku gritted his teeth as the punch smashed into his chest and pushed him back, but was still standing. Imasuji rushed forward, landing a series of hits and combos all over Izuku's body, each hit aiming for a vital organ, just like he learned at the cage fights. Gah! Coughed Izuku as a knee viciously slammed into his gut, followed by a left hook to the temple. Still, Ijuru managed to stand his ground, focusing on hardening even further. Then Imasuji caught him by surprise by smashing the ground in front of him, causing Ijuru to lose balance. Taking advantage of that, Imasuji grabbed Ijuru by the wrist and spun before hurling him to the floor. "Had enough?" grinned Imasuji. "I can keep going," shouted Ijuru as he quickly stood back up, reactivating his quirk and pushing it further to its limits. Imasuji was about to go again when the timer rang, signifying it was time for him to switch with somebody else. As Ojiro tagged in, Imasuji went to do some more heavy lifting. Meanwhile, Katsuki was taking a small break from the continuous exploding of his limbs, thinking of something new to with his quirk. He could shoot explosions from his hands and his feet, but was that all he could do? "The F else can I do with my quirk?" muttered Katsuki as he sat down on the floor, panting and thinking of all the fights he had so far. He had Explosion Cluster, where his explosions could re-explode for more firepower. He had his Building Sweat for more firepower. He had techniques and super moves. He had now his shooting ability for aerial maneuvering. He had a feeling that was also something he could do, but how? "Come on, move those muscles," shouted Tiger as several students had gotten a little tired and started to stray. Of course, Tiger motivated them by suggesting having a one-on-one spar. That got the students' energy back more than ever. Get that blood pumping in your body. You need the oxygen and energy if you want to live through all this. And don't just depend on your hands and feet. Every part of you is a weapon in training, every muscle, so use them, shouted Tiger. "Ha," thought Katsuki as his mind quickly started racing with ideas, not just his hands and feet, not just his hands and feet. Endeavor could shoot Huge's concentrated blast from his chest as an ultimate move, so why doesn't Katsuki try something similar? That's it. Yeah. I finally found it, thought Katsuki, smirking to himself as he started trying to make his sweat through his glands into his chest. He started small by gathering only the sweat in his chest at the central point in his chest. It hurt like a beach, but it was worth it to him. It worked. He sparked it and the explosion was ridiculously overpowered, shooting him rocketing backwards. Ugh, he miscalculated, didn't he? Before he could explore more of this, he felt the earth shift beneath him before he was chucked into a cave by Pixie Bob. "I told you not to take too long just sitting," scolded Shoyuta, but smirking to himself. "If you do it again as punishment, you'll have to help Tokoyami with his quirk as well as spar against him." Katsuki looked into the cave before hearing Fumikage screaming as he tried to control Dark Shadow. He was tempted to go in and kick the giant beast sauce as well as use it as an indestructible training dummy, but decided to focus back on his own training since Dark Shadow was weak to lights. Plus, he needed some time to think about the ideas that he had just come up with. A command center, and often called a war room, is any place that is used to provide centralized command for some purpose, and this camp's purpose was simple: manage all the chaos of over 200 people, students and pro-heroes training or instructing the trainees in the forest, and manage whatever confrontation that might occur in case of a large-scale villain attack. Better be safe than sorry. Nedza was sitting in the middle of his command center, flanked by men manning the multiple parts of the war room. Having so many people under his command was soothing to his ego, he must admit. While very frequently considered to be a military facility, command centers can be used in many other cases by governments or businesses. The term war room is also often used in politics to refer to teams of communications, people who monitor and listen to the media and the public, respond to inquiries, and synthesize opinions to determine the best course of action. A command center enables an organization to function as designed, to perform day-to-day operations regardless of what is happening around it, in a manner in which no one realizes it is there, but everyone knows who is in charge when there is trouble. Conceptually, a command center is a source of leadership and guidance to ensure that service and order is maintained, rather than an information center or help desk. Its tasks are achieved by monitoring the environment and reacting to events, from the relatively harmless to a major crisis, using predefined procedures. Command centers function as a centralized hub where operations can be monitored, controlled, and executed. Due to the specialized requirements of specific applications, these centers are usually highly secured and meticulously designed to guarantee uninterrupted daily functioning in diverse situations. Commonly referred to as CC, command centers are used across a range of scenarios in the event of emergencies. As an integral nerve center within organizations, command centers necessitate unique tools tailored to each industry to ensure efficient management of their operations. Command centers and emergency operation centers are found in many nations at government level as well as in organizations that deal with a large number of employees and assets and are designed to receive emergency notifications and to facilitate necessary commands and operations according to the reported incident. The key features of a command centers are as follows. Centralized information. Gathering, processing, and disseminating information from various sources such as emergency calls, and field personnel, sensors, and cameras, to provide a comprehensive situational awareness to decision makers. Technology integration. Incorporates advanced technology such as geographic information systems, GIS, data analytics, video surveillance systems, communication systems, and more to enhance its capabilities. Real-time monitoring. The facility is equipped with technology to monitor ongoing incidents, events, or situations in real time. This could involve tracking the movement of emergency responders, monitoring weather conditions, or observing the status of critical infrastructure. Decision support. With access to real-time data and comprehensive situational awareness, decision-makers can make informed decisions quickly. This might involve allocating resources, adjusting response strategies, or issuing evacuation orders. Communication hub. Serving as a hub for communication and allowing different agencies and stakeholders to share information, updates, and instructions efficiently. Resource management. Helps to manage and allocate resources such as personnel, vehicles, equipment, and supplies based on the evolving situation. This ensures that resources are utilized effectively and efficiently. Coordination. Different agencies and organizations involved in public safety and emergency response, such as law enforcement, fire departments, medical services, and local government, can collaborate and coordinate their efforts through the command center. Crisis response. During emergencies, disasters, or other critical events, the command center can help orchestrate a coordinated response, ensuring that different entities work together seamlessly to mitigate the impact of the situation. Information dissemination. The command center can provide timely and accurate information to the public, media, and other stakeholders to keep them informed and safe. A command center is a crucial requirement in enhancing public safety and response requirements. It serves as a central platform for decision-makers to communicate, collaborate, and oversee resources during critical incidents and serves a pivotal role in emergency management and disaster response requirements in order to determine the best course of action. And for that, Nedzu had one installed in this facility to monitor all of his students' progress while also maintain a firm security to make sure his students are training in safe and secured environment. The principal of U.A might be a sadist, but he cared for all those under him dearly. But he was still a sadist. The principal grinned as he watched the exercises of his students through numerous cameras and sensors. Watching 200 people acting on his command is really a good feeling, he has to admit. "So, how's everything going with the first-year students?" asked Nedzu to his cameramen while sipping some tea. "The first years are following the training program as instructed," replied one of the support course students. "The instructors are there as well: Eraserhead, Vlad King, Sir Night Eye, the Wild Pussycats, and Gran Torino. Who's having the time of his life attacking the first-year star student?" "Think fast, brat," yelled Gran Torino. Everyone winced as they saw him beat up Katsuki to the ground, with Katsuki getting back up again every time without losing enthusiasm or momentum. Katsuki is a very stubborn person, Nedzu will admit that. Which is good thing the young man wouldn't work with the commission because they would gain a powerful weapon if they did, and honestly, he wouldn't follow the U.A either. He will work with them, but probably be an independent. Nedzu seems to have lost his trust, unfortunately. Hopefully it will be gained soon enough, but that's for the future to be seen. "We are ready, Principal. We are done with the preparations for tonight's show," spoke Power Loader from his seat, causing Nedzu to grin widely. "Tonight's exercise should be quite entertaining if everything goes according to plan. Unfortunately, nothing will go according to plan from what he will discover at night." Deku sighed as he finished his fight. It wasn't even worth calling it that, really. Someone came asking him for a favor and he wanted to see their aesthetics. He wasn't impressed honestly, so he started a fight, and here they are. The group is on the floor, beaten and blood-IED, while he didn't sustain a single cut in the whole fight. "What are you?" asked Thunderstorm, the leader of the group. He has long white hair. He was a tall man with fair skin, thin rectangular gray eyes, and white pupils. He also had white hair just past his shoulders, worn and swept away from his face. He wore black shoes, pants, and a tattered white jacket. The living incarnation of unprejudiced punishment for this messed up world, from what my followers always say," replied Deku calmly. The forest to which they were in was destroyed fully, and the clouds were still thunderous. "Such unbelievable power. Is this the power cough of the symbol of evil?" asked Chojuro-kan, also known by his villain name Chimera, a villain working with Thunderstorm, him looking the most beaten up considering he was the brute of the team. He was missing his arms and bleeding out, his jaw was broken, so speaking was hard for him. Yes, this is my power, the power that will change this world, the power that will make an ideal world, spoke Deku loudly, looking at the four warriors around him. He might not like their general ideals, but they still had some type potential he could exploit. The power of a god. The power of a man that won't stop until he wins. Until he changes the world, said the only woman from the group. Karuka Hasaki, also known as Slice, a villain working with Thunderstorm herself. Deku grinned at her as he spread out his arms. Precisely, my dear audience. I am, as you could say, a man of vision with his own beliefs, believes in justice and equality, a desire to create a better world. Your ideals, if what perfect or ideal, might not be similar to mine. But I prove to be the superior, no? So why don't you four follow me? I could give you so much in exchange for your loyalty after all, offered Deku with a smile. He knows how to speak their language, he's shown them he was superior, so now they are his to order. We will serve. And we will be of service. Sir, said Thunderstorm, bowing down to Deku in complete acceptance of his new leader. The power he showed them was to say the least unbelievable. And that was a fraction of what he actually had? A man like that is the true definition of power. He would be a fool to refuse following him, not that he had the choice, they are going to die here if they refused. Deku smiled at that. Very well then, time for a reset it seems, spiked Deku as he grabbed the only one to die so far of the crew, Mummy. Deku killed in the start of the fight as a show of power, about they attacked him for avenging their fallen comrade. Which ended up with them on the verge of death now. Or so it seemed. A minute later they were restored to their previous states. With Chimera regaining his arms back, Slice got her air back, Thunderstorm got back to full health, what he still has anyways, and Mummy was back somehow. From today you are going to be known as 9 Torihiko Arashikura. The leader of the quick decimation crew. I gift you 9 for 1. A quirk that allows you to have 9 additional quirks, you already have 1, so right left. You will go to get them from undeserving commission lackeys I'm not fond of. When your mission is complete, you are to report to me for your next assignment, ordered Deku as he placed his hand on the leader's face. Black lightning started crackling between the two of them. And in few seconds, No 9 felt better than he ever did before. I gave you a pair of quirks though and took a copy of weather manipulation for myself. I gave both scan and super regeneration, so use them well. Now off you go you 4. 9 felt better than ever. His body no longer felt like tearing up anymore. He was fully and truly healthy now. His body no longer ached like before and his quirk felt right. He definitely felt like he was right somehow. Yes sir. They declared together. The heroes targeted had decent quirks to take, and he was ordered to do that anyways, so he will do as told. He will serve and be of service. Deku nodded at that and warped away. He had other matters to attend to after all. Let's see how useful these guys will be in the long run if things. By the end of their third training day, everyone extremely tired, as in more than they ever felt before. The training was exhausting and their teachers and multiple instructors were slave drivers, but they pushed through nonetheless. Right now everyone were sitting in the cafeteria waiting for their somewhat vulgar but definitely skilled chef to make them something to eat. They weren't going to complain about whatever he makes as long as it was edible and somewhat had a nice taste, because whatever he makes should better than whatever they could make. So after dinner we have a late night training exercise, spoke Tenya to everyone. I was told by the teachers to inform everyone. Everyone groaned loudly at that, looking somehow more dead than before. Come on, what type of torture camp is this supposed to be? It was a wild day of torture training and now another exercise. What the hell? Ugh. What the F is it this time? Groaned Yosetsu loudly, slamming his head on the table, mumbling curses at his luck. You guys shouldn't complain that much, mumbled Mika, looking exhausted from warping herself and people all day long with only a small break for lunch. Oh yeah? Why's that? We all were enduring torture all day after all, pouted Denki. Because you are sitting here resting while Big Brother Bakugo is the one doing the cooking for you all, poured Mika back. Everyone winced at that because they couldn't argue with her on it. They were at least taking the chance to sit down. Katsuki on the other hand? He was still working, and considering the type of training he did today he was probably more tired. Alright you idiots, food is ready, so serve yourselves. Braked Katsuki as he exited the kitchen. As he opened the kitchen's door everyone smelled something amazing. What is this smell? Wondered Mina with a dreamy expression. Something heavenly that's for sure, said Pony, her mouth watering. Wait. Did you make Italian pasta? Asked Nito in shock. His mom died make it sometimes and boy the smell is unforgettable. Everyone perked at that, some of them grinning widely. Oh hell yeah. Sounds great. Gimme some. Yahoo give me some. Sounds tasty. Everyone quickly went to the kitchen to serve themselves some of the food Katsuki made. They took equal servings of pasta and sauce and meatballs before going to their tables to eat the dish. They tasted it and fell for the food instantly. "I will marry that boy," muttered Mika to herself as she ate the food. Nodded Yui in agreement. The rest of the evening before the exercise was spent after eating and taking a quick shower before resting for a bit. After that, everyone went to the forest. "Alright, now that we've eaten our fill and the dishes are clean, it's time for," began Pixie Bob, looking at the students with a grin, focusing on the males. "Time for fighting," exclaimed Katsuki in excitement while grinning viciously. "Actually it will be," started Mandalay, looking at them teasingly, causing Katsuki to halt his excitement. "The test of courage," finished Mina in excitement, who was joined in by other students just as excited. Pixie Bob could only chuckle at them before explaining the rules and pathway, stating that the second years would be the first scarers while the first would go in pairs every 3 minutes. In order to verify that the students had taken the proper course, there were names located in the middle of the route, and that they were to bring them back with them. The second years had already set up their positions. And apparently the third years were in the forest as well, but in a different section of it, having their own private test of courage with each other. "Revelry in darkness," commented Fumikich. "Those being the scarers aren't allowed to make direct contact." "Show us how scary you are with your quirks," grinned Pixie Bob. "The class that makes the most people wet their pants with creativity and imagination wins," proclaimed Tiger as Pixie Bob and Ragdoll cheered behind them. They soon quickly drew lots to be paired up, one from each class, forming a 3-man squad going in every 3 minutes. "A ways," begged Mineta in a trance-like state which looked creepy. "Please switch with me." It was easy to see what Mineta wanted to do. He could act scared and attach himself to Momo's body, and claim he was too scared to let go. Momo couldn't help but back away, slightly terrified at Mineta's state. Luckily for her, Yosetsu was a gentleman and saw through Mineta's plan and vehemently refused, shaking his head while waving his fist threateningly at Mineta. Mineta tried to push it when he felt a cold glare stabbing him from behind. Quickly suppressing a shiver without much luck, he slowly turned around to see Katsuki's eyes locked onto his figure. Feeling that giving up would be the better choice than insistence, Mineta backed off on his request, causing Katsuki to go back to ignoring him, to which Mineta sighed in relief. And with that, the students started going inside the forest. A figure exited the portal within the forest, at the forest where the U.A were having their summer training camp. It's late evening, so darkness has already overtook most of the surrounding area, making the forest covered in shadows, hiding him and his soon-to-appear army. The figure is at the edge of the cliff, granting him a beautiful view of the forest in front of him. He sees some lights here and there, each signifying a bunch of students training to be heroes in each area, empowering their quirks to the maximum of their abilities. His plan is going as he desires so far. Of course, the rat will pull out his students into the open, to unleash them around, thinking that he was safe, acting like a warlord and being one are far far from each other. He was a warlord, he was a veteran, he saw it all, and tonight is the start of his manifest, his debut. Tonight he will start his revenge and claim everything to be his. "Start violent coughing warping in our army," said the leader to one of his men, a person with the MLA's warping quirk. It seems Mastermind lost a lot of support considering how much amassed so far only from them. The warper nodded his head, quickly opening a bunch of large portals for the army to come through them. The portals opened and soldiers started to walk through. A large number of them, an insane number of them, 3,000 people come through. This is war after all. And he plans to win it with the first battle. "Connect me," coughs violently with their network, said the leader to another one of his soldiers, whose quirk is a technopathic one in nature, boosted greatly with a special brand of trigger. One of oh so many surprises, he prepared to destroy the U.A, the start for his journey and to start of putting Japan on its knees, putting this country under his mercy like it should have long ago. The leader's is covered with a face mask as he was coughing violently, signifying that he was in poor health. Ugh, he will have to find that girl as his bonus. She would be an amazing piece of medicine to use. But she is only a secondary prize, destroying the U.A is more important after all. So he grabs his earpiece and speaks. Nedzu was in his command center, observing the evening surprise test of courage through numerous cameras and sensors. His students deserve some fun after their hard work after all. It's important for children to grow up healthy. Only training will mess with their mental health. No need to try and make soldiers like that, which does after all. Seeing kids enjoying their time genuinely and being happy is heartwarming, he has to admit. Especially as everything is going so nicely. Then everything went to hell, because of course it did. This country was cursed after all, and no amount of preparations could deal with that. My name is Atrocity. Nezu heard from the speakers and froze in shock. That name. No, all for one personally killed him. Right. That scum is dead, right? Unfortunately, the dozens of people throughout the forest does as well, and they freeze in shock and surprise. I won't pretend to be some type of hero with some violent coughing moral stand or any of that nonsense. I am here for a single goal, and for myself, that is. Nezu saw red dots popping up on the screen, signifying the sensors detecting intruders on the forest. They popped out of nowhere, so a warper. There are many red dots in the screen. Oh, so many people, an army, that's for sure. Things are going to get horribly nasty right now. For myself. I shall take over it all. Japan will be mine. I shall rule it all. People will be my obedient slaves. Violent coughing. I will be he unquestionable living god of this world as a whole, the devil you are to fear. I am as my name implies, the atrocity, and you shall fear me. Before you perish soon enough. Nezu gulps but tries to stay calm. There is at least a 3,000 dots. The systems start to interpret about 200 of them as. Oh dear, said Nezu, his face frozen in shock. Oh, this is bad. 200 bests? Nomus? No, young Arie is in the field hospital with recovery girl. If Karma was on this, she wouldn't be anywhere close. This attack is a private part, all for 1 second in command, who was supposed to be dead. Went renegade. Nezu can feel his blood go cold at the idea. I shall take this moment to announce a merger between some rogue soldiers from the Quirkless Liberation Front and several other groups, including the remnants of the empire of a certain horrible man. Man so horrible that Nezu and the Hero Public Safety Commission agreed to keep him hidden from the world. Violent coughing out of fear. Added atrocity. The frozen Nezu observed a crowd of no less than 200 Nomus marching towards the center of the training camp, towards where most of his students are. We are now the apocalypse, declared atrocity. And we have come to kill you all. I wish you a good night. With an agonizing shriek, the communication network set up by Power Loader died down, bringing down the means to communicate with the outside world, to coordinate numerous separated groups of heroes and hero trainees, and to observe movements of the enemy. Seconds later, the first artillery rounds fell on the fortress, causing the outside walls to shake slightly. Nezu can feel it shaking ever so slightly under the distant explosions. Oh dear, said Nezu, this time with more distress than before. The nearest support students stared at him in terror. Oh, he was as badly terrorized as they were, all right. But he won't show it, he can't, he is the leader after all. Deku was in his bedroom with Himiko, the two of them making out before going to sleep. It kinda became a tradition for the evil king to taste one of his queens before going to sleep, and he decided to never break the tradition. After they were done, Himiko snuggled to his side and wrapped her arms around him, leaning her head on his chest, looking peaceful, and he felt peaceful. So he fell asleep. He was 10 minutes later woken up by an alert signal from the Villain Network app. He managed to untangle himself from Himiko after a few seconds of struggle. He was doing his best to not wake her up. After all, she deserves a peaceful. He opened the app and went to the chat, a message from Ochako. And he felt his blood go cold as he read the message. You got a spy. A mother psycho and his army are attacking the camp. You got a spy. Hero calms down, it's total chaos. You got a spy. They have Nomus somehow. You got a spy. We need help or evacuation right the F now. Deca wasted no pressing a button on his phone that he never got to use before. Sirens started blasting throughout the building, brutally tearing everyone from their sleep. Himiko's eyes snapped open, she quickly grabbed her knife ready for whatever this was about. Izuku switched onto another app and started speaking. Emergency exit, everyone but La Brava. He can hear his voice coming from the speakers through the building. The alerts died down and everyone is awake already. It's an attack on the summer camp. Load up everything you can, people, we are going to war. Shield Maiden, take Deku Kuden. Himiko leapt towards her wardrobe where her clothes and knives are. The boss, we're coming. Hold the line. You got a spy. It's not as easy as you'd like to think, my love. In the camp, the League members emerged from Kurogiri to find themselves scattered throughout the forest, with heroes and villains battling it out around them. They were mixed into the chaos. Katsuki was walking through the forest when everything went to shit, because of course it went to shit. Icy Hot was right, this school was cursed, this class was cursed. He would have kept hearing those thoughts if it weren't for the mess that was in front of him. Katsuki heard a scream, so he ran inside quickly, followed by Mira and Yui, because of course the three of them drew the same colors. Not that he minded that much though. They ran after the source of the screams to see it, second-year students running back from the middle of the forest, looking like they were runaways from torture dungeon. What's wrong? Asked Mira in worry and fear, looking at the students in front of her, leaning at each other, very injured. Stay back. Run guys, it's a horror in there, shrieked a girl as she was carrying someone to safety. Behind her 2 boys are carrying a wounded girl, bleeding from her abdomen. Who is following you? Asked Katsuki, stepping forward. He might be the only one with a chance among all of them. Monsters, said the student fearfully, looking terrified. Our class, the girl couldn't say anything more. She is choking on her tears. Katsuki didn't ask, he clenching his fists in anger, barely restrained. She might be crying, but she is still carrying a wounded friend to safety. A true hero, a worthy girl from this school. One of her other friends screamed loudly out of nowhere. The damn gnomes began to emerge from the woods behind them, horrifyingly creepy as ever. Keep running, said Katsuki as he stepped forward, and started walking to the beasts with a determined expression. Don't look back. Katsuki took 2 more steps before he felt someone grab him from behind, his 2 course mates, looking at him in horror. No. Please don't go. Those things will kill you, pleaded Mira tearfully, looking on the verge of openly crying. We can run back to the base together, you can protect us from there, please don't go there. Or you might never come back, said Yui, grabbing into his arm tightly. Katsuki stared at them for a second. He knows that he might not make it out of this. The monsters, from the sound of it, are many. He wasn't all might, sure he was strong, but not even close to the strength necessary to fight an army alone. I'll be back, tomorrow I'll make you guys Mexican tacos after all, smiled Katsuki, a genuine smile, one of reassurance. He knows he is going to probably do here, but he will give a white lie to make them feel better. I'm not dying here, I'm gonna be the #1 hero after all. The 2 girls start tearing up even more now, clutching his arms more tightly. Then they nod. They finally do as he said and run. Katsuki turned to the screeching monsters. He walked for maybe a minute before he saw them. They were ugly, horrifying demos from hell itself attacking them. Katsuki gave his signature feral grin, his eyes turning bloodthirsty, his body sweating from nerves and excitement. I'm sorry brat, I couldn't be there to be your badass big brother. Hopefully you could brag that I died a hero, thought Katsuki as he blasted at the first Nomu. He ducked under a chainsaw for an arm before grabbing the face, exploding it and killing the beast. No need to hold back, he uses all his sweat from his body to shoot his worst, most powerful explosions. The strength of sod explosions is insane. Trees are flying left and right, Nomus too. He destroys the monsters left and right, but they just keep coming no matter how many dozens he destroyed. There are more coming at him. Is that their main force? Is he going to die here? Katsuki exploded himself upwards, with great speed reaching a flying Nomu before giving an explosive punch to the brain, destroying it and killing the thing. He looked around him, no help in sight. Katsuki grunted as he kept fighting around without lighting up, just enemies. The things are crawling, walking, running and flying towards him. He can feel his arms tire and burn, he can feel himself getting dry from sweat, he can feel his skin getting cut and bruised. Is he really going to die here? Just like that? To be remembered as a student that fell in battle against villains? After all his declarations? His ambitions? Everything he worked for? Is that? Katsuki unleashed a howitzer impact forward, killing a large number at once. As he did so, he started thinking of his past semester, his friends Ochako, Shoto, Ijiru, Mina, Denki, Hanta, Tenya, Momo and the others. If he runs, if he survived, he let those damn things attack them, they will die. No, he must protect them, he must win. All Might wins no matter the odds, and so will he. He might die here, but that wouldn't be bad if he finished the job. Right? Will it be that bad if everyone got to safety thanks to him? Will it be that bad to die if his last act will be saving people he cared about? People he didn't even know but deserved to see their dreams fulfilled? Wouldn't it be great to die like a hero should? To die like All Might would? Katsuki grinned widely at that. He will die in his own terms, not theirs. He will delay those FS even if it killed him, because that's what All Might would do. So he stopped holding back, he unleashed his strongest explosions without caring for the damage to his arms, without caring for the pain, without caring for the collateral damage. It was only him and the monsters. After what felt like an eternity, he found himself surrounded, his arms were butchered by some Nomus finally, he was in pain, beaten up and exhausted. Katsuki looked around him with a tired but satisfied expression. But what surprised was that the Nomus moved to the side, letting one of them stand few feet in front of him. You are impressive, boy. To overwhelm such an army is admirable. What is your name before we end you? Asked the supposed freak boss. Katsuki grinned widely at that. The Savior Bomber, Dynamite. The one who lived like a warrior and will die like one, declared Katsuki proudly. Will die like one indeed, because you are surrounded, I'm afraid, commented the leader, to which the monsters shrieked loudly. Katsuki grinned wider. Oh, I'm not stuck with you idiots. You are stuck with me, declared Katsuki as his whole body started sparking. The leader realized what was happening too late to do anything. They are done for. Ground zero. The explosion unleashed could be compared to a nuclear bomb in power, but in a smaller area, the explosion caused so much destruction in the forest, the area around was thoroughly destroyed, the nomas were burned to ash, and the shockwave created shook the entire region. Dynamites killed with his last attack 94 nomas, including 4 high-ends and the boss Nomu, and killed some soldiers' units. His last stand as a hero bought the students gathering at the training field in the middle of the camp 15 minutes to retreat. He is happy with it, he was a hero. Deca was in his bedroom with Himiko, the two of them making out before going to sleep. It kinda became a tradition for the evil king to taste one of his queens before going to sleep, and he decided to never break that tradition. After they were done, Himiko snuggled to his side and wrapped her arms around him, leaning her head on his chest, looking peaceful. She was so cute like that. Deca felt peaceful too. So he fell asleep wrapping his arm around his vampire lover with a happy smile on his face. But unfortunately was 10 minutes later woken up by an alert signal from the Villain Network app. He managed to untangle himself from Himiko after a few seconds of struggle. He was doing his best to not wake her up, after all she deserves a peaceful. He opened the app and went to the chat, a message from Ochako. And he felt his blood run cold as he read the message. You got a spy, a mother psycho and his army are attacking the camp. You got a spy, hero calms down, it's total chaos. You got a spy, they have nomas somehow. You got a spy, we need help or evacuation right the F now. Deca wasted no pressing a button on his phone that he never got to use before, and wished he would never need it. Sirens started blasting throughout the building, brutally tearing everyone from their sleep. They all leapt from their beds without hesitation. Himiko's eyes snapped open, she quickly grabbed her knife ready for whatever this was about. Izuku switched onto another app and started speaking. Emergency exit, everyone but La Brava. He could hear his voice coming from the speakers through the building. The alerts die down after a bit and everyone is awake already waiting for his orders. It's an attack on the summer camp. Load up everything you can people, we are going to war. Shield Maiden, take Deku couldn't. Himiko leapt towards her room, going for her wardrobe where her clothes and knives are. She was serious, not her cuddly childish self. The boss, we're coming my loves. Hold the line for a bit longer. You got a spy. It's not as easy as you'd like to think my love. They all met up 3 minutes later in the living room, ready to warp to the training camp. Kurogiri opened them a portal and they went through. Incoming warp jump detected, announced one of his lieutenants, the one responsible for detecting incoming surprises. Atrocity side at that, here they are it seems. Landing coordinates scrambled. His quirk allows him to scramble the landing of warp quirks, and making them scatter what they transport everywhere. The League of Villains will now find themselves scattered around the forest, ready to be slaughtered. Wonderful, replies Atrocity, feeling smug about how everything is going. His enemies are being slaughtered and he was winning. Everything is proceeding according to plan. Well, excluding how his nomas are being butchered by some idiot and he can't hope to stop it. It's like All Might and Endeavor slept with Maruko in the Sail Night and made that thing killing his nomas. But he is still winning nonetheless. Karma landed in the middle of the forest. He could hear the sounds of battle in the background. Distant gunfire, quirks and explosions mix up into an orchestra he would want to listen to, but in far more different circumstances. Karma looked around him for a bit. He is alone here, nobody in sight. He shouldn't be alone. Something didn't work with the warp for some reason. Deku connected to the chat with his speech-to-text option on his helmet. The boss, report. Uncligiri, something scrambled the warp, I'm alone in the forest. Mad Scientist, same here. Vampire Queen, same. Hypnosis, same. Deadpool, same here too. The others did not answer. For a few seconds it's only silence as he ran. There are few options to the reason behind said silence. They are either in combat or no. Don't think about it. Thought Deku, shaking his head. It's not like that, it can't be like that. His league are powerful, each and everyone is a monster in disguise. They are busy giving whoever those scum are death sentence. His main priority now is the hospital and securing his daughter. But first, he must do his job as a leader and establish the plan, because apparently with the few things he knows, there is something needed urgently. The boss, Shield Maiden, get your recon drones airborne to get full view of the situation at hand. The boss, if you can try to bring the hero comms back online, it's a top priority now. Mad Scientist, yes sir. If the attack is anywhere near as prepared as he expects those attacking the U.A to be, this is going to be a massacre if the heroes are scattered through the forest with no means of coordinating their movements. Deku has no idea where to go now, he lost his sense of direction, and he doesn't know where the hospital is. The only thing he hears is explosions, powerful ones. Wait, Kachan, thought Karma in shock. He listened for a second as he ran. And sure enough, the insanely powerful explosions and the shouts are from Katsuki Bakugo himself. He squinted, activating scan, and sure enough he could see trees flying with Nomus. Either Garaki went renegade or he had an apprentice in the past, but what Ochako forgot to mention is who the F was attacking. QLF. Not a chance. CRC. Impossible. MLA. Not enough power or leadership for this. SP. Not scientifically possible for them. As his mind raced with the possibilities, he could hear the explosions getting more powerful and insane. The Nomus are dying left and right. What is Kachan doing? Is he trying to buy time? But if he is fighting so recklessly, then he must be alone. Is he trying to make a one last stand? Die like a hero? Another glance with scan confirms Karma's suspicions. Kachan is pulling a rearguard duty, buying time for the students to get to safety before the Nomus catch up. But if he keeps going, then the massive explosion happens. It's easily a small area nuclear bomb. Kachan sacrificed himself, and Karma could see that he just killed at least 140 Nomus on his own. Truly admirable. Karma made his decision. He headed towards where the explosion happened. As he ran for another minute, he got a report from Shield Maiden, and he could feel dread creep into his stomach. Mad Scientist, it's a disaster. The boss, what? Mad Scientist, at least 3,000 enemies. Hero comms are still down as well. Mad Scientist, at least 100 humanoid Nomus from the east coming to the forest unstopped by anyone. The boss, what? Kachan fought his hardest to stop them, only for it to be a single party from the entire thing. Karma will bring Kachan back. And then brutalize those things as payback for him protecting Karma's girls. He always pays his debts, always. Mad Scientist, Nedza's fortress under siege. Tanks, Nomus, infantry and artillery fire too. Mad Scientist, several hero classes overwhelmed or on the run. Mad Scientist, the attackers are pressing towards the center of the area, where the main camp buildings and the training field are located. The scattered students gravitate towards those places. The boss? Well, that's just great. Karma groaned miserably as he decided that enough is enough. He ran by a unit of soldiers. He looked at them and boy wasn't he happy to find something to kill. Hold it right dash. The leader didn't get to finish his sentence as a blast of black lightning decimated the entire force, leaving no one alive. He wasn't in the mood to play. He will kill whatever moves without mercy. He ran forward to see a group of mutants. ISP. He will end them just like the ones before them. He won't pull his punches. 3 times perception, 4 times physical booster, 3 times muscle augmentation, living parasite. Karma dashed between the mutants at speeds higher than the eye could follow or a person could react to. In 3 seconds he passed through the 30 parties. A second later their heads fell of their shoulders with blood flowing from where their heads was supposed to be. He didn't have time for this. Overhaul could revive a person in a 1-hour time window. Which shouldn't be that long to reach Kachan, but Carla wasn't interested in taking his sweet time either. Restoring Kachan to full power would be a major bonus in this mess, and turn the tables to their favor. So he charged at full speed, not letting up in the slightest, killing anything that even moved and wasn't a hero. Mutants, soldiers, Nomus, they all die by his hands and blades. Katsuki blinked as he opened his eyes. He saw what looked like All Might but made of golden fire for some reason, looking down at him. Probably, his expression wasn't easy to make out. You know, it's funny. I was around you for months. But I never asked for your autograph even once, chuckled Katsuki, while holding his rare All Might card in his hand. Golden Might patted his head before darkness enveloped him again, this time a comfortable one. After a few seconds his eyes adjusted to the light. It was dim in the distance. He walked towards it and after a bit of time, he found someone sitting in what looked like a camp in the middle of nowhere, with a campfire in front of him. The guy looked well like him but with different hair and eye color and had a cool scar on his nose. The guy turned to him and raised a brow skeptically. Yeah, that was also Katsuki's expression right now. Who the hell are you? They both asked in the same time. They blinked at that for a second before Katsuki decided to talk first. Katsuki Bakugo. A hero student. And you are? Asked Katsuki with a suspicious face. Kudo Bakugo. Although I guess that makes you my descendant. So how did you die, kid? Asked Kudo while picking at the fire with a stick. Fighting an army of monsters. Killed most of them to save my schoolmates before they got me, shrugged Katsuki as he took a seat on one of the wooden benches. Kudo let out a whistle at that. Cool, I guess I died fighting the quirk thief, that idiot. And boy what a fight that was, chuckled Kudo while Katsuki perked up. The quirk thief? The dude who takes and gives quirks on a whim? The guy with more power than most could imagine? The guy who has enough abilities that he himself lost count? Asked Katsuki intrigued. Kudo frowned slightly at that. How do you know so much about him? He was always the type to stick to the shadows. Unless you are speaking from conspiracy theory forums, then you sound like you know him personally, asked Kudo skeptically. Nah, his successor is a common knowledge by now. He killed so many heroes and villains on national TV and live internet to the point the quirk thief us a common knowledge more than anything. His quirk is named All for One from what I know, explained Katsuki. Tell me, how did you end up here? Sounds like a good story. I don't really have a lot to do these days besides just sitting here, mused Kudo. What the hell is this place anyways? Asked Katsuki, to which Kudo shrugged. Not heaven nor hell. A place where you stay when you are waiting for something. Or someone. I have my loose ends, so I'm here, and you? Asked Kudo. No idea, shrugged Katsuki. The two of them started sharing stories about their past and how they turned into who they were, until they died, while also describing in detail how they died. After Katsuki explained his story, his body started glowing white. What the F? Wondered Katsuki, looking at himself weirdly. Kudo raised a brow. It seems you are going back to life. See you later, I guess, and keep being badass. That's how we the Bakugos roll, said Kudo with a nod. Katsuki grinned and gave a thumbs up. You bet, old man. Watch me become the best hero I can, declared Katsuki proudly as he started vanishing. Kudo nodded. See you later, grandest grandson. I'll see you eventually, so get a few good stories for then, said Kudo as Katsuki vanished, but not before giving a nod. Nice kid, smiled Yoichi, stepping out of the darkness, followed by his followers from One for All taking seats on the rocks. And sweet too, well, as sweet as he could get. At least he improved as a person, smiled Nana. The previous users of One for All started playing a board game, and chatting happily together while throwing bets about Izuku and Katsuki and Mirio to pass time. This was Singularity. Katsuki entered it by mistake for being related to Kudo, but nobody needed to know that. Katsuki woke up to see Karma staring at him. His body was fixed and back to normal. Heck, he felt better than ever actually. Your time hasn't come yet. I'll follow me so we could find and destroy the base of the attackers, said Karma, standing up and walking off. Katsuki didn't need to be told twice. Time for payback, UFs, and Katsuki will pay you as much as possible. Burnin understood that they couldn't hope to win this battle when several students came out of the woods running to the training field and start shouting about an army of monsters on their tail. Burnin would have questioned the idea of army of monsters, but whatever is still happening in that direction is clearly scary. Someone's fighting there, and she feels like she's watching the dual sun of All Might and Endeavor mothered by Miruko herself fighting with their full power from what is happening a distance away inside the woods. Trees and humanoid monsters, as the kids claimed, are literally sent flying, with gigantic explosions of flames and shockwaves, and battle cries of both excitement and bravery. Whoever is there is easily a monster in human form. Yeah, the newly appointed leader of the Flame Hero Agency, because they ain't calling it Endeavors, is not touching that with 100-meter pole wired in cables. Thank you so much. Hey there, shouted a voice from the forest. Burnin tensed and looked to the direction of the voice to see a bunch of mutants. The ISP are here, fantastic. Oh, look at that attractive chick. I will have so much fun with you, said Bearwrath, an S-ranked villain and one of Beast's men. Besides him was a man that looked like a human-sized hydra, the other like hybrid between wolves and foxes. Not that Burnin cared much for the specifics. Burnin scowled at that, and from here Hare pulled out a flaming sword. She was Endeavor #1 sidekick for a reason, and as much of a coward he turned out to be, he trained her well. Well then, why the F don't you come and dance with me, big boy? Irony of all ironies that I actually like hairy men, challenged Burnin. And fun fact, she actually liked hairy men, just not the idiots of them. She was here with a bunch of other previous sidekicks, handsome hero trainees that came out of the forest, some second and first years. Thankfully none of them fatally wounded, and lost of them could actually fight with them. Challenge accepted, you flaming beach, howled the Bearwrath. His men behind him howl and cheer and roar like actual animals would. Idiots, all of them. The other heroes and trainees who can actually fight tensed up at the enemy's excitement and prepared for the upcoming battle. They were ready for it, but not for Stain and Razor to suddenly leap from the forest to the left of the villain group, running at superhuman speeds. And certainly not for Stain decapitating Bearwrath with his katana by instantly beheading him, driving a knife in the side of his second-in-command's head all the way to its hilt, effectively killing the Hydra dude and slitting the third heavy hitter's throat that she couldn't their species or gender even before disappearing in the woods to the right. All that happened while Razor instantly unloaded her 2 machine guns over the crowd of lesser villains behind the 3, killing no less than 20 of them and sending the other half fleeing back into the woods. They weren't ready for that to happen for sure, let alone react before the two vanished into the woods after they appeared in the same speed and no loss in momentum at all, making Burnin feel super happy they weren't her enemies. The entire process took less than half a minute. Razor spent most of it chanting bounties, 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 bounties repeatedly. While Stain was intimidatingly silent, too intimidatingly silent actually. I really think that we should go, Burnin announced in the resulting silence from what the F just happened. It was then that she heard Mandalay's voice sending an open warning to everyone in the vicinity. That the main training area has fallen, and that the heroes and students are to retreat to the main camp. Burnin is silently happy to listen to the orders. When the Nomus finally arrived at the training area, they found nothing but corpses of their allies. Her group encountered the vanguard of the ISP forces before they managed to get to the main camp. They didn't hold back in the slightest. Burnin deserved her nake that night, with all the mutants she burned. Somewhere else in the forest, a bigger part of the 2A class encountered Magna, who decided to help them. Evacuate. As they marched through the woods, they encountered a company-sized force of the QLF with heavy Nomu support. They were shocked and startled by that, horribly, but Magna managed to entrap most of the QLF soldiers with quirk by making pull off of each other, or attracting them to trees and other objects around. The forest had a lot of those, thankfully. The students fled from sight while the rogue QLF soldiers turned their guns on Magna. She managed to buy enough time for the students to escape before joining the list of casualties for the night. A certain white-haired menace will be totally furious later. Shoyuta felt like he failed as a hero for the second time in his life when Yui and Mira emerged from the forest, crying their eyes out silently while trying to look strong. There are some second-year students behind them looking wounded but trying to push through nonetheless, using their pain to stay conscious and run forward. Arashir Kodai, where is Bakugo? Asked Shoyuta. Oh, he knows the answer, but maybe. Just maybe he was going to come out any second now. Being a hero, said Mira, trying to not choke on her tears. Shoyuta understood what that meant. It wasn't pretty in there, is it? There are at least 100 Nomus in there, sir. Bakugo ordered us to find everyone and get to the fortress while he deals with them. He smiled at us, promised he will catch up, but Yui couldn't finish the sentence as she cried into her hands. His student is risking himself against an army for his comrades. To be a hero for them. To protect them, and Shoyuta is powerless to save him. Shoyuta would have yelled to the heavens in rage if it weren't for the sounds of explosions going off in the distance. Shoyuta felt like he was witnessing the power of All Might and Endeavor combined with the ferocity of Maruko as he saw the shockwaves combined with orange flames and shouts of excitement. Trees and Nomus are literally sent flying from the power, a power that would have made All Might laugh in pride any other day, but on those circumstances. Shoyuta wants to run in to save his student, his responsibility, one of his students, his kids who is giving his life for others selflessly and bravely. But he knows he can't. If he charges in with everyone else, he is only letting Katsuki's hard work and sacrifice be in vain. Vlad, we're leaving, announced Shoyuta. The rest of the students are yelling out in outrage. Ijuru and Denki look ready to charge in. Main camp now, barked Vlad, to which the students flinched visibly. Are you sure about the Tiger fails to finish the sentence. Looky here, shouted a voice in animal joy, sounding practically unhinged. Shuda's eyes darted to the figures emerging from the woods, and his eyes widened in shock and disbelief from who he saw. He recognized the speaker. As he saw him, his brain short-circuited. Yahoo, so many kids in here. This is going to be fun. I knew that joining the House of Red was a good idea. Look at all the people to kill I got. Atrocity delivered, exclaimed Muscular with a homicidal grin. Muscular was here. Oh. Karma killed him. Everyone knows that. Karma practically was the one who kidnapped him from his way to Tartarus. He told them he tortured him to death. But as Shoyuta examined him, he noticed that his eye wasn't missing, which meant that he might be a clone somehow. With all the mad science around, he would be surprised it was possible. The House of Red, Shoyuta heard of that name once. It was apparently an organization of serial killers, but no one believed that it could actually exist. It was just an urban legend. Muscular, roared Mandalay loudly, her face practically murderous, her eyes filled with unspeakable hatred, probably from the whole Kota and water hose fiasco. While Mandalay was shouting curses and insults, the man, Shoyuta recognized two others. Moonfish, the cannibal murderer. And Red, who, serial killer who tortured his victims for his own enjoyment, his victims mostly women, ugh. There is also a crowd of lesser villains behind them, looking ready to commit homicide, and happily two psychotic murderers. I'm sorry, but we aren't supposed to let you retreat, said Red Hood while looking at Pixie Bob. his eyes glinting while he licked his lips. He sounded almost apologetic for a second, but his face betrayed his feelings. Not until the Nomus get here. So excuse me for that, but please die. Eraserhead activated his quirk, his hair floating, his eyes glowing, and his scarf floated menacingly. The other heroes and the students who can actually fight tensed up and prepared for battle. You! A voice roared from behind them. Shoyuta would have looked behind him, but someone landed in front of him. Vampire from the League of Villains, the blonde spy and assassin of the League. Her face wasn't smiley like usual. No, she looked livid, her eyes boring through muscular hatefully, so much that Mandalay looked friendly in comparison. Oh, Stoga. It's been a while, girly. Where's Deku? He owes a match. We still didn't have out fight, grinned muscular like the manic he was. Vampire visibly frowned at that. He doesn't remember? So he is a quirk clone of the sorts, or a lab made muscular. She didn't honestly care. He hurt her baby Coda and he will die for it. But maybe she could make her Deku proud and indulge in mental torture first. Do you remember how the original you died? Asked Vampire in a conversational tone, looking muscular up and down as she marched to him slowly. He visibly frowned. Everyone around her looked surprised at her question, but didn't interfere. They weren't actually interested in fighting. Shoyuta himself didn't care, and would prefer if Vampire killed them all herself. I don't have that memory, said Muscular with a scoff. Everyone flinched when Vampire started cackling at that response. Oh my, that explains a lot. If you did remember, you would have ran out of the country after how Deku-sama and my baby Coda killed you together, declared Vampire. Everyone around her gasped while Muscular scoffed. Yeah right, like I actually believe you, deadpan Muscular before covering his arms in pink muscles, ready to attack while grinning widely. They broke your bones many times over, they torn your limbs apart and put them back together with one of his many quirks, and trust me, the process was very painful. Koda-kun made you choke on water for hours with no hint of getting bored of it, and even laughed while doing so. My worshipped lord and boyfriend cut you and broke you so many times for 5 days in a row without bothering to sleep or stop for food or water, since both my love and my son had quirks for that, declared Vampire, her face filled with joy. Shoyuta isn't sure if she knows how unhinged she looked right now, that even the psychos in front of her were intimidated. Mandalay looked downright horrified, and so were the students. The Shoyuta was too. They broke you. They broke you so much that if anyone saw how you were crying and begging for mercy, they wouldn't believe you are that psychotic murder that feared nothing. Oh, he was ready to offer the two of them, my lord and child, everything from quirk, which he took anyways of course, to your own eternal servitude to them, to bring Mumi baby's personal pet to blowjobs just to make the pain stop, laughed Vampire loudly. They've killed you only and only when you broke so much that you were begging them to kill you? You, my dear idiot, were so pathetic at that point that there was no fun in torturing your worthless ass anymore. The smile was gone, Vampire's face turned dark and murderous. Everyone from the House of Red stepped back in fear. So what makes you think you are living past me after you pissed my beloved and worshipped king again? After you decided to show up less than 20 miles near my son who's fighting in this forest? What makes you think you aren't going to die here and now? Blood crimson lightning exploded from Vampire's body as she charged at inhuman speeds at the serial killers. Muscular tried to punch her, but before any could follow her with their eyes, she jumped over the arm, flipped in midair and stabbed a butcher knife into the back of Muscular's head. Right as she did that, she threw with the other hand a small knife, slitting Moonfish's throat, and right as she landed, she stabbed her second hand in the side of Red Hood's head. Before the rest of the group could react to the three dying, Vampire transformed into Dobby, unleashing a huge flash fire fist, burning them all to their deaths. Right as she was done, she beheaded Muscular and ran to the forest, cheering on how her king will be so proud and even might finally give her a child. Everyone were still processing what the devil has happened, before Shoyuta ordered everyone to run to the camp. What worried him was that Jairu and Hagakure disappeared without a trace. Shoyuta will never admit it, but he learned to fear Yandere blondes on that day, especially Yanderes with knives and powerful quirks who has psychos they want to please. It's not a hacking attack, shouted Power Loader back from the main communications room. It's some form of technopathy quirk, probably boosted with trigger. I'm trying to regain the control, but even with all my programs, my hacking skills and the additional help, I can't reclaim it, yelled David in frustration, typing at his computer extremely quickly, his face looking frustrated. Ugh. I wish I brought my special hacking babies with me. Where is Splody now? Yelled May, typing on her own computer next to Dave, looking thoroughly unhinged. They saw the explosions and felt that last one. She ever since then looked like she lost it. Nedza couldn't blame her. If Katsuki was dead, then the principal will never forgive himself for their failure. In the forest, Shield Maiden grinned widely at her computer screen, her glasses glinting under the loon light. Ah. Take that, you bastards. A quirkless hacker defeated your trigger-boosted quirks. What's more glorious than that? Declared Shield Maiden as her quirked cyborg dog opened its mouth and unleashed the special package. My king. I'm ready to unleash the comms back. Excellent job, now do it, yelled her love. She will obey. We should get comms back on once Eraserhead uses his quirk on the perpetrator or after he gets off trigger, yelled Power Loader in urgency. It will take at least an hour, replied Nedza calmly. He is calm. Oh, so very calm. Or at least pretending to be. He is not. He is losing his shit right now and stuffing himself with tea. We don't have an hour, Power Loader, David Shield, Mayhatsum. The students and teachers are fighting alone. We can't give them artillery support or deploy robots without communications. We need dash. The large screen in front of the principal suddenly without any warning flared up. On it is a picture of a chibi-fied Shield Maiden standing over a battle jet, holding a huge bazooka in her right hand and making a V sign with her other hand, with a text Villain Tech beneath it. Another set of words popped up underneath the picture. Presents you their special package number 256, Independent Drone-Based Field Communication Network. Then as it came, the picture vanished from their sight, and Nedzu as well as everyone was greeted with a familiar sight of the command map. The situation on it is way worse than it was the last time he saw it. It's total chaos in there. You owe me for that, Nedzu, declared Karma's voice, sounding both irritated and pissed off, along with tired. A whole lot? Karma? Asked Nedzu in surprise. He is shocked. For the first time tonight, it's a positive type of shock. What are you doing here? Saving your Rodentis obviously, and hopefully trying to kill the whoever leader too. By the way, Katsuki Bakugo is resurrected after he blew himself to kill the Nomus, which he killed at least over 100 of them. Thankfully he had severe burns but still was in one piece so I could resurrect him, but holy shit, what a blast, said Karma, amused. Nedzu is horrified. His student killed himself to protect everyone? He definitely will have to talk to him, but it unfortunately was necessary to stop a mass slaughter. By the way, who the F is attacking the camp? Oh dear, things are going to get nasty. Atrocity, all for 1 second in command. Well, previously before he killed him, apparently all for one standards on what's evil was far too high compared to Atrocity, who was a monster who hurt people for fun and games, and wanted to rule everything like a god. All for one had standards and Atrocity stepped out of lines. How he survived is beyond me, explained Nedzu. There was a pause at that. Nedzu is worried that Karma might do something reckless. The League is scattered around the forest alongside the heroes. God knows where. You have a comfy command post with an ability to see everything. I told the League members to listen to your orders. So start issuing them right the F now. I'm marching west with Kachan and Lemillion to attack the main base of the enemies. We are fighting to kill. Nedzu nodded at that. He won't complain. Those three are monsters on a league of their own. Let them do their thing. And I gave Momo Yayorozu overhaul and Z medical diagnosis quirk, and she went quickly to the hospital, so expect some of the casualties to lessen hopefully, added Karma before cutting off the connection. Nedzu is internally overjoyed by that. But now he must turn to work. The command system is optimized to work well with his high-spec quirk. The information quickly flashing before his eyes, Nedzu's brain started instantly taking in and analyzing entire pages of text within milliseconds. The situation is critical. It's an absolute chaos out there. No less than 30 students and heroes are already dead. Majority of the remaining ones are either wounded or scattered throughout the forest. He could see many groups composed of 1 or 2 heroes and whatever students from broken classes that managed to latch onto them. The crowd of Nomus is approaching from the east, and the main Apocalypse forces are doing so from the west. They practically severed the area in half, overwhelming the main training area that acted as the geographic center of the U-Data facilities. The camp in the southwest will be attacked next. The fortress in the northeast is still under siege by a detached force of the Paranormal Liberation Front. Another detached group attacked the field hospital. The attack failed spectacularly due to All Might visiting it for the medical checkup, as well as the fact that Twice and his clones are now guarding the place. But it was the only positive of the situation. Well, that and the fact that the League of Villains intervened right now and that a monster like Karma is at their side. The situation is critical. But Nedza lived for moments like these. He already has a plan. A lot of those, in fact, Atrocity won't know what hit him. Nedza pressed the intercom button. He made his choice. To hell with all protocols. Nedza to all students and faculty in the area, declared the principal loudly. I authorize all students for combat. Due to the severity of the situation, I officially change engagement protocols. Heroes and students, fight to kill. I repeat, fight to kill. Do not try to apprehend enemies. I'm taking full responsibility for that. Do not engage the League of Villains members, they are our allies for the time being. He switched the channel quickly. Power loader, send out the robots. It was time to lift the siege of his fortress. Extermination mode, please. Power loader nodded his head on the screen and went back to work. Nedza switches over to snipe. Judging from the image of the screen, he and a group of 2B students are defending a ridge against an advance party of the Apocalypse soldiers supported with some nomas. Excellent situation for a person with a gun and a homing quirk, almost too perfect. Snipe, you have another group of soldiers about to flank you from the north, said Nedzu. Snipe mumbled something in acknowledgement. Retreat southwest, I have a job for you. But first he has to find other people to help in it too. Arie Shigaraki was having a horrible day, or to be more precise a horrible night. It was supposed to be a normal school camp, with her only complaining about people not being careful enough. But now, it was war, horrible war, bad people are attacking them now and there are many of them. She knows it will get ugly soon enough that a lot of people will be hurt. And she hates how she was right. Not even 10 minutes later and people started flooding the hospital, wound med, lots of wounded, the worst type of injuries. They were attacked by monsters. She does her best. She runs from person to person, trying to heal as much as possible with as little energy as possible. Her quirk-eyed not limitless, and while her papa made sure her energy pool was large, it was still finite. She and Grandma Chio do their best, but they unfortunately with everyone from the Gen Ed students are just overwhelmed, too many injured. And without mentioning don't cry Arie. Be strong. Those who died before coming here. It was a living nightmare for Arie, but she does her best. She has to. She will save as many people as she could no matter the cost. So she started working with all her might, running from person to person and quickly rewinding them few minutes prior. Her quirk isn't only about time but the severely of injury too, but she perseveres. Then 10 other minutes and someone entered the hospital frantically. It was Uncle Gene. Her papa and everyone are here to help. Uncle Gene, cried Arie running to Twice who was looking around frantically. Ah, Arie-chan. You're here. When Kurogiri brought us here we kinda were scrambled. I don't know where everyone else are, so how can I help? Asked Twice worried. Arie is happy. This uncle is the one she was looking for. Uncle Gene, please make clones of me and Recovery Girl. 2 of us aren't enough, pleaded Arie tearfully. She was getting exhausted, but she will persevere, she must. Twice nodded vigorously. 3 minutes later the hospital was total chaos of an army of 2 Recovery Girls and Aris running around and trying to save as many people as possible. There was an attack outside. All Might and Uncle Gene ran outside, with Uncle Gene already filling the place with his clones. The baddies stood no chance against the symbol of peace and the one-man army. After a bit, she was getting too frustrated. Too many dead people, too many dead people. She can't revive people. She regretfully can't revive people. Her dad offered her a quirk that let her do that, Chizaki's quirk. She refused and now she was paying for it. It was all her fault. It was then that Mama Momo Kale, declaring that karma gave her a quirk to revive people. Recovery Girls were overjoyed, so was Arie. Mala Momo went to the side wall, where all the covered corpses were, and activated overhaul. Secretly using her power to not lose stamina. People were coming back. She was happy. Hopefully things will stay good. All Might ran out of the hospital after stopping the attack to save people, while Uncle Gene was pulling a siege around the hospital to protect it, having Mama Momo clones producing him guns and ammo. Thanks to her mama's clones, the hospital became a fortress. Elsewhere in the forest, Melissa lost it. Of course she couldn't actually tell Deku that she was having some episodes lately, mainly from gaining her quirks. Episodes where she gets uncharacteristically murderous because of her quirk. Irony of all irony, she had a quirk, and all her classmates in I-Island except Chris of course made fun of her because she didn't have a quirk that helped with inventing. Just for her to have a class 6 quirk that floods her mind with invention ideas. What is more ironic than that? Yeah, but unfortunately it had side effects. Her mental state was precarious ever since then, since her quirk, because apparently her quirk once flooded her mind with the idea for an invention. She must finish or she loses her mind, causing her psyche to be fragile lately. She wasn't mentioning a lot of things to her beloved because he worries too much for her and everyone else. It was sweet but sometimes too much. Like, alright, she does keep seeing her mom telling her to murder people, mostly everyone who called her worthless, who said she wasn't good enough or that she was freak, but it's not like she listens to her, so it's alright, yes? And her mom is often telling her how to make some newest combat child to increase her arsenal. Heck, her pet is made thanks to her mom. So it's alright, yes? Okay, the whole kill them all part is relatively rare. As in extremely rare. And mostly in situations like these. When she really has to kill people. So it's encouragement. Not a mental disorder. She just has her dead mama in her head, giving her words of praise and telling her to do better. That's great. Not bad. like her own cheerleading team. But others would probably misunderstand. Especially Deku, sweet kind but overreacting Deku, plus the knowledge of her quirk would worry him too much, and he might try to limit it to protect her, but she was fine. But now the situation was too critical to be alright. And nobody noticed how Shield Maiden slipped down further than ever, how she got way down, and not in secret this time. But of course she couldn't know that her king already knew but was silently looking after her himself, with everyone aware of the situation. She stumbled from behind the trees. In front of her is a tank and 20 people armed with guns. They are all wearing her bad classmates and teachers' faces, grinning at her evilly. Kill them, Mel? Her parents shouted her from their backseat in her brain. Show them why you're better. Show them why they are inferior to you. Or she will. Professor Kingston, shouted Shield Maiden cheerfully and waved her hand at them. Deku, her dog and a personalized second-gen Nomu is following her obediently. The recent, wonderful present from her Deku. She loves him so much. He is the only person that understands her. Who knows what it's like to be a lonely freak. I'm so happy to see you. The F? One of her classmates asked, visibly dumbfounded. Do any of you know her? Hell no, no one here with that name. Another one, his upper half emerging from the tank's turret, replied looking weirded out. You think she hit her head or something? They're all confused with her. What? She doesn't understand. Aren't they all close? Practically friends and classmates. You remember telling me to make better things if I want to even usually up to everyone? Despite being literally making top quality stuff in record time more than everyone else? How you always tried to lessen my grades and had me do extra lessons for things I already knew to make up for being disadvantaged and gain some needed points to pass despite being supposedly better? Asked Melissa with more and more of her classmates and teachers' faces in front of her having an unfamiliar look of confusion. I have some just for you guys. Look here, it's the special package number 23. Deku blinked before unloading his dimensional storage. Inside of it are a few hundreds of Melissa's inventions, including the special packages. This time the dog obediently brings out number 23. Like all other specials, her mom instructed her how to make it. With so much love and encouragement. Let me introduce, smiled Melissa cheerfully. White phosphorus anti-personnel missile launcher. They react a second too late. What follows is fire and pain. When it ends, Mel continues walking through the forest, humming to herself and thinking about what other inventions she'll get to show the world tonight. She has so many wonderful things stored in her pet, including 47 more special packages that she just has to show to her friends from school. They got their violent coughing calms back, sighed Atrocity, his fierce coughing fit getting worse from the action and irritation too. From her lab, Viper winces and twitches. She was an apprentice of Garaki Dash, that he easily mind-controlled, because no way in hell that subhuman would do it herself. He despised mutants but he has to make some powerful minions. Her knowledge on the Nomus is pathetically small compared to Garaki, but he must compensate for his lack of power somehow, even with half-assed measures. Why? That shouldn't have happened. We still have the trigger-boosted quirk in effect, and with the hacking skills of David Shield and Power Loader together they would need at least 20 more minutus, said Viper, hissing like an actual snake would. Atrocity, for all his quirkiest views, had a decent amount of respect for Viper's knowledge. All for one had a good taste of coworkers, something he respected about that soft idealistic fool with hollow dreams of a better world, who had his face caved in by another idiot with similar dreams. Funny enough, if all might and all for one worked together for world peace they would have achieved it by now. Viper was useful for his army of Nomus, his brainwashing and his experiments, but that was about it. She was an awful commander material and they both knew it. Which is why Atrocity was the one in charge of the operation. How do you know that though? Asked Viper with a frown. She was still in her safe lab while Atrocity was doing the heavy lifting, the subhuman beach. Because 6 scattered groups of students and teachers just simultaneously converged on one of my soldier companies and are in the process of annihilating it, replied Atrocity irritated. Ugh, you are right, I can see it now, they got the comms BAC. Oh shit, Melissa Shield is breaking the Geneva Convention with white phosphorus and... Holy shit, are those chainsaws? Yelled Viper. Atrocity is questioning his hearing in the meantime about that, and decides to wisely not ask. You think you can cut them off again? Asked Atrocity, still hopeful. Nope, Shield Girl is good, too good, she must have some backup. Probably someone, because while that blonde beach is annihilating our men while simultaneously committing war crimes, someone is blocking my attempts. I would say La Brava, replied Viper coolly. Atrocity cursed his luck at that. He was losing his men and the enemies were regaining their ground as well. Could this get any worse? Oh, and Karma, Lemillion and the somehow still fully functional Dynamite are tearing through your men like a hot knife through butter, all the while shouting numbers and insults like it's some form of game, added Viper. She's enjoying this, isn't she? Atrocity coughs even more. Shit, he isn't in a condition to fight. If he was, then he would have went in himself, but nope, he was too tired and sick, his body was breaking down on him and his quirk was messed over and barely functional. Atrocity would have snapped at her but stopped after seeing a 2-meter wide stone boulder rolling through one of his tanks, not stopping at all despite encountering the armored surface of the vehicle, exploding it in the process. One of the officers is trying to shout orders to the soldiers before an improbably accurate bullet blows his head off. Just then his artillery rounds handlers are sniped in the head, leaving only a line of purple passing through their heads, that leaves massive holes in their hearts. Snipe, Boulder and Lady Nagat. Atrocity is absolutely so overjoyed at the development of things because of course a mass destroyer with 2 accurate sharpshooters is a team-up the rat would come up with. Atrocity switched the camera to see another area, and he understands what Viper meant by breaking the Geneva Convention and yikes, he had to change quickly. Holy shit, are those mechanical tigers? Atrocity shook his head and switched to another camera, this time the one showing the assault on Ned's fortress, and feels irritation from the sight. Because he switched right on time to see a 3-pointer robot unleashing a rain of missiles on several vehicles, shredding the soldiers around it with shrapnels. One of the tanks managed to nail him, but Atrocity could see more robots emerging from the fortress, way more robots. Including a looming giant of a 0-pointer. No way his tanks could dream to take that thing down. He switched to the hospital to see an army of grey Deadpools unloading their weapons on his soldiers while going on battle cries and jeers and boos and cheers. He sees one clones on the roof holding a ticket launcher and launching. Not caring if it was killing the clones too, apparently the clone didn't care for the others much. What is that, a railgun? Atrocity quickly switched to where the House of Red was quickly to see Vampire quickly decapitating Muscular, Moonfish and Red Hood before incinerating the others as Dobby. He sees then in another area an army of shadow-like monsters with skull-shaped helmets and bony armors eating his men alive, while Karma's kids are shouting numbers and murdering people left and right. He was about to switch the camera again but he could see a part of the forest turn to dust in an instant. That bastard Reaper just murdered over 100 of his men, didn't he? He switched. Again, Dobby was roasting the subhuman mutants like he was grilling American meat or something, and grinning widely like the maniac he was. Well, this is just great. Fantastic actually. I never accounted for the League of Villains to show up, deadpanned Atrocity, seeing what was happening. Attacks on the fortress and on the field hospital have failed, violent coughing. We captured the training area, but we lost half of the Nomas from the main group and the defenders had time to retreat. Enemy now has an information advantage and has begun to deploy robots. Plan maximum no longer feasible, violent coughing unless we decide to field the Devils or the Hellions. Too early for that, scoffed Viper, not agreeing with him. Not enough of them to surely win, and if the enemy captures them, we'll lose the advantage of surprise. Atrocity disliked how cowardly Viper could be at times, but this one time he decided to not argue about it. They had an alternative. And he more or less agrees with the subhuman beach for once. Plan minimum it is, then, replied Atrocity promptly, coughing while doing so. So they started preparing for it. He barked the orders. The soldiers didn't question him for a second. What about the quirk suppression gas? Asked Viper, deciding to irritate him a little more. We have an entire 2 warheads bought on the black market from the PLF, which I'm sure will be hunting us down after this, replied Atrocity. One was for Muzutafu, and the other one for the Island. He was willing to eliminate both ASAP. I'm going to need both for something. With the destruction of his Vanguard company, the group from the training area managed to retreat to the main camp. They had some casualties but nothing major. Thankfully, that was only a passing concern to Atrocity. He had his main forces remain coherent near the center of the area, but spread the rest and told them to look through the woods and kill everyone wearing UA uniforms or hero costumes. There were many survivors hiding in the forest, and he was planning to sweep them all. All of that was a distraction. He discovered almost too late that Nedzu found his command post when the first artillery rounds start to fall around him. The second one hit right in the middle of a crowd of his staff officers, sending some body parts flying. He had himself warped away, thankfully without any harm thanks to the warp scramblers being made to work with this particular quirk, but unfortunately Kurogiri and Mika Amari are free to evacuate people now. Plan minimum was still in the game though. Karma was in the forest through the south of the enemy's main force to get to the base where this Atrocity is when he got a message from Kurogiri. Uncligiri, I wish to announce that I got out of the area of the warp scramblers. It seems that it's a 1-kilometer circle around their base, as long as I stay away I'm free to warp. I also found the warper girl from U.2. Karma grinned widely at that. His two companions for the night looked at him strangely as the three of them tore through the ISP members and soldiers like they weren't there. "The F are you grinning widely about, nerd?" asked Dynamite just for a mole guy to jump at him. The mole was literally backhanded with an explosion for show. "Kurogiri and your warper friend are back in the game," smirked Karma, giving three guys charging a taste of his lightning. "Well, at least that's some good news. We finally have people to evacuate the wounded," grinned Lemillion as he was knocking out people left and right. Nothing could handle an attack from the inside. "Nedzu Kurogiri can warp freely now," announced Karma into the earpiece. Nedzu perked at that from his command center, a grin forming on his face. The source of the warp interference moved to the southeast. "Do you need Uncligiri to give someone a lift? Because both Kurogiri and Mika Amari are available now," asked Karma, already knowing the answer. "How alright would Kurogiri be with being a living ambulance for the duration of this mess?" asked Nedzu hopefully. Karma couldn't help the chuckle that escaped his lips, causing his two companions to look at him strangely. "Taking kids to safety? Oh, he'll be overjoyed. Just send him the coordinates and keep him away from the southeast," replied Karma with a nod. Nedzu was more than happy to play along, sending Kurogiri the coordinates for a class to evacuate, while also doing the same to a certain purple-haired girl. Not 10 seconds later Kurogiri changed his position and thoroughly spooked several wounded members of the 2B class before teleporting them to Recovery Girls Hospital. In another position Mika teleported into the new position ordered by her principal, spooking the wounded from Class 3A before teleporting them to Recovery Girls Hospital for treatment. "The wounded will be fine," nodded Karma, looking at Dynamite and Lemillion, both of them sighing in relief. And that's when everything went to hell. "I attempted to contact Shield Maiden. Or more like David tried." Nedzu informed him through the comms, sounding worried. "But she called me Mr. Kingston and I'm not sure if she heard what I said." "Any ideas why she called me with the name of her old teacher?" Karma stopped in his tracks, frozen in place with all the chaos around. "It's a bad idea but—" "Die?" yelled Dynamite as he punched Anomus away. "The F are you doing, nerd?" Dynamite stopped the yelling seeing Karma's horrified expression. "Oh F, keep everyone away from her," shouted Karma in panic, startling both Dynamite and Lemillion. "F, Melissa chose the absolutely worst moment to have another one of her dreaded episodes. And, oh god, she had Deku with her? She will attack everything that moves and is remotely humanoid, and with extreme prejudice." "I noticed the extreme prejudice part," Nedzu stated flatly. He could just feel the deadpan expression from here. "She just used what looks like white phosphorus to burn an entire squad of Apocalypse troops to death." The trio flinched at the image. "And now, oh dear, is that a chainsaw?" Karma doesn't want to know. He really doesn't want to know. Karma grabbed his mask and connected to the chat before going for someone specific. Hypnosis was in the middle of the forest when he was teleported her, and F, this place is a war zone. So he did what he did best, he did what knew best, he did what he loved the most. He shot people in the face. When he first met Deku he was a mess. Honestly, his Forester parents were shit. He walked around in a muzzle and that's before they decided that he was dangerous and was locked in a cage. Okay, the cage thing was after he couldn't get signed up to any hero school because of course he couldn't with his quirk because of course he couldn't. So then he just wanted to stop going to school so he ended up in that shitty cage with very supervised internet usage, but not good enough since he got Deku, who somehow understood. Deku offered him to meet up and of course their meeting was practically Deku breaking down his foster parents' front door, beating the man to submission way too easily hilariously enough and break him out of the cage. Of course, he was there for at least a couple months, muzzled and pissed. Deku offered him to ruin them to make them pay but Hitoshi was too pissed to bitter too. Done for that to be enough, Hitoshi asked to finish them off himself. Deku tried to persuade him but relented soon enough and gave Hitoshi a gun. He grinned when he shot two of them in the face, and holy F didn't it feel great. Ever since then he enjoys shooting people in the face like enjoys a whole lot. So he shot people in the face. Headshot, declared Hypnosis, a bullet leaving his villain tech-made gun and traveling to one of the MLA soldiers. MLA was here. Funny enough the only weapons they had were their quirks, which is ideal for someone with an erasure quirk and lot of guns and ammo. He was now in the 20th minute of mass shooting on the idiots from the trees while swinging around the branches like Tarzan when his earpiece crackled to life. Hypnosis, we have a problem, declared his boss. He jerked a little at that. Really now? Aside from the obvious? Hitoshi replies. I have a list of problems. 20 pages and then you get to the B letter. How about Melissa Shield has an episode while having her entire arsenal with her? A problem enough, replied the boss, and Hypnosis could feel the deadpan expression from here. What? Yelled Stain. Uh-oh, gulped Vampire. Ugh, I hate the Berserker characters when they are not part of the game plan, groaned Reaper. Not touching that, sorry, yelled Compress. Help the newbie? Asked Razor. Imagine Dr. Evil going on a mad rampage having an army of Nomus at his pocket, but as David Shield and with gadgets and weapons and support gear, gulped Nagant. Holy shit, groaned Not. All for one, replied Hitoshi after a few seconds. How bad is it? According to Nedzu, it includes white phosphorus and chainsaws, oh shit, and man-eating mechanical weapons, added the boss. Hypnosis could feel his migraine from now. Ugh, he needs coffee and cats and a nap and cuddling his wolf girl body pillow. I need you to incapacitate her with your Mzin quirk and prep her for evacuation. She is to your northwest, and you seem to be close to her. You owe me for that, replied Hypnosis coldly. Oh, he owes him a lot, a whole lot, that's for sure. Hypnosis did as asked. He swung into the branches and ran between them like ninjas from the Naruto series until he reached it, and shit, Melissa was on a walking vehicle colored like an American flag and had middle launchers filled with white phosphorus, had multiple chainsaw arms on the vehicle and was surrounded mechanical tigers too. People are dying left and right while she is yelling out to who he supposed are old classmates to see her inventions. All for one, everyone in this league are psychotic murderers, aren't they? Then again, Hypnosis is no better. Well, time to deal with this. So he activated Erasure so he wouldn't be punched to next week by her. Hey lady. Those are pretty cool kids. You really are one hell of an inventor, yelled Hypnosis. She turned to him with a smile. Why then dash, she froze right there. Good. Summon back you gadgets and turn off the dog. And then follow me quietly. She did as told, but barely. Man, she surely has resistance, huh? Not that it mattered. He knocked her out. She did her job for tonight and committed several war crimes too. Momo steps into the hospital to see an image of chaos. Dozens of wounded people scattered around the area. It's a field hospital, so it's more of a large tent than anything else. It's clearly overcrowded since nobody expected so many people with such grisly wounds. Recovery Girl is there, operating on a student, and there too. As well as Arie-chan, a lot of Arie-chan running around and healing people left and right. Momo sees some Gen EDS and a handful of subcontracted doctors and nurses doing their best to stabilize people until Arie-chan reached them. Today Momo was witnessing the power of Arie, how she will save so many people. And then she saw a line of covered and unmoving people by the wall. Most of the corpses are still scattered around the forest but is being brought by Kurogiri. Mika couldn't possibly handle such a sight. So she will do her best to revive as many of them as possible right here and now. People look around at her, surprised, so she quickly explained in one sentence. Eris and Recovery Girls are overjoyed. Twice is there. He clones her. She splits her numbers between Weapons Factory and Reviver. How many? Asked Recovery Girl without pausing the operation for even a second. Not sure. I just got the quirk with a very hurried description of what the heck I should do, replied Momo honestly. But I'm going to do my best. With that declaration she ran to the line of corpses. She touches the first of the dead students and activates Overhaul. A second later all his wounds are fixed, his lungs are taking air with new vigor and his eyes are looking around in shock. She gives him space and moves to another corpse. She secretly used her power stockpile to feed Overhaul. She revives everyone else around her before succumbing to exhaustion. The preparations for the switch from maximum to minimum plans were ready. The faculty and students were still scattered, although their forces in the west amassed enough to begin to push against their main force with increasing strength. All Might was advancing towards the main force from the north, decimating the squads that were hunting for the remaining students in the area. Lemillion has been located running with Karma and Dynamite, advancing towards the very same place but from the south. Right according to the plan except Karma being there, but if Atrocity knows anything about that boy, he will pop up when he understands what minimum plan is about. Deploy the high ends, announced Atrocity. Warper, get ready. He would have to get his hands dirty for this one in the worst case scenario. Artillery, fire on the field hospital. One of Shield Maiden's drones is keeping an eye on the PLF's main force surrounding the training field. It immediately reported the change. Several self-propelled guns are warped in, turning to face north. 5 Nomus moved north. Then right after them 6 moved south. Then Nedzu heard the worst news so far. The enemy artillery is shelling the field hospital. Cementos is there, exhausted and wounded in the siege of Nedzu's fortress, and he managed to maintain a cover, but he won't hold it for long. All Might abandon moderation and storm towards the artillery position ready for war, not knowing he is being played into a trap. All Might landed on the field to see the artillery men being showered by light attacks and sound waves that almost reminded him of present Mike, Kyoka and Toru killing anything that moved brutally. What started All Might? His words cut short. The two girls were back to back and see him, they completely froze for a second before smiling apologetically. We are sorry, Sensei, said Toru, her smile bitter. Yeah, guess we are finally exposed, sighed Kyoka before stabbing a soldier that attacked them. All Might didn't have time to compute what was happening before the Nomus attacked, but as he fought, his heart shattered and ached. Karma was with Lemillion and Dynamite when hell broke loose on the three of them. They were attacked by 7 high-end Nomus. Karma would recognize them easily, he was their creator after all. Or not. Those things were just wrong. He and Garaki stopped adding the whole scarring thing, and the brains exposed had some form of protection now. Actually, they don't expose them anymore. Which proves that it's not Garaki's handiwork because those things are just completely old and worn out, yes powerful but pathetically bad quality and high-ends? Kill the heroes. Kill the heroes, mumbled one of the 7. What the F? Growled Dynamite, his eyes narrowed at the Nomus. Those aren't mine are much better quality. And less ugly, said Karma while Lemillion rolled his eyes. Yeah, because we care so much about how beautiful your monsters are, deadpan Lemillion, cheeky. They fight hard, and by the end of it they storm into Atrocity's base, but on their way Nedza decides to finally inform them that All Might is fighting 5 high-ends on his own. Genius rat, genius. All Might was exhausted and winded, those monsters were really hard to defeat, and he was too drizzled to notice someone warping right behind him. All Might turned around just in time to get his arm decayed into dust while the other pros and students that were in the area were forced to watch. The blood gushed from the open wound and painted the grass on the forest. See, hissed Atrocity. Exhausting you cost me 5 high-ends, but at least I did what All for One failed to do. The things you do to impress your allies. His warper got him out of the battlefield before anyone had time to react, and brutally destroy him. He ran as quickly as possible and warped away since he couldn't risk Kurogiri warping in and blocking his escape route, and his quirk exhaustion is settling in hard too. And that's exactly when Karma landed on the field where they were. All Might is dying. The thought was foreign to both Karma and Dynamite, that All Might could die to something besides old age or heart failure. All Might was kneeling on the ruined battlefield, his right arm missing. Karma almost thinks this is Reaper's handiwork for a second. The crushed and destroyed bodies of the high-ends are scattered around. Blood was flooding from All Might's missing right arm. His form is steadily deflating as the remnants of his power and his blood are leaving his body. Several terrified and wounded pros and students are trying to stop the bleeding, including Kyoka and Toru, who were busy killing the soldiers with their quirks, not caring in the slightest for being exposed. There was still Ochako and Momo undercover after all. But it wasn't to be working. As the trio landed, Karma, Dynamite and Lemillion, they looked in shock for a second. Then Dynamite and Lemillion run to their mentor. Karma stared in front, his brain still failing to process what's in front of him. He can't name it. The words to describe the scene fail to come through. He thinks for a second this is what he should be happy about. He is winning. The man who crushed his dreams, the man who practically was the reason his future was gone before, was dying. But then he heard his conscience speaking, the voice almost sounding like Arie-chan, telling him that All Might was a good person, that he deserved to be saved, that he saved so many people, that this wasn't his karma. Karma sighed at that. Karma wasn't only about punishing those who did wrong, but rewarding those who did good. He made his decision. He activated Mud Warp. A second later in his embrace, Arie-chan appeared. She looked around in surprise for a second, before looking at the defeated and dying All Might and gasped in shock. Arie-chan, sighed Karma, gaining her attention. That's All Might, yes. He is dying and you are the only one who can save him. All Might fought to protect children like you and saved dozens of them, but bad people got him. So will you save him, my baby? He was asking out of formality more than anything. He knows what her answer will be. I'll do it, said Arie, her face full of determination. Karma gives her a quick ha. If there is one thing that lets him sleep at night, it's knowing that he was raising such an amazing hero like her. Arie approached All Might looking determined, her horn growing larger to full size to use her full power on him. Everyone move away from them, shouted Karma, and the crowd surrounding All Might dispersed instantly. All Might was still conscious but barely. His eyes turned to Arie, his form almost entirely deflated. He didn't have strength left to speak or move. His breath was faltering. The blood dripped out of the wound quickly. He was still kneeling there. He tries to smile at her. It broke her heart. Even like this he was still trying to reassure others to help them. She will save him. Arie got close enough and wrapped her arms around him, activating her quirk. Then there is light, not bright enough for everyone around to get blinded by it though, but enough to look like a light bulb in the middle of the forest. The light enveloped Arie. And a second later All Might froze in place as a similar light enveloped him. The body blinks quickly between deflated and inflated forms. Very quickly. Arie's quirk rewinds the body in front of her for years. Several years. Karma knows what she is doing but doesn't stop it. When the blinking stops and the body remains bulky, Karma decided that it's enough. Karma's eyes turned redder and glowed more. The light vanishes and the horn shrinks. Arie was about to fall to the ground when Toru grabbed her. She was unconscious, or perhaps has fallen asleep from quirk exhaustion. But she was breathing steadily, which was enough for him. Kyoka and Toru come to him and wrap their arms around him. He heard gasps but ignored it. He was too tired to care. Ochako was there in the corner, smiling at him, telling him that everything was fine, that she got this, that she will stick around for a while longer. He accepted. She was from the monster trio. She was still needed. All Might's eyes opened up and he took a deep breath, and he felt hungry for the first time in years. Karma meanwhile snapped his fingers, and dark sludge covered everyone from the League in wherever they were, teleporting them all to the base. Deca quickly patched everyone's wounds and then fell on the couch, his eyes exhausted, his body aching from all the fighting. His quirk took a toll on his body, and whether manipulation was a bit hard to use, he needed it to kill the Nomus by literally dropping thunder from the clouds on them. Kurogiri was there, helping everyone patch themselves and get some place to sit, until Deku had enough and ordered him to go rest. Kurogiri was on the verge of falling to quirk exhaustion, and it was horribly obvious. His kids are there, on the couch napping. They apparently were in the southeast, running a battle against their own army of Nomus and soldiers. Apparently some rogues from the Flight 4 joined in this mess and his kids battled some of them. "Did we lose anyone?" asked Deku. He was lying on the couch, barely having enough strength to raise his head. "He will call upon some quirks to lift his exhaustion soon enough." Magna replied. Nagat. She was one of the very few members of the League that weren't to some degree wounded. She was sitting in an armchair, obviously drained. Still in her villain outfit, she was too tired to take it off before resting for a bit. She died stopping 3 units of soldiers. Students made it to safety but then the soldiers got her. "That's one awesome death, not gonna lie," Spinner mumbled. His hand is bandaged and the other is set in the cast. Too close to an explosion of something. Apparently. She died saving some hero kids. The irony, sighed Compress. He was one of the worst wounded. Deku had to restore his left arm and fix his ribs and internal bleeding too. "I was fighting with my younger brother. Now isn't that just hilarious?" scoffed Tuya, smiling slightly. Another non-wounded member, but thoroughly exhausted and with his skin badly irritated by the temperature amplitudes that it was exposed to. He spent a while finding a rather awkward position on his couch that didn't hurt that much, and decided to stay like that for as long as possible. Stain would have added something, but he was still in his bedroom resting after Kana forced him there and roped him. He ran into a high-end Nomu, and while he succeeded in slaying it after some rather extreme duel, he got wounded pretty nastily and almost lost his hand. He will need a day-long nap before Kana allowed him to get out of their room. Toru and Kyoka are on Deku's dudes, wrapping their arms around his body and leaning their hands on his shoulders. Melissa is incapacitated and tied to her bed, where she probably shouldn't be able to escape from until she wakes up, and they manage to confirm that her episode is over. She shouldn't be able to cause that much damage with her pet hidden away from her and the quirk-suppressing collars on her even if it wasn't. Tamura is here. He got bruised ribs after some rather extreme duel with a high-end Nomo. He was already playing a video game in the back, his preferred form of chilling down after excess stress. Mustard was back to his room after Deku healed all his injuries, where he promptly fell asleep after the long night. The gas user spent the entire time applying hit-and-run tactics on the Apocalypse soldiers, gassing a lot of people as Nedzi used him to soften the enemy before heroes rolled in and stomped on whoever was left. He was exhausted but more or less satisfied. "Bakugo. I saw the explosions. Is he okay?" asked Toru sleepily. "Deku thinks she looks adorable. He fought to his death. Took out like 100 Nomus but they got him finally. Thankfully I managed to resurrect him though, and we worked with Lemillion to stomp through the enemy since we were the strongest in the camp," sighed Deku. His girls snuggled closer to him, and he wrapped his arms around all of them. "So, was it worth it?" Hypnosis finally asked once the silence turned awkward for them. "We'll find out tomorrow," replied Deku as he summoned few quirks, to give him enough energy to go to bed. He summoned few telekinesis quirks as well to pick up his 3 queens. After reaching his bedroom and undressing them and himself too, he fell asleep. Tomorrow is going to chaos out there, that's for sure, but tonight he was going to rest. What's the end result? Asked Sir Night-Eye, his face looking grim and tired. He was in a horrible mood from telling the students that two of their friends were, in face, spies for the League of Villains. It left a bad taste in his mouth honestly. Nezu was obviously the one most aware of the result of the battle, so Night-Eye decided to ask him head-on. Who else would provide the answers besides him? They are both sitting in one of the rooms in the fortress. The ruckus outside is still going on, helicopters coming and going, carrying more wounded students to the nearest hospitals. Sir Night-Eye's wounds are mostly patched up now, so he had time to interrogate the principal about how things went. It ended half an hour ago. It was, all things considered, inconclusive. The remaining Apocalypse's forces retreated eastward, with heroes too weak to pursue them. Atrocity's warp quirk user probably picked them up a few kilometers away from the edge of the UA-owned area. Pretty bad, replied Nezu with a tired expression. It was an understatement of a century, all things considered in Night-Eye's opinion. This mess was going to set the media on fire, all things considered. We lost 47 students, Gunhead, the ninja duo, 3 of the Flame Agency's sidekicks, 7 from the Ida-10 Agency and 12 other pro-heroes. Midnight was very close if we didn't have an army of Aries in the hospital. Gran Torino and 2 of the Wild Pussycats will probably end up having to retire due to injuries. He wasn't going to bet on Gran doing that. That old man would probably stay a hero even if he lost all of his limbs. Losing 2 wasn't going to stop him, especially as those were the upper ones. That is if we didn't have someone like young Arie to heal them. As for the students, thanks to Karma gifting young Yaoyorozu the overhead quirk to revive the students, we now only have 16 casualties. Shockingly only from the 2nd and 3rd years, 10 from the hero courses and the rest from Gen Ed and support. Thank God we didn't bring the business course students or it would have been a disaster. The press is going to gobble UA up for this? Sir Night-Eye replied coldly. 16 dead students, Nezu? Nezu was painfully aware of that fact. And there was also the part with how many of them received various degrees of wounds. If anything, aside from the support and Gen Ed students, most of the survivors were wounded. Yes, young Arie could fix them in about a week, but it was still a horror to them. We'll deal with vultures, sighed Nezu. Wow, he just sounded like Aizawa there. We were attacked by forces of at least 1 SSS rank villain, most likely 2, although the Nomu Maker lacked the official presence, including no less than 3,000 of their lackeys, and 200 Nomus. I'm not saying that the fallout won't be horrible, but we'll manage. Somehow. This wasn't going to be a PR hit the same size as what Karma did to the Hero Commission when he destroyed their previous HQ, but it was almost as bad. It was going to be ugly. Nezu was powerful but not invincible, far from it, and he was hit off guard, hit with a giant boulder from his blind spot. Nobody could expect that, could they? At least he ramped up the security several times beforehand. That was very much in his favor that he did. Small mercies, he guessed. What he did was way overboard, but did give him an option of pointing out that it didn't happen because school went too cheap on the security. Giant murder robots, a fortress, artillery battery, and so many heroes? Yeah, it was the villains that were so good, not heroes, that messed up this time. This was a villain attack that he had no way of foreseeing by a villain that was thought to be dead. Predicting events like that was a job of the Hero Public Safety Commission, not the UA. It failed horribly this time. For once he wishes they did their job properly, the irony. They had All Might on the scene of all people. Nezu wasn't sure how to spin this up to not make people lose their faith in the symbol of peace, but he'll manage. Somehow. Even if he has to get help from Mizuki of all people to do this, but of course monitored help. He also had the ability to point out how the students did their best, and went plus ultra to repel the attack. Katsuki had single-handedly killed 136 Nomus on his own, and that's without mentioning his kill count of soldiers and more Nomus when he was with Mirio and Shigaraki-san. Mirio himself had a lot of defeated soldiers in his belt and a lot of dead Nomus, a lot of them. Katsuki and Mirio were to say the least a blessing to the U.A in this attack, if they didn't have them. Nezu is afraid to imagine what would have happened if Katsuki didn't do the rearguard duty. So many dead students and heroes in that scenario. And are our losses small in comparison to the Apocalypse villain group? Asked Night-Eye, narrowing his eyes, his face unreadable. Oh, most definitely, Mirai. Most definitely, our losses, as horrible as they are, pale in comparison. Atrocity must be clawing at his eyes by now over being kicked so hard by kids in the league, assured Nezu with a nod. To this very moment they aren't sure of exact numbers, but the Apocalypse lost no less than 900 soldiers, 27 tanks and other vehicles, and at least 190 Nomus, also numerous high-ranked villains. They still have no idea how people like Muscular and Moonfish were cloned. If Aizawa's small report was anything to believe, this is going to be a nightmare it seems. The Noma bit was probably a disaster to the enemy forces as well. Probably? Nedza didn't even want to imagine the option that they didn't get the overwhelming majority of the Nomas available to the Apocalypse, who somehow had support from the ISP and MLA extremists too from the report he was given. There were many things to talk about, many things to change. Nedzu had managed to win a battle, but narrowly. He wasn't dumb, quite the opposite in fact. He knew that the U.A had won tonight because Karma and the League of Villains intervened, and that his casualties were reduced exponentially thanks to young Arie and the quirks gifted to young Yaoyorozu, and that the heroes going back to active duty will be thanks to young Arie. The League of Villains saved them tonight, that much is obvious. But for now he had the PR fires to put out. Speaking of the League of Villains, started Night Eye looking thoroughly angry. How? In the name of everything good and heroic in our world did you miss 2 spies in your school for an entire semester, Nedzu? Nedza let out a sigh at that. He was still both amazed and shocked as well as extremely furious at how Karma had integrated spies into his school without his noticing like this. It was something even all for one never achieved. It seems they once again Nedzu is reminded why Shigaraki-san is more dangerous than Shigaraki Sr. I don't know Mirai. But I will find out, sighed Nedzu. He was tired, tea-starved and extremely angry. Atrocity had just made it into the top of his shit list, and that alone was enough for the Rat King of Chaos to grow ethics through the window with the Apocalypse. Would Karma be interested in an alliance with the U.A on the Apocalypse? The list of Japanese supervillains, updated after the attack on the summer camp. Sis rank. Karma from the League of Villains, rank 1, possibly killed in action. Vengeance from the Paranormal Liberation Front, rank 2. Atrocity from the Apocalypse, rank 3. Maria from the Creature Rejection Clan, rank 4. Posidone from the League of Villains, rank 4. Mightless from the Quirkless Liberation Front, ranks 4. Beast from the Inhuman Supremacy Party, rank 5. Sis rank. Reaper from the League of Villains, rank 5. Shield Maiden from the League of Villains, rank 5. Dobby from the League of Villains, rank 5. The Hero Killer Stain from the League of Villains, rank 6. Lady Nagant from the League of Villains, rank 6. Deathstroke from the Paranormal Liberation, rank 7. Hellboy from the Paranormal Liberation, rank 7. Turn Flecked from the Human Rise, rank 8. Srank. Twice from the League of Villains, rank 8. Echidna from the League of Villains, rank 8. Titan from the League of Villains, rank 8. Mustard from the League of Villains, rank 9. Gui 10 from the Meta Liberation Army, rank 9. Slide and Go from the Meta Liberation Army, rank 9. Hunter from the Quirkless Liberation Front, rank 10. Payback from the Paranormal Liberation Front, rank 10. Liberator from the Paranormal Liberation Front, rank 10. Tiger Claw from the Inhumane Supremacy Party, rank 11. Kurogiri from the League of Villains, rank 11. Mr. Compress from the League of Villains, rank 11. It was now 3 days after the attack on the summer training camp, and Nedzu had invited everyone from the War Council to participate in this meeting, to discuss what to do next with the current situation. There was Detective Tsukachi, David Shield, who looked thoroughly exhausted and traumatized from probably his first real contact with an open war, and probably seeing his own daughter turn into a psychopath who practically broke a couple dozen Geneva Convention laws in the span of a single night. There is Sir Night Eye with his arm bandaged because Arie was still out of contact and probably will be for the rest of the week. There is Shoyuta that has barely recovered from a concussion and still has half of his head under wraps, Mirio and All Might as well. Those two actually feel pretty well, especially the latter, who is eating his first cheeseburger in years. Gran Torino is missing due to still being in a hospital. The only unexpected add-on is the thoroughly tired recovery girl. Then after them shortly came Maruko, who looked ready for battle, Gang Orca, who looked extremely murderous for the atrocities unleashed on innocent kids, Hawks, who for once looked solemn, Best Jeanist as unreadable as ever, Edshot and Casual wear, Knuckle Duster under some disguise of course, Ryukyu, who was looking at the smiling Toshinori in shock, and finally Crust, who was still with both his arms in casts after battling a high-end Nomu alone. He almost lost his arms but managed to slay the monster. Alright, now that everyone is here, I believe it's time to start the meeting, declared Sir Night Eye into the crowd in the room. Nedzu politely interrupted him. I'm sorry Mirai-kun, but we are still missing one person from the invited crowd, stated Nedzu, gaining confused looks from everyone. Shoyuta was going to inquire about what did that mean, but he didn't get the chance for it as the doors to the meeting room were opened once more, revealing Katsuki and Casual were marching towards the table. Everyone flinched on instinct seeing how the boy looked. He had a big scar traveling from his left cheek to across the bridge of his nose. His left eye was still seeing but had a slash across the skin from his cheek to the top of his forehead, and his right arm had a slightly pink scar on the forearm that resembled a burn. He fought two high-end nomes, and even though he slayed them, he still got some nasty scars in the battle. Karma left before he had the chance to fix the damage Katsuki sustained, and without Arie, Katsuki had to be healed by Recovery Girl. Katsuki walked through the room before taking a seat between All Might and Mirio, who smiled at him, although wobbly at how messed up he looked. Toshinori and Mirio felt bad seeing him so disfigured while they still looked good. Don't make that face. You should be happy I talked my old hag out of throwing a fit for the camp's clusterf, but she is still pretty pissed off. And don't apologize for the scars, I know what I was signing for when I decided to be a hero. This shit is nothing new to me or of importance, sighed Katsuki. Everyone nodded at that, happy he didn't grudge the school for the disaster of the camp. Not to be rude, Nezu, but what is young Bakugo doing here? Asked Night Eye, frowning slightly. He wasn't informed that a first year is participating in the talk. Since you are one of my teachers now, I'm obligated to be polite in my answer. So how about, I literally died protecting your and everyone else's sorry asses, and deserve to be treated as one of you for it as an answer? Retorted Katsuki casually, gaining winces and flinches from the room. Wait, you died there? As in literally? Asked Knuckleduster skeptically. It was hard to believe. Alright, if he did, then how is he here? Yeah, but the nerd demon king passed by the place of my last stand, and decided that I deserved to be revived. Or something like that. He probably just wanted a mass destruction weapon to escort him while fighting through the forest. I honestly don't care which is it, stated Katsuki plainly. There was a pause in the room. Everyone were weirded out by how careless he seemed about it, while Maruko looked more impressed than anything. And how did you die basically? Fighting strong guys? Asked Maruko with a smirk. Fighting Nomus, I don't know how many I killed, but I know I murdered shit ton of those. I was in a test of courage in the camp. My group was one of the first to go inside. Second years came running. Or a bunch of them looking like they ran out of some torture dungeon. They looked scared shitless and told us of an army of monsters, started Katsuki. Everyone listened intently. So I told them to run while telling Blueberry and Pokerface to help them get away. Then I walked in the direction of the monsters dash. Which is something I would like to address, cut in Shoyuta, his tone sharp. When you see an army of monsters, you run the opposite direction, not to their direction. Bakugo. What the hell were you thinking? I should expel you for that stupidity? Shoyuta was pissed, alright? He knew Katsuki had no other choice, but he was still feeling bitter about it, and he would do his damn hardest to not make it a habit for his student. Katsuki didn't seem fazed by his teacher and replied calmly, wait calmly. When a civilian sees an army of monsters, they run away, corrected Katsuki. When a goddamn hero sees such army, he charges in, trying to wait for reinforcements, stalling time for people to get to safety, even if it got them killed, and this what I did. You couldn't possibly do jack shit. The other students besides me, Icy Hot and Cheeks, had no chance either. So what the F else was I supposed to do other than trying to buy time? There was silence in the room. No one knew how to retort to that. Expel me if you wish, teach, shrugged Katsuki carelessly, surprising everyone. I'll just go vigilante. Fighting is what I do, whether legally or not. I will still beat up villains and save people. Heck, I bet the Alliance would love to let me join. Damn straight, confirmed Knuckleduster, to which everyone shot him a glare. What? If you don't want him, I'm free to collect. There were groans in the room from that. Okay, no need to go that far. Nobody is getting expelled this time, cut in Night Eye, because honestly he doesn't want Knuckleduster to scout the kid that fought an army on his own even if he died doing it, who battled what seems like the top 100 heroes with 5 top 10s. Yeah, plus, if you expel little buddy here, the entire first years will probably leave with him, no questions asked, especially that saved their lives, added Mirio, to which everyone winced again. Are a king for the first years or something? Asked Hawks, to which he received a middle finger from Katsuki in return, chuckles in the room, and then things are serious again. Alright, first things first. Nezu announced once everyone settled down and the jokes ended. Namely, damage control. Nezu concluded. Before that, I need to know about ears and prism, said Katsuki, looking conflicted. Almost everyone in the room didn't understand what that meant, not knowing they were spies. Yes, I regret to inform you that Kyoka Jairu and Toru Hagakure are actually spies of the League of Villains, that had come to this school to gather information for him, it seems, said Nezu bitterly. Katsuki sucked in a breath, and the others in the room not informed before gasped in surprise. Wait, Jairu was a spy for the League? said Gang Orca. He looked torn, probably because Jiraiya interned with him and they got very friendly with each other. Yes, along with Toru Hagakure, I did some digging. Her parents don't remember she exists. They think they don't have a daughter. Her records were also falsified very well, which is weird because I would have noticed something off when I checked the students. As for young Jiraiya, well, she was an orphan, and imagine my surprise when I found out that her parents are victims of that incident of Thunderbolt 2 years ago, sighed Nezu. She joined the League for Revenge, said Shoyuta with a growl. He wasn't mad at her. She couldn't possibly get justice any other way. Thunderbolt was untouchable. Yes, as for Hagakure. Imagine my horror when I discovered that she had massive problems with her mental health, mainly questioning her own existence from being unable to turn off her quirk. She was probably recruited after the USJ incident, offered a deal with Karma, where he tinkered with her quirk making her visible, making her exist, and in return she became his loyal ghost in the school, explained Nezu. Groaned Katsuki, rubbing at his face. I also currently believe that young Jiraiya was the contact between the League and their QLF agent in the past, added Nezu, but what surprised him was that Katsuki seemed to follow. How much does he know? She was the friend that lived with Selena and Consequence and bonded with them. Selena forgot to mention that she later on falsified her record and got her to join UA under the orders of Karma. Holy shit, that idiot had spies in here? Maruko still looked shocked. Then again, they all were. Not only that, but they managed to wire-trap Nezu's office, the teacher's lounge and recovery girl's office, as well as some other private places, including this room, added Night Eye. Everyone exploded in outrage at that. Kaboom. Everyone stopped, startled as Katsuki raised his hand and let out an explosion. He looked pissed, murderous even. How the F did they manage that? Asked Katsuki calmly, oh so very calmly. All Might and Mirio looked startled by his attitude. It appears that young Hagakure forgot to mention that her quirk allows her to make various items such as microphones invisible like her, so she did just that. She made a small camera invisible and put it on the walls. Young Jiraiya also forgot to mention that her jacks regenerate, and the cut-off jack still has connection to her, where she had few in the building, letting her have ears everywhere quite literally, explained Nezu to everyone. Katsuki nodded. His curiosity is satisfied for now. He will deal with the fallout of his course, the disappointment, the betrayal and so on later. Nezu moved on back on track. Recovery girl? The principal turns his head towards the tired woman. We haven't lost anyone more than my last report. 16 students. 15 more have various degrees of permanent damages. The rest should make a full recovery. Arie-chan is going to have a lot of work once we regain contact with her, sighed Recovery. She looked completely done and exhausted by the time we were done. I hope she is all right. Our counselors will have a lot of work in front of them, though, sighed Tashinori. Being attacked like that, having to fight for their lives and in many cases scoring some kills? Heck, young Bakugo here scored hundreds of those. Tashinori isn't looking forward to Hound Dog's work after all this. Although all of that won't start until Hound Dog leaves the hospital, which is another job for young Arie. The poor girl do much work ahead of her. Nezu went on to explain that U.A's heroic course had 118 active students. It was now down to 96. A lot of students were too traumatized to keep going unfortunately, but shockingly those aren't from the first years. And that the remaining casualties were from either the Gen Ed or support course. And All Might? Asked Sir Night Eye looking at Tashinori who was eating with vigor. Quick question, how did you become like this, Yagi-san? You look, no offense, younger? Less spent? Asked Ryukyu. On her side Rumi tried not to laugh. She knew her friend long enough to see that she was internally blushing furiously. She was in love all right. Rumi will have so much fun teasing her. Yoon Arie's quirk isn't conventional healing, started Recovery Girl. All Might's body was chronologically rewinded to its physical state before his fight against All for One. He has a small gash on his side that fits the wound he received during his fight against Toxic Chainsaw earlier that year. His mind retained all memories from after that date, however. Katsuki's headache started now he sees why the nerd was so protective of her. The implications of the possibilities this quirk opened. Just holy F. He always thought it was some form of regeneration ability, but there are almost no limits to what it can heal, continued Recovery Girl. Guaranteed perfect recovery for as long as you remain alive until she gets to you. It can even heal old age. Not to mention reset diseases like cancer to an earlier stage, allowing repeated attempts at therapy. If not to just rewind the body to the point before it started. Everyone understood exactly why Karma was so violent in her protection. How many people out there are willing to kill to get someone who could make them immortal? This was a quirk that was a blessing as much as it was a curse. Especially to a girl that was already hurt so much because of it? Very well. Nezu officially concludes this part of the talk. Katsuki really hopes that Nezu won't do something stupid with that knowledge. What about your quirk? Ayami quirk is still declining, that much didn't change, said All Might between the bites of the cheeseburger. Katsuki is secretly very disappointed. But the remaining energy was recharged fully. It will decrease as time passes, but for now I'm back to my peak level of strength. And should have lumber 2 years as the symbol of peace. 3 if I'm careful. That was at least rather reassuring. All Might in full power was a massive asset, especially in case of another attack. Now, damage control. Nezu says and everyone flinches. The chaos in the media was insane. The principal and the police already sent the full report to the commission. They, unfortunately, had to, and there were many changes in the villain rankings. I really need to issue a public statement. My current idea is to try to spin the tale in our favor. Attribute Karma and his League's kills to All Might to restore his image, make it look like League of Villains' alliance with us was just a ruse to get intel back to the attackers to explain our casualties, and that the death of one of the League members was nothing but a small sacrifice Magna did to trick us. As well as give a very good story about how young Togata and young Bakugo battled bravely, decreasing the kills of the students while destroying the forces of the enemy. With this, the blow to the school should be dampened, and people are nodding, but some look clearly pissed off by the ideas. Eraserhead is horrified actually. He was about to say something, but someone intervened first. A fist landed on the table with a powerful explosion. The wood of the table is charred from it. The sound is loud and surprising enough to have Nezu go silent and stare in shock at someone who just almost damaged his very valuable meeting table, despite being a student. Are you insane? Snapped Katsuki. He was standing from his chair, clearly furious. For the first time letting it show. Are you diagnosed as clinically insane, you rat? Shoyuta is proud, extremely proud right now. He is entirely in Katsuki's team. One of few people in the room, such as Maruko, Ryukyu, Mirio more than anyone, Hawks, Ms. Joke and possibly unreadable All Might who was still munching on his burger. I'm asking because if you are actually nuts, then I'm not in a position to thoroughly laugh and shit on what you just said as some of the dumbest mother things I ever heard, growled Katsuki. His left eye was twitching, he looked tired, annoyed, ticked and pissed off to the point it was unhealthy. Shoyuta is wondering if it was the strain of the camp finally catching up to him. Maruko looked on the verge of cackling herself. So once again, are you insane, you rat? There was silence for a bit as no one knew what to say to that. No. I'm not, replied Nezu in the end, his face unreadable. Good. So now let me explain why what you just said was absolute bullshit. You goddamn suicidal idiot, continued Katsuki. Shoyuta is hoping Nezu would be roasted once more today. He is already recording. Oh shit, he could see everyone doing the same, although scarcely. Did any of you hear about such a thing as the Second World War? From the pre-Quirk era? That was an unexpected jump of a subject actually. Shoyuta was more or less aware. History wasn't his strong point, but not a weak one either. Everyone else had at least a teeny tiny bit of knowledge themselves. It was a pre-Quirk war, started Katsuki. Horrible loss of life, with some estimating that more than 60 million people died. Do you want to know why it started? Asked Katsuki, another rhetorical question. He isn't waiting for an answer before continuing on. It started because the First World War was so horrible, that no one, absolutely no one was ready to acknowledge that the second one had already started. The victorious powers of the First World War let a genocidal maniac devour 2 European countries without a single shot fired, letting him build up his strength and popular support, because they preferred it to admitting that they are waging and losing a war. Shoyuta understood what Katsuki was going to say. High time for someone to say it openly to the rat. Eraserhead is too young apparently and not a veteran of their war against All for One, so they would probably ignore him. Katsuki is even younger, but he, unlike Shoyuta, is not a follower of theirs. He is his own group. He is the leader of the next generations. Go get them, dynamite, thought Shoyuta with a smirk. This is what you are doing right now, but even worse, shouted Katsuki, slamming his fist on the desk. No explosion this time, but honestly the sound in the silent room is similar to one. For the past 2 months after I joined in your chats, in your small meetings and online talks, I keep hearing shit like, oh, at least he isn't All for One, or please just not another war. I'm so tired of the last one, said Katsuki with mock whining. The latter sentence was done with an impression resembling Detective Tsukachi, who promptly froze with an expression on his face that made Shoyuta and the other supporters of Dynamite laugh internally. Well, newsflash, dipshits. The second war has already started in Hosu with that idiot Vengeance, and yesterday we almost lost it to Atrocity. We don't have one. but multiple genocidal maniacs. And idiots are acting like it's some game? Like it's a passing issue? The MLA are scheming God knows what, while having Hokkaido as their own country. The CRC are killing complex mutants left and right. I gave friends that might end up as the next victims, damn it. The ISP are causing mass murders and raping girls everywhere. I have a newborn sister and I don't want her to live in fear of this shit. Katsuki is panting and visibly on the verge of exploding. Literally, his asking is sparking. Shoyuta is readying himself to activate erasure because his students looks like a mess, but he needs to say it. Someone needs to say it. Katsuki paused for a few seconds, catching his breath. Nezu was about to open his mouth, but dynamite interrupted him before even the first word came out. When you were fighting against All for One. Do you remember your war council, Nezu? Asked Katsuki again. The rat froze again. Monthly meetings of influential heroes whom you and All Might trusted enough to believe that All for One didn't buy them. Exchange of ideas and information, ways of understanding a bigger picture of the villain operations in the country. Well, back then All for One ruled the villains from shadows while being able to transfer quirks and killed a lot of people in nasty ways. For weeks the PLF has been destroying entire cities, and we know since the USJ that the League's leader can transfer quirks. Atrocity can pull the sale shit and waged open battles on you, killed your students and much worse. So what the hell is your war council doing this time, rat? Discussions over how bad things are, how you don't want to have another war, how much you hate this country, newsflash dipshits. Things ain't changing unless you do jack shit. Katsuki's voice echoed in the meeting room. There is silence in there. You could drop a pin on the ground and it would deafen everyone involved with its sound. All for One had problems amassing 15 notable villains for an operation without you or the deadpan stalker catching wind that something is brewing, continued Katsuki. Mirio looked bothered by the nickname, but wouldn't risk being roasted for it. Thank you so much. Paranormal Liberation Front is moving around 5,000 soldiers, dozens of tanks and self-propelled guns, and hundreds of bioengineered monsters. The apocalypse attacked your training camp head-on and killed your students. How's that not a war, UFS? You could conquer a small country openly with an army like that. What the hell is wrong with you to not see that? Shoyuta caught himself nodding slightly. Mirio did it visibly. Maruko is grinning widely. Knuckleduster looked aboard with Katsuki. You won the first war, great, said Katsuki, trying not to sound sarcastic but miserably failed. It's almost hilarious considering how his face is always so careless and bored. Like a second coming of Hawks, really. Now he looks more like Shoyuta on a bad day. But now we're being attacked by another enemy, batch of them actually, a bunch to equal if not surpass the old enemy, while being in the middle of the civil war against the Hero Commission. I came here hoping for some source of optimism after the worst night in my life. Some grand plans, some lead to capture Atrocity, Vengeance, Maria, Beast, regain Hokkaido and stop them from killing more people. Instead I hear Nezu saying that he wants to start a war with one of our few remaining potential allies too. What exactly? To make his rodentous look better in the media than the HPSC? Growled Katsuki, shooting Nezu a malice-filled glare, making the principal shrink in his chair. What the hell is wrong with you, you damn rat? Asked Katsuki, then sighed and pinched his nose before looking around on the verge of falling to exhaustion. What the hell is wrong with you all? For me, a first-year student without even a provisional license, to be the only person to call that rat out on his bullshit? And now the kid started to sound like Shoyuta after he caught Nezu using Razor as a problem solver. Oh joy, another problem child to look at with a mix of worry and pride. Thought Shoyuta with a groan. If Lemillion is to become the next symbol of peace, then everyone in the room are looking forward to seeing what Katsuki would become in the future. Not the only person, spoke Shoyuta, deciding to interrupt the silence. I'm with you on that, Katsuki. Some of the eyes in the room turned towards him. Keep chewing this rat up, kid. Time for someone to talk some sense into him properly. All Might said nothing but nodded along. Mirio and Maruko did so fervently, Ryukyu did so politely, Knuckleduster was giving a visible thumbs up, Night Eye looked frozen, not liking being roasted with Nezu, the rest are unreadable. Shoyuta almost laughed from Night Eye's face actually, Maruko did snicker though. Bakugo-kun, I understand that Karma fought alongside you and Togata-kun, but started Nezu, much to Katsuki's anger. The rat still didn't get the hint. He is smart, but his understanding of social cues and emotions is sometimes painfully lacking in Shuta's opinion. And there are cases like this one where he has issues with understanding a new situation, and will stick to an old mindset. Like the oldest, most conservative person you could possibly think about. Rat, for all might's sake, take your head out of Urus and listen to what I'm saying, snapped Katsuki. He was clearly on fire, and Shoyuta is hoping that there is some wiretapping left. Would Karma hand him a copy of a recording of that talk? Maruko in the meantime had grabbed some popcorn, and us watching this unfold, looking like a proud mom despite never meeting Katsuki before. Was the conspiracy theory about him being a child of the top 2 heroes with her true? We need the League more than it needs us. Can you finally understand that one thing? Now you're overreacting, said Nezu, not budging. Nezu is stubborn. Probably infuriated by the indication of him having against Hero Commission and being too single-minded about it. Despite having a hate against it and being too single-minded about that. He is right. All Might finally speaks. So looks at him with more shock than horror for the first time in a while. What would have happened if Karma and the League didn't intervene in this battle? Without Shield Maiden restoring our communications, the entire Udate would have been wiped out. We would have lost the symbol of peace, 3 years' worth of prospective heroes, numerous pro-heroes, and both Nezu and Sir Night Eye, our main strategists. Without Karma, Atrocity would have achieved what All for One never did. He would have won. In the span of a single night. Then he would just have to finish the Hero Commission and voila. In 3 weeks from now on he would be fighting the League of Villains over who gets to inherit the entire country. Spoilers, Karma will surely win, the second All for One will become the King of Japan, officially no hiding in the shadows needed. All Might left this image to float in the room for a few seconds. Enough for various emotions to settle in, everyone reacted in their own ways to the ideas. Sir Night Eye is either incapable of saying no to All Might or finally started to think about what Mirio said because he looked pale. Katsuki's small fan club are horrified on the idea, because it was literally what would have happened if Karma was cruel enough to not intervene and save the UA. Katsuki is pissed and tired now. Everyone did notice the dark bags under his eyes. Did he even sleep last night? He was holding his head with his right hand, looking like he was having a headache. Fantastic, he looked like Shoyuta Joy. Nezu was still in his personal cuckoo land, not getting how messed they all were in this situation. Detective Tsukachi was hard to read, but they would bet he knew how screwed up they were right now. Karma has saved our asses. Mirio picks up where Katsuki left, because the Mad Bomber looked thoroughly tired. Mirio will give his junior that small break. More than that. While we were hiding out from the world before the training camp, hoping that no one is going to attack us again, Karma actually dismantled the MLA's entire popular support. Nezu opens his mouth again, but Mirio didn't let him. Stop. Did you even watch Consequences Manifest? Villainy but with ethics and attacks against relatively valid targets like what Karma does. All directed by Mr. Compress, the peerless thief and descendant of Aji Harima? Karma could literally kill everyone in the Udate, go on a second rampage on the HPSC HQ and president, then publicly battle the Gov to kill Mizuki and then declare himself the unquestionable king of Japan? Hell, he could practically go to other countries to conquer them. Nezu closed his mouth, his face frozen in terror. Everyone is horrified by the idea. Katsuki sighed loudly and tiredly, probably having thought of that from the beginning of Nezu's suggestions. And now you want to declare de facto war against Karma to improve your public approval rating? Asked Katsuki, picking where Mirio left, looking almost insulted by the idea. We might hate that fact. I certainly do. But we need him as our ally. Because the League is the only group that can get at least some heat off our asses and occupy the attention of everyone that is our enemy until we get our asses back to the combat shape that we heroes had during the war against All for One. And do you know why that damn nerd is even assisting us at all? Because he thinks that we are trustworthy. Because he thinks that we are heroes honest to the meaning of the goddamn word. And you want to use the Udate's entire authority to publicly shit on him and one of his friends that died saving your students by claiming that he was a villain there to kill them all? Yelled Katsuki in outrage. The silence in the room was deafening. Did you try to think for a second what Deku would do after seeing you on the TV saying things like that? Because while I can't claim that I know him like I used to in junior high, I'm almost certain that none of us will like the results. They don't like to think about it either. But they is certain that Katsuki was right. Karma would be absolutely and extremely furious, especially after his friend's death. The League was not the standard business-first villain crew. It was more like a family, dysfunctional but loving. Karma would probably be alright with one of them being arrested. He would try to break them out, but he wouldn't hold a grudge if that failed. But a family member dying to save the Udata students, and only for Nezu to then publicly shame the person in question for that. Considering the fact that all Karma needed to damage Udata seriously is get Razor an interview about how Principal Nezu paid her to commit murders against his enemies, the results of the Udate versus the League of Villains war would be nasty. And not to the League. That is, the Udate will be wiped out in a single day if it became an actual confrontation. They honestly could barely imagine All Might, and the rest of the top 10 with Lemillion and Dynamite actually beating Karma as the kid was bulking up his powers by the passing day. Would be a bloodbath. Having finished his speech and roast on how stupid Nezu was being, Katsuki quietly sit in his chair and sits there. His was face clouded and furious. Nezu kept deflating in his chair. Everyone are still thinking about what they were almost about to unleash on themselves. I'll rewrite my public statement, started Nezu. Katsuki grunted in response to that as if saying no shit rat. While properly taking into account what you just said. Thank you for bringing it into my attention, Bakugo-kun. Nezu was thoroughly destroyed. His mind had probably finally unpacked what was said, making him understand just how close was he to committing an elaborate form of public suicide, figuratively and literally. And I'll add that, sighed Sir Night-Eye loudly. We should restart being active as an actual war council because unfortunately we were nothing but pacifist moderators. Bakugo and Mirio are right on all issues they talked about. Including the part that there's just no way that no one noticed any signs of atrocity and vengeance amassing their forces, even with a warping quirk taken into account. But the team-ups between agencies grew thin in numbers in the past few years, and with the Commission hounding the reports from their agencies. We simply missed the warning signs. Tsukachi nodded his head at that. He was tired. Not as much as Nezu was, but he certainly will need some time to get over it. Everyone else said nothing. That's an excellent idea, Mirai. All Might commented. Nezu nodded faintly. About time you idiots, scoffed Maruko. Finally decided to stop being a bunch of whiny little? Good, now you got me on your side for good. Guess this slap to the face from Splody was enough for you to see how messed up shit really is. The Vigilante Alliance will start giving info as well, spoke Knuckle Duster. We have information networks to match legions, but we are operating practically independently from the surface heroes. We noticed some things concerning the operations of some, but we simply failed to put it in the proper context. It was now time to talk about the actual damage control. When Deku woke up from his slumber, it was already 11 in the morning. He looked down and couldn't help the smile that bloomed on his face from the sight. He had girls sleeping with him, 3 beautiful, attractive, naked girls sleeping with him in his bed, all smiling and more than satisfied by that. Deca leaned down, careful to not wake them up with his movement. They smiled, probably still felt that with all the sleep. Deca quickly checked around the base through an app on his phone, to see what was going on with his friends. Everyone were still asleep it seems, in their beds or just never left the living room. Understandable, he himself needed few endurance quirks to be called so he could go to bed, and pick up his queens and undress them, undress himself and then fall asleep. He wanted to take Ochako and Momo too, but unfortunately the blow to U.A's PR would irreparable if there was 4 spies in the U.A, one of them from the monster trio while the other one being the Yaoyorozu heiress. It would shatter people's faith in the U.A and All Might beyond repair. So he kept them there. And healed All Might back to his prime well his daughter did, which means that he will have to deal with a full-powered All Might for much longer now, but considering that there are more villains than initially planned at first, some of them literally popped out of nowhere randomly. So having All Might at full power for a couple years would be useful against them. After all, once the world realizes that the symbol of peace was back to full power, if only for a couple more years, at best, the other villains will be intimidated into not trying to launch war in the open. Last night was a nightmare. Honestly, the enemy was prepared, very prepared if Deca says so himself, and the planning was pretty good too. They had multiple plans and alternatives and even contingency plans just in case everything went to hell. They almost lost All Might for F's sake. They almost had the country dive into an era of chaos. Deku was powerful but not invincible. He can't fight the whole country if it became an open civil war between all, especially with the U.A gone for good. He almost lost his girls. His loves. Atrocity had just made it into the top of Deku's shit list, and congrats for that, Atrocity. You just won a lifetime of hell in the Shigaraki family's torture dungeon. His dad would be delighted to have someone to keep forever, especially that said someone almost killed 4 of his future daughters. All for one is legendarily vindictive, cruel and sadistic, especially to those he doesn't like. Deku will now have to bulk up the League members. He already got the quick decimation crew started, the Vanguard small army is being built in by Tamura and Dabi, and the espionage organization is still expanding. The levelers are new at the business but still very good, and Villain Tech is already making profits. He was thinking of starting a bank of evil while at it. Zuzu. Why are you up? Asked Himiko tiredly from his left. He could feel her melons brush against his ribs. He would bet she did it on purpose, cheeky girl. Energy saver, replied Deku with smile. She melted into it. She was weak to affection like this. I slept for far longer than expected though, probably from using my new quirk. It's really hard to use and takes a toll on the body as well. Last night was cluster. I hope everyone are okay, said Kyoka from on top of him. Deku is beginning to wonder if the girls are letting her sleep on top of him from having short hair, while they have long one, because he always has the one with the shortest hair on top of him. Everyone from your class made it out all right? From the first years too. Unfortunately there were casualties in the second and third years that couldn't be revived, explained Deku gently. He could hear a sniff to his right. He looked down to his right to see Toru tearing up, probably feeling sad from what happened. My poor friends, they must be heartbroken. I know it was bound to happen, us being exposed, but I did like them all. They are good people and they were like family to me if I'm being honest, said Toru with another sniff. Understandable, my dear, they are as you said, your friends. Feeling bad for betraying them is understandable. I know that you had some form of loyalty to them. But you are doing this for them, no? Asked Deku. His girlfriend looked up at him hopefully and he continued. We are trying to make the Society of Heroes a much better place, so hopefully by the time your friends graduate they will not have to live in the war between the U.A and the HPSC and its president. So you are doing this to protect those you love, and there is nothing more noble than that. Toru smiled widely at that before she leaned forward, packing his lips with hers. It felt like rose petals and tasted like honey. Then he felt her sneak her tongue into his mouth. Yeah, sure, why not? Hey, don't count me out, pouted Himiko, feeling left out. So once Deku and Toru let go of each other's mouth for breath, Himiko grabbed him for herself. Kyoka ended up promptly jumping into the activity herself. Deku started his morning by making out with 3 beautiful attractive girls. Life was sweet. Melissa was confused over why the hell was she tied to her bed, with a quirk-suppressing collar on her, and a camera locked on her, and her door being locked. Then again, she has no idea how in the actual hell did she end up here. Wasn't she in the forest? And what time is it? She remembers getting the hero comms back on order, and then decided to go to fight and then nothing else. So what the hell happened to her? Please, just please someone tell her she didn't have an episode in a forest full of people with her dog full of stuff she probably shouldn't have even considered making with her. Ugh, she did obviously. Hopefully only soldiers and Nomus died, no students or heroes in her body count for that night. The door opened, revealing her beloved, looking at her with uneasiness. Yep, he knows. He entered the room. She gave him an apologetic face. And he smiled. That beautiful, kind and very warm smile, that smile that made her love him and want to be his, the smile that made her feel happy every day. Hey there dear, are you feeling better? Asked Deku with a smile as he walked to her side and untied her. Even if she was still out of it, she couldn't fight him without her quirk or support gear. Yeah. Sorry, I guess I'll have to start going to hound dog about my quirk it seems, said Melissa sheepishly with some shame. She was overjoyed about her quirk, but the side effects were nasty, and overusing it might cause her to lose her mind for a bit. Melissa Shield. Quirk. Info Flood, Class 6, a potent version of an intelligence quirks, allows the user to gain information and knowledge about whatever they try to do, whether it's information on inventions, hacking an impossible system or make uncountered plans and strategies. Only weakness is that it could be used once a day. After using the quirk for a second time the user suffers from sanity slippery. That would be for the best, my dear. I was so worried for you in the forest, I had to send Hypnosis to knock you out with his quirk and evacuate you, said Deku while undoing her bindings as gently as possible. Ugh, she must thank Hitoshi later for his help. What did I do exactly? Asked Melissa, uncomfortable, but she must know. Sometimes she makes stuff without her own knowledge, which is messed up. But her quirk is like a second person with its own will, mostly her spite to her past as a quirkless, and unlike Deku she couldn't control her tendencies, especially that it's gained sentience. You practically burned multiple Apocalypse units to death with white phosphorus missile launchers, had what seems to be a vehicle with chainsaw arms, mechanic man-eating tigers and some other stuff, replied her Deku honestly. She winced. Ugh, she really messed up, didn't she? Wow, well, I don't even remember building any of that. And that's scary. What else do I even have in that dog? Wondered Melissa, uncomfortable. Deca looked uncomfortable, which was fair with what they discovered. So, how did the forest battle go? Asked Melissa, trying to change the subject. Something in Deku's face flinched slightly. Melissa got a bad feeling. There were multiple hero casualties, dead students that couldn't be revived. Toru and Kyoko were exposed as my spies and we lost Magna. Explained Deku. Melissa felt horrible as he was done and she sat down. She immediately hugged him. He hugged her back and started tearing up. There, my king. It's okay, it's not your fault, we were taken off guard, this whole thing came out of the blue. Nobody would have thought there is someone suicidal enough to attack Ned's insane fortress. Or actually have the power back it up. We weren't ready, you couldn't plan it to perfection like usual, or protect us all. It ends like that sometimes. You did your best and I love you for it. Katsuki Bakugo, I just paid back my debt to you for saving my and my friends' asses from the apocalypse. Katsuki Bakugo, so don't expect to have me do shit for you in exchange for that. I don't like being in debt to a villain. Usagi Midori? Katsuki Bakugo. Nedzu had one of his I don't understand humans messed up episodes from Cuckooland. Katsuki Bakugo. He was about to pin the blame about the attack on the League. I talked him out of it. With All Might, Toonface and the Hobo, everyone else were either neutral or totally in my team. Usagi Midori, holy shit that idiot. Katsuki Bakugo, I know. Katsuki Bakugo, I was afraid he would try to pull shit like that, thank you Katchan laughing face. Katsuki Bakugo, was hard to pull off, needed to do lots of shit like. Katsuki Bakugo, telling the principal to take his head out of his and listen to what I'm saying. Katsuki Bakugo, to his face in his office with several teachers, top heroes and my mentor listening. Katsuki Bakugo, sigh I need a drink like seriously something strong. Usagi Midori, oh. Usagi Midori, my. Usagi Midori, God. Usagi Midori, that had to be hilarious to watch XD. Katsuki Bakugo, well the hobo did look like Christmas came earlier, Mirko looked on the verge of adopting me, Knuckleduster was about to call dibs on the uncle role and Toonface looked on high so. Maybe? Usagi Midori, XD. Katsuki Bakugo, I'm going to be a hero. And I'm going to the best I can possibly be. That didn't change and will not change you nerd. Katsuki Bakugo, but knowing Endeavor and other idiots did give me some perspective. Watching news and figuring out what a mess this shithole called a country is did expand the perspective too. Katsuki Bakugo, so if I find heroics to be too corrupt, I'm taking my closest and most trusted friends and going vigilante, making contingency plans right now. Usagi Midori, huh? What about being the best Katchan? Katsuki Bakugo, beating the most amount of villains and saving the biggest number of people is being the best, the rankings are bullshit, it's gross. Usagi Midori. Katsuki Bakugo, yeah took me a while but I realized it now. Katsuki Bakugo, still arresting your sorry nerdiest and putting you behind the bars for numerous cases of murder and villainy for the record, you are my little brother and I owe you that much I guess. Katsuki Bakugo, stopping you from being more of an idiot than you already are, I owe you that much. Usagi Midori, awesome. You really are turning into what you wished in the past, a great hero. Usagi Midori, you even killed 136 Nomus before dying, can you believe that? This was practically All Might at the peak level of power. Good job. Katsuki Bakugo, 136? Holy shit, I thought that dunce face was shitting when he said that I killed like 100 of them. Usagi Midori, how is it on your side? Katsuki Bakugo, a cluster by all means damn it. Katsuki Bakugo, so many people died. Katsuki Bakugo, Gran Torino had his arms massacred by a Nomu so much that they had to be amputated, good thing we have your kid. Usagi Midori, laughing face. Katsuki Bakugo, the hobo will probably lose an eye if it weren't for you kid. Katsuki Bakugo, Team Ida 10 will freeze operations until 4 Eyes graduates because they lost several crucial members, Nedzu will probably hire remaining sidekicks for the meantime until there is a new Ingenium to lead them. Katsuki Bakugo, almost everyone I know is more or less wounded in a way whether it's easy to heal or not, they are hurt damn it. Katsuki Bakugo, Cheeks broke her arms against a high-end Nomu, Icy Hot ended up fighting BST on his own, he got him to run and gave some very nasty burns but, yeah he got a shitty bite mark on his shoulder, the rest have other forms of injuries but nothing that Recovery Girl couldn't fix. Katsuki Bakugo, we don't even have the school counselor because he is still in hospital and has like a 70% chance of making it after putting himself between some students and 2 near high-end Nomus. Again your kid. Katsuki Bakugo, shit your kid has a lot of work ahead of her, she will get old and she's just 6 years old damn it. Katsuki Bakugo, the rat is hiring outside help to deal with the fallout, we expect a lot of people to drop out. Katsuki Bakugo, for many of students it was the first time they used their quirks with an intent to kill, myself included, to be honest. Usagi Midori, hang in there Katchan, things will get better I promise. Katsuki Bakugo, that was probably the worst night in my life, past, present and future. Usagi Midori, hopefully. The next few days were spent patching up, trying to regain their strength and do damage control, get back to their operations and mourn the loss of one of them. Arie was still in need of charging, but the 4th day after the camp, she went in as an anonymous under a camouflage to heal the heroes, who swore secrecy to the U.A and to not speak about Arie's powers. The League members finally fully healed were now watching Nedzu's press conference concerning the attack, and listening to his public statements. Was interesting to say the least. Deca has no idea what Katchan said Nedzu since they no longer wiretapped the school, but whatever it is, it definitely worked. Nedzu went full truth in the conference, no deception, no bullshit, nothing. He said it all as it happened. He was honest. It was so shocking to Deku. He said it all. That the attacks concerning the dead students were repelled thanks to the League of Villains, with of course a public explanation of how Katchan and Lemillion were one-man armies against the enemies, and admitted that Deku was a huge help in repelling the attack. It also had Nedzu pointing out that the school did everything it could to defend them, including deployment of massive death robots, artillery strikes, and amassing several times more pro-heroes than that were to go originally. Nedzu also mentioned how it was a debut attack of a newly formed alliance of several major groups of villains, a development that avoided the attention of not only the school, but also police and the Hero Commission. The Rat King of Chaos decided to be borderline sassy when he pointed out that investigating threats of that level is certainly not his school's job, and that he had the training camp prepared for every threat known to the Hero Society. It wasn't Yue's mistake that the Hero Society didn't know about the formation of the apocalypse, how much power they had and who they were targeting. As an example of preparation for every known threat, he described the automatic counter-missile battery built into the fortress that was supposed to shoot down an incoming quirk-suppressing missile if the PLF decided to attack them and bring one. It was apparently a laser capable of melting the warhead and deactivating its chemical contents safely. He also described the robots, their numbers and how well armed they were, as well how deadly. Deku is certain that a lot of people would still complain, but even many media vultures were taken aback by the level of preparations that Nedzu just admitted to. Then Nedzu briefly summarized the events of the attack for everyone. How the apocalypse took down the hero comms through an usage of currently unknown but probably boosted with trigger quirk, and how majority of the casualties were suffered during the early chaos. How the League of Villains intervened according to Nedzu, because of karma-hating Atrocity for unspecified personal reasons, bringing the communication network back on and allowing Nedzu to organize the defenses and finally repel the attack. And most importantly, denying the enemy victory officially, Atrocity attacked the camp to kill All Might and Nedzu, plus kill as many students as possible. He even admitted that one of the League of Villains members, Magna, died while pulling a lone rearguard action against a crowd of enemies, delaying the attack enough for a bunch of wounded students to retreat from an indefensible position and get to safety. The talk then shifted into some rather stupid allegations. And it continued on and on. At some point Tuya had enough and switched the TV off. Deca wasn't bothered because had enough of that crap as well. "Oh my all for one," said Toru, looking dumbfounded from her beloved's embrace. Did that one idiot just have an issue with Bakugo-kun using lethal force while being under attack by a literal army of bioengineered multi-quirked super soldiers of horror? And did he seriously condemn him for heroically pulling the rear guard for people to get to safety? If they had a brain, they wouldn't be part of the media. Dadzawa was right, media are vultures, scoffed Kyoko with a scowl, snuggling into Deca's other side. Himiko and Melissa were out for work, so the two of them had delay for themselves. Well, almost. Got that right, mamas. Those vultures are scum, huffed Mahoro, sitting in Deku's lap and enjoying the spot. I can barely recognize Nedzu. Stain decides to add. What happened to him? Katchan did, replied Deku, to which everyone looked at him strangely. Yeah, they already missed the wire-trapping, damn it. Apparently Nedzu tried to pin the blame for the attack on us, but Katkin told him to take his head out of Hissus and start thinking. Eraserhead and All Might supported him, heck Lemillion did too. There was silence at that as everyone registered it. Then Stain spoke up looking irritated. Could you please stop corrupting All Might's apprentices with your own ideals? Asked Stain, annoyed, no pissed. Stain has a very well-defined opinion about true heroes, and All Might is its definition. He is probably the second biggest fan of Lemillion in this country after Arie, and is starting to respect Dynamite after hearing about what he was doing ever since the sports festival, and how he literally gave his life for innocent people. And Deku is 90% sure Stain was a member of the internet fan clubs for the two. Under false identity, of course. Because Stain is the only one besides his dad who could actually argue with Deku on heroes without sounding like a dumbass or, "Hey, the three of us are just playing video games together," said Deku defensively. Tamura would have flinched on the mention of Mirio, but he was. Meeting up with a friend? Yeah, Deku isn't digging into that. And talk through the internet, kinda. I vaguely happen to remember being recruited to the league after talking to you through the internet, replied Hypnosis with a smirk. He didn't add that it was the only way in which he could talk back then with the whole muzzle thing. You have no idea how crazily persuasive you can be, simply by accident, snickered Mustard. He was recruited in a similar way, through speaking over how bullshit heroic quirks as a concept were, and how much middle school sucked. 2 weeks in and Mustard went to the bar with his belongings, no questions asked. You are just charismatic like, so try to not make them into villains, alright? I'll try to tone it down but no promises, said Deca, rolling his eyes as everyone snickered. Vampire was out on a special meeting with Guiran about expanding their little spy business. Kurogiri was probably teaching a class. Red was busy with QEM work. The rest was just lazing around. Mirio Togata, I have been semi-officially authorized by Sir Night Eye to ask you about the possibility of a temporary and secret alliance between the U.A and the League of Villains. Usagi Midori? Oh. Usagi Midori. Sounds like the U.A finally understood the gravity of the situation and started gearing up for the war. Mirio Togata. Yes. We start by checking out who is willing to fight alongside us. But I can't tell you anything more than that. Usagi Midori. Oh please, Ms. Joke's Underground Hero Network, Knuckleduster's Vigilante Alliance, and Maruko's Table of Rejects. Yes, I know the name. She is surprisingly sneaky but not that sneaky dash. Usagi Midori. You literally have no one else left to ask but them and me, and I'm probably Ned's last choice of allies, so since you are already asking me. Mirio Togata. Mirio Togata. Stop seeing through me like that. Usagi Midori. Seeing through heroes is literally my job as a villainous mastermind though. Mirio Togata. Sigh. Usagi Midori. First, did you just sigh through a text? And second, what are the terms? Mirio Togata. Information exchange concerning the Paranormal Liberation Front, Apocalypse, Inhumane Supremacy Party, Creature Rejection Clan and Meta Liberation Army. Mirio Togata. Non-aggression pact. Of course both sides are free to continue investigating each other, for as long as they do not engage in open combat. Mirio Togata. There might be deals such as we deal with base A, you with base B, but even more unofficial than the general cooperation. Mirio Togata, and only in truly critical situations. Usagi Midori. What about our subsidiary groups? Mirio Togata. What about them? Usagi Midori. Villain Tech for example has barely started operating but it doesn't do background checks and there is an option that some of the merchandise will be used against a U.A hero somewhere. Usagi Midori. Plus the QEM isn't centralized and I can't guarantee that some of the Sunset's lieutenants won't have a stupid idea, although chances are low. The bit with quirkless heroes bought you some positive feelings in the QEM. Mirio Togata. For as long as the Villain Tech Corporation does not supply the Paranormal Liberation Front or any other assholish group, we'll ignore its merchandise. Mirio Togata. But be aware, if we locate VTK or the QEM's headquarters we will attack. Mirio Togata. The truce is between the LOV and U.A. Mirio Togata. And we're not helping you in any way or degree if the Hero Commission attacks the LOV. Mirio Togata. We cannot aggravate our war against them right now. Usagi Midori. No problem there, I'm looking forward to working with you. Mirio Togata. So how are you guys doing? Usagi Midori. Not well, we lost someone for the first time ever, no body to bury so we did the funeral with an empty coffin. Everyone cried, whether in the open or in secret. Usagi Midori. I'm going to murder Atrocity in the most painful ways imaginable to mankind, then find ways to go plus ultra at that, then somehow go above and beyond the plus ultra, the ultimate ultra if you will. Mirio Togata. Good, I lost classmates, I lost friends, I lost juniors, I want blood. But you know, a hero so I might get in trouble for this but I hope Atrocity is caught by you first. Usagi Midori. Nah, you're good. If you think All Might was a goody little two shoes you should have seen him when Dad was brought up. It's like Mightless speaking about Redestro but 10 times worse. Mirio Togata. Yikes. Usagi Midori. How's Kat-chan doing by the way? He's usually online in our chats. Mirio Togata. Practically being busy on his friends' chats, consoling everyone and telling them things will be alright, that losing too. Friends isn't the end of the world, also he is being chewed out by his mom for his face. Usagi Midori. His face? Mirio Togata sent an attachment. Usagi Midori. Oh Usagi Midori. I knew I should have healed him on the spot, damn it. Usagi Midori. Holy shit, Auntie Mitsuki's going to lose her shit over this. Mirio Togata. My point exactly. From what he told me she yelled like a drunk sailor for hours and wanted to sue the school for her kid almost dying. Mirio Togata. He didn't tell her that he actually died though. Usagi Midori. Bullet dodged, you idiots. Auntie if pissed off could fight off All Might and Endeavor and still have enough strength to make Maruko tap the F out. Usagi Midori. She could literally beat up my dad if he was alive, F over the Elite Four villains and gave enough strength to make Makia run with his metaphorical tail between his legs. Mirio Togata. Usagi Midori. Do not antagonize a Bakugo when in righteous fury. You saw what Katchan did to the Nomus, right? Mirio Togata. Ha, I'm so happy he is not with you. Although he seems on the verge of leaving the school, taking everyone he cares about in the U.A with him and going vigilante. Usagi Midori, I will have a dangerously powerful rival if that happens. Me and Katchan are two sides of the same coin. Mirio Togata. What about the two of us? Usagi Midori, opposites from the mirror, similar yet so different. Mirio Togata. I feel like I'm the protagonist of some weird shonen series. Usagi Midori, we live in a world of superpowers. Usagi Midori, how the F is this not a shonen series? Mirio Togata. This is so weird and part of me suspects I'm dreaming. Usagi Midori, welcome to my world. Katsuki was in an old warehouse with some of his friends. Their objective for today is bulking up for war on the mess in the country. Katsuki was livid for how they were attacked, how he almost lost a lot of his friends, livid how a lot of innocents died, and livid on the rat. Yes, Katsuki understands that Nezu is an animal, and his understanding of what humans see as immoral, atrocious or just despicable is only basic. What he was suggesting in that meeting was practically his computer-like brain seeing to get the blow lessened the most. But Katsuki wasn't standing up to this shit, he just wasn't. Deca saved his ass, and for it, Katsuki paid back his debt. He doesn't like being indebted to other people. Thank you so much, especially when people have a multiple-digit number of kills. Today's meeting was simple in nature. Katsuki was meeting with the Vigilante Alliance. Why that? Simple, he was planning his way out in case shit hits the fan because he knows he is not finishing this year without going rogue. Whether it's the rat doing something or the Gov or the HPSC, it didn't really matter to Katsuki. The country was a mess and needs to be cleaned up, inside or outside the system, peacefully or violently. It needs to change. So what are we going to do today, Bakubro? I'm following you to wherever, but I need to know where to walk or run or crawl. You get the idea? Asked Ijuru, sitting on a barrel in an old warehouse. We are meeting with the Vigilante Alliance, stated Katsuki, gaining surprised looks from everyone else in the warehouse. There was Mira, Saya, Ijuru, Mika, and Nito in here, all wearing hoodies and masks. The Vigilante Alliance? What? I know you said that we might have to go rogue. But why team with them? Asked Nito, for once not being antagonizing but curious. Because Knuckle Duster is someone that can help us establish the basics before we expand, how to not be caught by the police, how to make our operations go smoothly and get more influence and so on. If there is one person who could show us how to do that crap, it's him, explained Katsuki calmly. He knew they were doubtful, but he was happy that actually everyone is willing to follow him. There were nods by everyone else present in the warehouse. Good, they were on board. And what do we know about this guy? Asked Mika. She, for a vigilante, wasn't in contact with the Alliance. Mostly beat up bad guys with Demoto on the streets and vanish from sight. It worked well enough that Knuckle Duster didn't catch wind of them. He would have loved to have Mika with him, that Katsuki was sure of. Knuckle Duster is, to put in the simplest of terms, an ass when talking about his personality. Grumpy and with a massive tendency for solving issues with his fists, and sometimes Knuckle Dusters, knives, pistols and even a sniper rifle or two, explained Katsuki. Everyone looked at each other in worry in case a fight might break out. And how can we trust this guy? He sounds like a dangerous dude if pissed off, and you make it sound like he is easy to piss off, and you unfortunately piss people off, and he isn't alone too. Nito asked again, this time genuinely worried. Even then he is being rude, the idiot. Because he has an extremely well-developed sense of justice. It's developed enough for him to immediately drop out of heroics and abandon his old identity, after falsifying his own death, in order to lead a pack of urban guerrillas against the corruption in the HPSC. Now that's something I respect, answered Katsuki. Everyone seemed to be more open to the idea after that. They at least looked reassured that he was into justice, so he must be reasonable enough. He is also highly intelligent and perceptive, easily getting the designation of a second league mastermind organizer. It was enough to create and maintain an organization like the Vigilante Alliance for years now. Ever since the first quirk thief kicked the bucket and stay unbeatable by the HPSC, added Katsuki. Everyone seemed more impressed now. If he was a mastermind like that, then he isn't just a brute. Katsuki looked at Mira, who smiled at him. Her friendship with him was weird since the training summer camp. A bit too clingy. Then again she saw him marching to his death, so understandable to be clingy. He didn't want to mention to anyone but the council that he died. Mostly because his friends were already traumatized and didn't need more crap to deal with. We are needing you when we get there. Talk into your mask that Cross Eyes made, and tell me what you find about their quirks in case shit hit the fan, ordered Katsuki. Mika grinned widely at that. Yes sir, she said with a salute. Mira Arisher. Quirk detection. Class 4A quite potent quirk allowing her to detect quirk signatures in the area. Normally it's limited to her eyesight range, but if she focuses for a while she scans an area counted in several kilometers. She can recognize the quirk class and rough theme behind it as in type like fire quirks, electricity quirks, mental quirks and so on. With that, everyone went on the hunt for allies, but ready for whatever disaster that might occur because knowing their luck there will be. There was spiral in the middle of the dark room. As it expanded the U. Students were warped into the place. Katsuki almost choked on his own spit when the warp was done and he saw where they are now. He recognized the look beyond the window and the massive room they were in. If it was not for the guy who definitely is Knuckle Duster in front of them, he would have immediately yelled to Mika to warp them out, thinking that it was a trap. "You are absolutely insane," said Katsuki, finally finding something to say. It took him a minute to finally find some words. Mika and the others were very surprised by his reaction. Knuckle Duster is there in his costume smirking widely, and so is an unfamiliar person next to him with blonde hair. The crawler seemed to be on the verge of laughing, and the pink-haired one, Pop Step, looked exasperated. "You set up a meeting in Thunderbolt's office?" snapped Katsuki, his left eye twitching violently as he glared at the old vigilante. Saya looked around with a gaping expression. Ijuru and Nito were froze like they blue-screened. Mika squeaked in surprise while Mira was busy scouting the opposition. "He doesn't need it anymore, doesn't he?" retorted Knuckle Duster smugly before laughing loudly. "We've decided to invite ourselves as ever since his death. His Age was shut down because of all the shit he pulled in his career. This place would actually be a nice base of operations for you to use. So, unless you have something to say, should we proceed? Were these idiots trying to set up the pecking order with this stunt? Probably not. Knowing him and his approach to corruption in the hero system oddly similar to that Stain, but without people dying he probably considers this type of shit as a form of practical joke, which Katsuki is missing, but honestly he will enjoy sitting in the dead idiot's leather armchair and put his feet on the desk. Oh yes, that's a happy image. Fine, deadpan Katsuki, deciding to go along with this bullshit for now, if only because he got a comfy place to use now. The Thundercloud Hero Agency was one of the most luxurious places after the Flaming Hero Agency in Might Tower. Alright boss, Knuckle Duster is quirkless. The crawler is in possession of a telekinesis-type quirk, barriers and super strength and stuff. Pretty cool actually. The blonde one seems like a melee combat tent enhancer-type quirk. And Pop Step, well she jumps pretty high and can jump forward super quickly too. The highest class of quirks is the crawler with class 5, the other two are class 3, and Knuckle Duster is none obviously, reported Mira into their earpieces. Only they dud here. Mayhatsum was a genius in Katsuki's opinion. So you were pretty vague in what you wanted to discuss with us, Dynamite. I respect you and the fact that you don't take shit from anyone and willing to break the law to enforce justice, so what do you want from the Alliance exactly? Asked Knuckle Duster intrigued. Probably the damn masks makes them unreadable, the irony. Well, for starters, I learned that the law and justice are two different things, especially in this country. The law is supposed to be enforcement of justice in this country? Bah. Complex mutants are with minimal justice to the law, quirkless are getting none, and those with villainous quirks are practically pushed to jail by the law. Justice isn't served properly. I would rather be vigilante and honest to my ideals than end up in Nedzu's and the President's civil war. This country needs to change and I'm forcing that change, even if I have to go revolutionary for it, explained Katsuki. Manageable, but that would have to wait if I'm reading you well. This is for much later. So what are you after right now? Asked Knuckle Duster skeptically. The Paranormal Liberation Front is a threat to us all. The Apocalypse is more, the League of Villains is much more, the leftovers of the Elite Four as well. We want to have Japan clean, have justice informed and law restored to serve the citizens. None of this shit is achievable if any of those groups wins and burns Japan to the ground. Well, honestly, the League might be the only one that's reasonable to stick around, but the rest must F off to high hell. How bad is it for you to be willing to fight like this? Asked the crawler this time. Katsuki forgets that those guys are knowledgeable but unable to use the information properly without the help of heroes. Yeah. An existential one, sighed Katsuki. Situation is bad enough that Karma had someone from Nedza's inner circle approach him about a truce and alliance against those rogues not under his command. You weren't notified yet? Asked Katsuki, surprised by that. Weren't they all a council? Or was everyone still hogging the info for themselves? Probably still trying to get to cooperation shape after so long. Might take a while. Pop Step's expression changed a bit. There was surprise at that, a lot, but also a good chunk of fear. The others are unreadable, but the crawler body language seemed disturbed. Being a former bully useful for one, Katsuki was a master at detecting fear like sharks smelling blood, used shockingly in these situations. The Apocalypse have no less than 3,000 soldiers from multiple groups, started Katsuki. The opposition were surprised by that, a lot. Unknown number of quirk-suppressing warheads bought from the PLF before they realized who they sold it to, and no less than 100 nomas of which we have no idea who was supplying them. Nuimus, for the record, are bioengineered multi-quirked super soldiers and unfailingly obedient, granted multiple quirks through some really messed up science. During the training camp war, the Apocalypse also deployed 20 high-end Numas, each armed with a particularly powerful quirk combination and with some brains left. 5 of those were enough to put all might on the death's door, and as a general analysis goes, each is an equivalent of a supervillain or a top 10 hero. There was horror on the followers of the old vigilante. He looked stern, but Katsuki, as stated, smells fear, and there is a lot of it in the room. The people behind him are afraid as well. Understandable. This shit is truly messed up in every possible way imaginable. That's absolutely an existential country-level threat, acknowledged Knuckleduster with a nod of his head. But we are working with the U.A on that. So what do you have to offer me? You are a kid, powerful, I'll give you that, not picking a fight with you without my top brass on standby honestly, but what would I gain from not only having an organization of young vigilantes running around but asset them? That was a rhetorical question, but Katsuki will answer anyways. Atches to what we have already, believe it or not, but I have a good network of information, good access to a very skilled support engineer as well as a warper, and 2 other teens at my level of power. You have a countrywide organization? Cool, you have numbers. I, on the other hand, have a bunch of friends with skills. We are extremely balanced. Healing, Momo Yayorozu. Support equipment, Meihatsum. Mass battles, a lot of us. Espionage, Shurhai Korwaro. Silent attacks, we could pull that shit too. We need help to be established, but we are at your service if you are in danger, answered Katsuki confidently. There was a pause at that, but not an awkward one. Knuckleduster was truly thinking of the offer laid in front of him, because Katsuki knew he had a lot to offer them. The League of Vigilantes, if established, would be a great asset to the country's good heroes and the vigilantes. Well then, I guess we can come to terms to that on the future. I like also how you brought good fighters with you in case of a fight, but wouldn't that be a bit of an overkill with how strong you are? Mused Popstep. Yeah, you're telling me that I wouldn't be shot before I could explode you? At least I'll have backup at that, scoffed Katsuki. The vigilantes chuckled at that, impressed. Alright kid, you got yourself a deal if you decide to. Go renegade, then you could count on us to help you settle things down and start up, decided Knuckleduster, extending his hand for a handshake. Katsuki shook his hand, sealing the deal. Now whether the students will be given a reason to fight the system is yet to be seen. So let me get this straight, said Mastermind, more known as Rikita Yatsubashi and the new leader of the Meta Liberation Army as well as the new CEO of Detronat Lifestyle Company, with a tone of barely concealed anger. Our extremists from the army joined hands with the Apocalypse army that attacked the Udate, killed multiple students and pro-heroes, as well as, if what I just heard was correct, a member from the League of Villains. Is that correct? Mastermind looked everyone else in the room in the eyes one by one. There was Curious, Sliding Go Gueten, Skeptic and Trumpet, although the last one through a secure internet connection, and each one stiffened under her gaze. Mastermind was furious, more than she could ever remember. And even though it was fueling her quirk, she wasn't happy about it because they were checkmated by the stupidity of their extremists. Yes, Grand Commander Mastermind, that's correct, said Gueten flatly, blissfully unaware how close to being shot in the face by Mastermind he was right now. Fantastic, said Mastermind sarcastically. She could already imagine how messed up they were if Karma decided to go after Hokkaido. Honestly, if he asks nicely, she'll give him the whole region if he let her keep the army and not borderline brutalize them. But for now. And why wasn't I informed about them doing something suspicious like, I don't know, trying to leave the goddamn Hokkaido without my knowledge? How in the hell did they even manage to hide from our radars like this? Mastermind was confused about that. How did the extremist metas get through her watch like this without being spotted? Even with a warper they couldn't leave without a trace like this. Because our warper was on it too, Madam Commander. He went rogue on us and joined hands with the Apocalypse, answered Skeptic. And Mastermind could feel the headache announcing its arrival loudly by banging her head roughly. Ugh, she hates Mondays. Why the hell did the attack happen on a Monday? And why did she have to get the report a week later? On a Monday of days. Wonderful, replied Mastermind dryly before looking at Skeptic with murder, her left eye twitching violently. Skeptic tensed on instinct, feeling his life in danger. And why wasn't I informed? Like, I don't know. Right away? Yelled Mastermind. Her top brass started choking as she glared at them. Better let out her quirk and relax a little bit. The others in the room choke on nothing as they held their throats, in clouding Trumpet from wherever he was, like someone was choking them with air itself. Mastermind took the sadistic pleasure of their suffering. Rikita Yatsubashi. Quirk. Dark Spirit. Class V allows Rikita to turn their stress, anger, sadness and other negative emotions into psychic energy, allowing her to do multiple incredible things, such as increasing the processing power of her mind into supercomputer-like state, as well as telekinetic psychic powers, and even cancel quirks at vision distance from her. Overusing her quirk could cause migraines though. I'm waiting for an answer, growled Mastermind as she glared daggers at everyone in the room, who were too helpless to even breath, let alone speak. After what felt like an eternity, she released her hold on them, and they slumped into their chairs. So? There was a pause as everyone regained their breaths. Then Skeptic spoke up, looking like he was in the presence of a god. We weren't sure what to do about it, and we didn't want to inform you about it to not increase your workload. We didn't think it was a big deal, we thought it was them just plotting something on the QLF, said Skeptic, rubbing at his throat. Everyone flinched as Mastermind slammed her hand on the desk. Skeptic looked ready to jump through the window despite them all being locked up. That's for me to decide, you brain-dead pathetic excuse of sub-leaders, snapped Mastermind. Their quirks were already nullified and she could practically kill them all at once if she wanted it, but decided against it. We apologize, Grand Commander, but we didn't expect them to help another group to attack the U.A. Their seats for the quirkless in the hero course made them extremely furious and disgusted. Then again, I don't blame them. Gui-ten mumbled the last part just to float up in the air, holding his throat and flailing his legs. That startled everyone in the room as Mastermind casually handed her hand forward. Ah yes, that whole quirkless are subhuman creatures that must disappear and all that nonsense, said Mastermind with a sigh before gripping her hand tighter. Gui-ten felt his throat being gripped on even tighter. Everyone watched in fear and Mastermind looked bored. I should kill you now because you are all hypocrites. You speak about the mother of Quirk and all that. But you forget that Destro's mother was quirkless, and you insult them openly. This quirkiest, racist and completely irrational ideology of yours shall change. From today I don't want to hear that a quirkless was any less than the quirked. I don't want to hear that the quirkless should die. I don't want to hear that QLF are with no moral cause or ground or rights. Am I clear, everyone? She smiled in the end, but there was no kindness to that smile. It was an open threat to whoever disobeyed her, and everyone nodded their heads fervently. Gui-ten fell down, clutching his throat and gasping for air, shivering in fright from being so powerless. His meta ability not responding to his command made him feel like an empty shell. Yes, madam, we understand, said Sliding Go, looking disturbed by the new attitude. Good, apparently being nice made them do crap behind her back. Good, for your own good that is. You have no idea how expandable you are to me in the long term of goals, said Mastermind, and everyone flinched at her casual tone. Mastermind turned to curious, and the blue-skinned woman stiffened on instinct. You are to make a lot of reports, shaming the extremist of our army, while making it a point that they attacked and not the MLA as a whole. You are to make sure to emphasize that they are extremists of our ideology, as well as speak about how sorry we are that students and heroes died due to our rogues, understood? That caused everyone to look at her in shock. Madam, you are dashed, started Skeptic. Mastermind didn't let him finish his sentence. Yes, I am throwing them under the bus. In fact, I am willing to have them thrown into Karma's claws. So Gui-ten, send the information of where our very excited members are residing, while giving a good chat about them to the League. And be very chatty, will you? Ordered Mastermind, her brow raised and her eyes narrowed. Everyone looked at her in disbelief, not believing she was sacrificing her people like this. She scoffed at their expressions. I hate traitors, my followers, and Quirk is scum, and they are both, so if you don't throw them under Karma's bus, I will throw you into Karma's clutches. Mastermind looked between them with narrowed eyes. Your call? Their decision was obvious even without an intelligence quirk, honestly. Nobody wants to be the victim of the legendarily vindictive, cruel and sadistic villain Emperor, especially when it's personal. She'll be stuck in damage control for a while, but hopefully by the end of it, Karma will hate her less than he does right now. Damn it, people, damn it. Night Eye waited until they left the building to scream in abject terror to the clouds and heavens beyond. To All Might's surprise, Vlad King and Eraserhead do the same thing at the same time. He was only confused for a few seconds before he understood. All of their problem children. Living together. Under their, not their parents' supervision. And this year's problem children are the worst set of those ever. Both in case of their tendency to redefine the rules and their extreme creativity in application of their quirks. He actually ended up joining them in their vocal expression of despair and terror. It's too late to come back and beg Nedza to call the whole thing off, isn't it? What the F do you mean? Started Katsuki, his face now pale in horror, staring blankly at his teachers in front of him. A hero corps storms? The Bakugos were the first family All Might and Eraserhead were going to visit because apparently they should be the hardest to convince, so better get them out of the picture first, hopefully without the two teachers being chewed up. Shoyuta sighed as he looked at Bakugo tired. He too was horrified by this, but it was necessary unfortunately. It means what it means. Bakugo, the Udata decided to become a boarding school, but instead of dorms for each class like other schools, you'll have dorms for each course. It'll be big enough of course and fully equipped, so nothing to worry about, explained Shoyuta, feeling as much dread as Katsuki over this mess. A dorm system. Really, Rat? And putting all problem children in one building is asking for trouble. That's not what I'm worried about, goddammit. You say I have to live with my course mates and tolerate their shenanigans 24/7? No thank you, I like my sanity intact, said Katsuki in panic. It wasn't only that, yes they will be a nightmare to live with, but a manageable one. He was worried about losing his freedom over the night patrols he was doing and meetings with the vigilantes, as well as his own investigations on the PLF and other groups too if he was in a boarding school. He's caged, locked up, no more work for him. Now young Bakugo, you are exaggerating, I'm sure things are going to work out just fine, said All Might with a smile. Katsuki was happy he no longer looked like a twig, it was sad. You are all teenagers, you should be able to handle living together, plus there are a lot of responsible others besides you. Katsuki really doubted that, as in totally, because even though Ponytail and Side Ponytail were smart, they would probably be swayed up like that food fight a month ago. Ugh. Yeah. Right. I want you to know that I'm not taking responsibility for whatever gets destroyed in the dorms, and I'm not playing babysitting either. Scoffed Katsuki. His parents look at him oddly. Yeah, whatever, they don't know shit about him. Why the F should I let you take my brat? Scoffed Mitsuki haughtily. That startled Katsuki as he looked at his mother in shock. The F, you old hag? Snapped Katsuki. Shut up. Barked Mitsuki. You have no idea how close I was to a heart attack when I was told you were attacked. Your school is obviously a danger magnet. Why the F should I let you live there after that disaster camp? The two teachers visibly winced at that. Mitsuki. Started Masaru, but Mitsuki wasn't done. I get that you want to be a hero, I support it, you will be the best. I can see it, but there are less dangerous places for you to learn how to be one. I mean, just look at your face. I know I say lots of shit to you on daily basis, and that I said things I shouldn't have in the past, but Katsuki was startled seeing her tearing up. You're still my son. And seeing how lonely Inko used to be. I don't know if I could handle the same thing. To have disappear but for good? Mom? Katsuki was at a loss for words, he didn't even have it in him to call her a hag. All Might got up from his seat on the couch before walking to Mitsuki. And much to everyone's startlement he bowed to the floor. I'm deeply sorry for what has befell your son in this semester, Mrs. Bakugo. You are more than right, we didn't live up to our duty as teachers, we weren't able to protect them, I personally failed when there was actually casualties in the camp. Admitted All Might. Katsuki was busy frankly telling him to get up, Shoyuta was busy short-circuiting in his seat. But your son. He showed that he is going to be an amazing hero. I personally can attest to that, and I'm trying to be a mentor to him so he could be a future hero from the greatest. So I'm begging you, please let him stay in U.A so I could mentor him, so I could help him become the hero he dreams to be. I promised that I would happily give my life to protect him. Mitsuki stayed silent. She was staring at him quietly. After few seconds she sighed tiredly. Fine, but on one damn condition. Mitsuki looked All Might in the eyes as he looked at her. Don't you die, my son looks up to you and needs you to be alive to mentor him. So, if you promise to live and see him graduate, I'll let him go live in UA, understood? All Might grinned widely at that and nodded his head. Understood, Mrs. Bakugo. I promise you, I will see him graduate, and become a great hero. In the background Shoyuta sighed in relief, that one thankfully ended peacefully. Kurogiri was a man of many talents. Most of those talents he gained after his terrifying near-death experience as a teenager. While he was far from fond of being crushed by a building, he couldn't bring himself to be upset with what he got from it. Pain radiated everywhere. There was nothing that didn't hurt, and every little motion only exacerbated it. The tears leaking from his eyes stung the tiny cuts on the side of his face, but it was nothing compared to the sheer agony that was his chest. He knew he joked about feeling like he'd been hit by a bus after some intense training sessions before, but this kind of pain was so much worse, and that was all he could think to compare it to. You're awake, good, a smooth voice said from beside him. In a single moment all the pain he was feeling vanished, leaving behind a pleasant numbness. Oboro opened his eyes as best as he could, only able to register blurs and shapes. His eyes wouldn't clear up anymore. He could barely see a thing. Don't panic. It will only make you bleed out faster," said the voice before he even had the time to panic. It was gentle but firm. Soothing. He felt himself calming as if panicking wasn't even an option after the voice demanded he stay calm. "What?" tried Oboro, his voice came out raspy and quiet. "Hush. I will ask a few questions. Try to stick to yes or no. Would you like to know why you're here?" "Yes." "You were crushed by a building during your internship. I know I ripped the band-aid off, but we need to hurry while we still have time left. I have a way to save your life. The only thing is that it would severely alter your appearance and it would be unlikely that you would be able to return to your old life once the process is complete. Yes, if you want to go through with the procedure. No, if you would prefer to pass on." It was at that moment that he realized he wasn't in a hospital. He couldn't bring himself to care about the details as he contemplated his options. He knew that one day he would die and it would likely be as a hero, but he thought he would at least have been able to finish school. To see the kind of heroes his friends would become. He felt more tears come and pour from his eyes. He didn't want to die. Not yet anyways. Yes. He would never regret his decision that day. He woke up much different than before, but he felt amazing. Like he had never been in an accident. His new life was strange and one that took adjusting, but he found that he enjoyed it in a way that he never enjoyed heroics. He found hobbies in cooking, baking, and repair. Granted, most of these hobbies were because he was tasked with raising a 5-year-old with a destructive quirk, but he really did enjoy them. They brought contentment and peace and a sense of accomplishment to him. He raised Tamura and did jobs for Sensei whenever he was asked. He had a life he loved. He had an odd family as well, but he loved them too. Sensei's sudden injuries broke his heart and made him feel sad, but it brought another member to the family, so it wasn't all that bad, he guessed. Tamura and Izuku thrived together. They bonded quickly, and before the day had even ended they were already plotting world domination, or at least the domination of Japan. It was heartwarming, to be honest. After the League was created, his family grew even more. More and more outcasts. People thrown away or deemed useless or terrifying by society. Most of them were children, and that made Kurogiri's blood boil. A bunch of children shouldn't have to fix the problems of the world. But they also couldn't go back to the world they lived in, so Kurogiri did everything he could to make sure they were taken care of. It was hard to do so much on his own, but he persevered. Well, it wasn't that bad for a few months now, thanks to the additional help the young master had brought to the base. 6 mates. He never really understood why Deku kept them around this long. He figured Deku would have killed them the first chance he got, but instead he was keeping them, even going as to get them separate rooms closet to the basement so they could start on work immediately. Kurogiri didn't understand, but wouldn't question his young master either. Speaking of the maids. "Did you finish the soup?" panicked Suijin, the one with blue hair, since Kurogiri learned their names as she looked at the other girls. "Give it a bit of time. It'll be ready soon," said Rana, the orange-haired girl, as she was working on the miso soup. "Relax, Sui, we still have an hour to dinner. We have enough time to prepare everything else for the League, plus most of them might not show up until later on. Especially Reaper-san and Dabi-san," said Maki, the glasses-wearing girl, with an eye roll. "Better make it and leave it to be heated up than be late. No need to give the boss a reason to get rid of us," hissed Suijin, while the other girls nodded their heads together. "I think we are past that point by now. If anything, he stopped hating our guts. Heck, we are getting paid now for some reason," said Maki, unsure. What would they even do with the money? "Well, better not risk it though, besides the little kids, the others aren't that friendly with us," grumbled Suijin, to which Rana sighed. "Well, they aren't that mean either, so it's not too bad," sighed Maki, while she was thankful they weren't being abused or worse. If anything, Kurogiri was always nice to them and treated them like daughters of his. "Hello, young ladies," announced the mist villain. "Speaking of the devil," thought Maki. "Thank you for your work, the food smells quite good." The girls smiled at that, happy with the praise given to them. Ochako was scrolling through HeroTube when she got a notification from Katsuki, which was strange. He doesn't randomly text unless it was important. She had been planning to ignore it for the moment, but a nagging feeling she had learned to pay close attention to was telling her to at least read over it. With a sigh, she opened the Monster Trio chat room they had made. "King Explosion Murder, have the teachers visited you guys yet?" Gravity Queen: "No? Why are the teachers supposed to be visiting?" King Explosion Murder: "They're personally asking our parents to allow us into the dorms that the school is building." King Explosion Murder: "My old hag gave Sweet the battle, but somehow All Might won." Ochako felt the blood drain from her face as she looked around the living room of her apartment. Her apartment, which she lived in alone. Her lack of a guardian presence so soon after the attack on the camp would surely draw attention to her and place suspicion she did not need on her shoulders. She quickly got her breathing under control as she dialed her beloved's number. There was no need to send him into a panic as well. Then again, it's extremely hard to make Deku panic of all people. He was composed most of the time. Don't worry. I'll take care of this. I'll be over in 10 minutes and everything will be fine, just calm down my love. Just stay calm, stay very calm and don't leave the apartment, assured Deku as he hung up his phone, and then let out a sigh. Great, just what he goddamn needed. Udade turning into a boarding school was a good idea, but how the hell should he get Ochako a relative now? He quickly got and walked out of his office, deciding to leave the paperwork for some other time, because now he gotta bail his lover out of her problem. He walked through the complex of the base until he reached the living room where the non-busy members were, and he squinted. Deku glanced around the room until his eyes landed on Himiko and the gears started turning. Himiko-chan, how do you feel about a field trip? Asked Deku with a smile. The blonde vampire was sitting on one of the couches, scrolling through her phone with a bored expression until Deku spoke to her, causing her to perk up. Her bored expression lifted and she nodded rapidly, beaming in excitement. Yes. Let's go. Wait. Where are we going? We're going to pick up some blood and visit Ochako. Taking note of her confused expression, he gave her a smile. I'll explain more along the way. Grab your shoes while I get you some blood. Himiko was almost vibrating out of excitement as she nodded her head quickly. Deku chuckled as he went away through his mud teleportation to the doctor's laboratory. Deku immediately walked to the fridge in the back of the lab and rifled through the labels until he found a pack of blood listed to be from a woman in her late 30s. Smirking in satisfaction, Deku quickly warped back into the living room of the base and looked at Himiko. He walked to Himiko and handed the blood over to her, and Himiko took it eagerly. Your name is Shizuka Uraraka. You're going to pretend to be Ochako's aunt who is about to reluctantly return to your home in the Mie prefecture. When they ask about letting Ochako move into the dorms, you will initially act apprehensive but eventually agree. Himiko nodded seriously as she sucked down the blood. All right. I can do this. For Ochako-chan and you, sweetie, declared Himiko with determination as she activated her quirk. She shifted forms into a woman with chestnut brown hair and vibrant blue eyes. She was wearing a long flowy top with leggings underneath. Deku gave a warm smile to one of his beloveds and nodded his head. All right, let's go then, Himiko-chan, said Deku as he snapped his fingers, letting dark mud cover the two of them as they warped away to Ochako's guest room. The room was pretty plain, all things considered, but it definitely had some posters too about 13 and some other rescue heroes and a plushie of Deku in her bed. Deku blushed at seeing it while Himiko snickered. Deku looked at Himiko and motioned for her to go ahead to the living room and explain the Cliff Notes version to Ochako. As Deku watched her go, he activated a quirk that he rarely got the chance to use. Animal shifting. Class 3. It allows him to shift into small to mid-size animals such as cats, dogs, rabbits and so on, but it doesn't allow him to turn into very small things like bugs, or very big like tigers or lions and most definitely elephants. For this occasion Deku would just go with a simple cat transformation, mostly to mess with Eraserhead. It's not that Deku didn't trust Himiko, he had complete faith in her abilities, he just wanted to oversee this conversation himself. He padded into the room just as a series of knocks rang out through the apartment. Ochako did a double take when she saw him but took it in stride as she opened the door, revealing Eraserhead and All Might in his hero form and costume. How the hell is the complex not swarmed by vultures is anyone's guess really. Uraraka, do you mind if we come in? Asked Shoyuta, looking around with boredom. Yeah, of course, come right in, said Ochako with a bubbly smile and tone as she stepped aside to let them in. As they entered they shut the door behind the two of them. Ochako dear, who is it? Asked Shizuka as she popped her head out of the kitchen. Her eyes widened when she saw All Might and Eraserhead. All Might? So you must be from the U-Data, right? Can I help you with something? We'd like to talk to you and young Uraraka about the school's newest security measures, madam. If you don't mind, that is, started All Might with a smile, for once not overly loud and boisterous. Deku is absolutely overjoyed by that, he was having migraines lately from overwork. Deku walked and stopped in the hallway's entrance, looking at the new arrivals curiously while sitting down. As expected, Eraserhead's eyes immediately zeroed in on the cat in the entrance to the hallway, causing Deku to internally chuckle. Mustard would call this evidence on his conspiracy theory for sure. What's their name? Asked Eraserhead, interested. Ochako looked over at Deku for a second and either blurted the first thing she thought or said it to make fun of hypnosis later. Dog. His name is Dog. Everyone, including Deku, looked at Ochako blankly minus Himiko. What a great acting with blank stares, genuinely baffled, Deku included, definitely to F with hypnosis. Eraserhead looked almost insulted her answer, almost. You named your cat dog? Are you serious? All Might was snickering into his hands, looking apologetic but rather amused at Ochako's answer. Ochako nodded with the same smile, her innocent expression never faltering for a second. Absolutely. It couldn't have been anything else. I am a fan of irony after all. Especially the type that gets people what they deserve. Like Endeavor? Asked Eraserhead. Deca thinks it's a low blow, like seriously man, a very low blow. Yup. Just like Endeavor, chirped Ochako, her expression still happy. Shizuka shook her head and made her way into the living room, looking at the two heroes with a kind smile, her eyes gentle. Deku was amused by Himiko's acting skills, or maybe she did like them. Shizuka motioned for the two heroes to sit, and sit they did as everyone went take a seat on one of the couches. Hello to you two and welcome here. My name is Shizuka Uraraka and I'm Ochako's aunt and guardian. I apologize for being so abrupt, but everything that's happened recently has been very stressful. And I'm heartbroken about Kyoka-chan and Toru-chan leaving like this. I loved them like my daughters as they lived here with Ochako-chan, apologized Shizuka with a sigh. You can call me Aizawa, Miss Uraraka. We understand how you must feel. It's why we wanted to do this in person, Aizawa said as he sat down. He knew the two girls lived here with Ochako, probably to not raise suspicions by sticking with someone innocent and gain access to Uraraka's ridiculous amount of knowledge about everyone in UA. Uraraka from day one took and gathered information about everyone she passed by. She must have been like a gold mine to the two girls. Well, Jiru first, because Hagakure joined after the USJ aftermath apparently. As Eraserhead was busy with those thoughts and everyone took a seat, Deku walked further into the room until he hopped up on the table separating Ochako and Shizuka from Eraserhead and All Might. He sat down and stared at them unblinking. If there was one thing cats could get away with, it's disregarding and flat-out disrespecting authority figures, so he might as well have fun while he was at it. All Might seemed startled but looked at the cat with smile, an uncomfortable look on his face. Good. But All Might did pet his head. Not good. Aizawa glanced over and just barely visibly had to restrain himself from petting the cat. Deku could inform Hypnosis that their favorite hero had taste at the very least. The rest of the meeting went smoothly, minus All Might's nervousness at having a cat glare a hole through him, though that was enjoyable for all other parties but the blonde. Himiko and Ochako played their roles perfectly as they always did. They almost seemed to feed off of each other the entire time, which was amusing. They waited for a good 30 minutes to pass once they were gone before Himiko and Izuku both dropped their forms. Himiko cooed happily, petting Deku's head. You're such an adorable kitty. Ochako laughed and nodded her head in agreement with Himiko, petting Deku herself. Alright, as much as I love you both being here, it would be better if you left before someone sees you. She shooed them off to the guest bedroom where Deku activated Mud Warp and started warping away. Both Ochako and Himiko started to giggle in amusement. Thank you for joining us on this incredible journey through What If Deku Became the Villain Emperor. I hope you found it as intriguing and thought-provoking as we did. A big shout out to DekuVerse for crafting such a compelling story. Don't forget to check out their profile on Archive of Our Own for more amazing works. The link is in the description below. If you liked this video, please give it a thumbs up, share it with your friends, and don't forget to subscribe to What If Deku 2.0 for more fascinating explorations into the world of fanfiction and fantasy. Your support helps us create more content like this, and we're always excited to hear your thoughts and suggestions in the comments section. See you guys in the next video.